are able to bring voice to this space that isn't otherwise available to be here or often heard. As trustee, one of the things that I really want to try to do is make sure that we're getting all voices and asking who's not in the conversation, which brings me to what I've been working on recently. Last board meeting, we had Watsonville High track athletes come and ask if there was a way to have access to their track. I was really dismayed by the way that communication, by the way that the students were communicated with. They really just wanted to be heard and then figure out if it was possible to have access to their track. And what they kept getting was no, no, no. And I really tried to advocate for them to try to find possible ways. I spoke to many people, and most recently I spoke to the site council president, who was very clear and kind in her response in helping us understand that any proposal would cause a delay in any further, would cause a delay in the stadium being built. So yesterday, I went down to track practice at PV High and was able to talk to the track team and let them know, because they were all in agreement. They did not want to cause any sort of delay, but they did appreciate the way in which I communicated with them. So what this led me to understand is that there is a way of communication that I think needs to be better within the district. So it really revealed that. And what I've seen is that, and heard, is that when a communication goes out, that's kind of where it stops and there's no more responsibility. But one of the things I'd like to see after that is making sure that there will be communication, or that certain entity got the communication and that people are included in the conversation. And if they weren't, then it reopens a conversation. So that is pretty much it from me. I'm still new and still learning and showing up in spaces. I was at the parent meeting at Aptos High regarding the 7-period schedule. I will be at one of the town halls, thank you. And then on April 3rd, please come and see me at the new trustee meet and greet on Thursday, April 3rd at 6 to 7:30 at the PVUSD boardroom. And then lastly, I know there's a lot of emotions and feelings that go on in this space. So I just want you to know that they're all valid. We might not always agree with one another, but I'm glad to hear from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to Trustee Medina.
Awesome. All right. Mateo, everybody, thank you for coming here tonight. So over the past few weeks, I visited Hall Elementary, Ohlone, and Minnie White. I toured these campuses with the superintendent, and it gave me a clear picture of where Measure M could really help. At Minnie White, it was really exciting to see students using tech in an animation class, proof that creative tools in classrooms really matter for our students. At Hall, I'm also working with the community liaison to bring back the food distribution. So we're going to be working on that for our families that are out there. We're also going to try partnering with the Las Lomas Community Church to open a student center. Because if you go off to Las Lomas, we don't really have much aside from the Las Lomas Market. Great store. But we also want other opportunities for students who don't have access to be able to come and drive quickly over here to access resources. So we're going to be partnering with Pastor Esteban on that, and he's building out a complete computer room, activity center for them. So I'm really glad we're able to bring that over to our community. And this would also help give students access to Wi-Fi, a safe place to study, and hopefully a place to play basketball too. So it's something our community has been asking for, and we are working on it. I also want to thank the students and teachers who've reached out about transportation, sports, and field use. These issues keep coming up, and I'm still waiting on a few things from the district, such as a report on all consultants hired this school year and how much has been spent. Still waiting on that. Data on canceled bus routes, the number of students affected, and how much money we've lost. Still waiting on that report. And an update on which teams have asked to use our fields that haven't been responded to. And I'd just like all to remember that those fields are maintained by our tax funds, so the community should be able to access those spaces. I've also been encouraged by how active our students are. The protest and organizing efforts show that you're paying attention and you're asking the right questions. I believe it's time to give the students more power, like the ability to vote for the school board members who's going to represent them. And hopefully with student trustee Daniel Esqueda, we could start working on that process. I know also people are frustrated about the delays by the Ethnic Studies Towns Hall. I hear you and I feel your frustration. So in order to keep the conversation going, I'll be hosting a virtual town hall on Instagram tomorrow, 8 p.m. Anybody's welcome to come on, join, talk, and that way we have some documentation of how this program has really benefited you and why you want to keep it. I will also be on a panel at Cabrillo tomorrow called, this one's going to resonate with everybody, Traffic Sucks. What could we do about it? So I'll be on that panel discussing what we could do to address the traffic needs, infrastructure, especially in my area, in that Monterey County portion that we're going to be in. Also, this Saturday, I'll be at Empower Watsonville event, Marching into the Future. Really excited about that with Trustee Carrasco. And let's see. And before I close, I want to say congratulations to Safe Ag, Safe Schools. After decades of organizing, California will now notify farm workers in advance of pesticide applications. It's a major win, and even as health continues. So thank you all for that amazing work. Most of my schools are near fields, so this is a big win for us. So for all of you who did that amazing work, you are helping future generations by making sure that we have safe environments around our schools. So thank you all for that. And with that, that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Turley?
Our primary purpose here is to serve our students, and I hope that we can do that well. We do have some difficult decisions that we make, especially when we're talking about budgets, and those are painful for all of us, but we must keep our students foremost in our minds as we're making those decisions. And as we're acting in our communities and in our roles, remembering that students are all around us watching. So since the last meeting, I've visited Alianza, Watsonville Charter School for the Arts, McQuitty, and Lakeview. Soon I'll be visiting also Ann Soldo, and then I'll have all of the schools that are in my trustee area. I will have been on each one of those sites. If any of you have missed the Register Pajaronian article about our CET automotive program, CTE, thank you, at Watsonville High, take a look at it. It's absolutely amazing what's happening there. I can remember there were years, I went to Watsonville High, I can remember there were years when auto mechanics was repairing lawnmowers and not cars. And they'll actually have the opportunity to learn how to deal with EVs and hybrids and that additional level of expertise that's going to be required for auto mechanics going forward. And there were a number of photos in the article which was very touching to me, that there are a number of young women who are in those courses, and that makes me so happy that we are making opportunities for women to have success in employment that traditionally has not been very welcoming. That's all I got.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
All right. I want to express my gratitude to students of Empower Watsonville for inviting me to be in their conference and including me on their panel this year. I'm excited to join the conversation and discuss the important topic of mental health with our youth. I also had the pleasure of attending the local youth art exhibition at the Porter Building across the street here that was organized by Ms. Webb from Watsonville High. But I love that this year we included a lot of other schools that were outside of the school district. That was amazing. I want to congratulate everyone who participated in this exhibition. I typically go every year, but I definitely saw a lot more people there, and I thought that was really great. Seeing the creativity and talent of our youth fills me with motivation and energy. It reinforces my commitment to the work that I do in the community. And to all the artists, thank you for being bold, for dreaming big, and for having the courage to showcase your art, even when it touches on things that can be deeply personal or challenging. Your bravery and creativity are truly inspiring. I also wanted to share a little bit about my visit at Alianza Charter School, where I had the opportunity to engage with students, many classes actually, about their ideas for an upcoming mural. It was such a rewarding experience, and I really wish you guys could have seen, and if I could fully capture the excitement and their joy of these students and how they were expressing that they were excited to contribute to something in their school. And they loved the idea that I asked them, what do you want to see on your walls? So that was really special. Moments like this remind me why I do this work. The enthusiasm and happiness I witness are powerful and reminders of how amazing our kids really are in this school district. We have incredible students in this district, and seeing their smiles, their positivity, and their potential really reminds me why I'm sitting here. So thank you for inviting me to your schools.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge?
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to see everybody here today. Just briefly, from the reports I keep hearing, the stadium, Watsonville High, should be completed by graduation, and so hopefully we could get that on track. And that's important. Being from Watsonville, when we graduate, that's something we look forward to. I know some of my colleagues graduated from Watsonville High. I graduated from Watsonville High. My daughter is graduating from Watsonville High this year, and my grandparents graduated from Watsonville High, and I look forward, and hopefully it'll be completed. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Try to make this as quick as possible. It's really nice to see everybody here tonight. Thank you for coming out and spending your evening and your time with us, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Some of the things that I've been up to, I attended the parent info session as a parent at Aptos High with Dr. Contreras discussing some of the concerns regarding the current 7-period schedule. She also committed, as she said here before, to continuing with the 7-period schedule for next year, as long as the students and the staff wish to pursue with that. But there are some issues going forward in the future with the 7-period schedule that have a lot to do with equity across our schools in the district. And while we don't want to take anything away from our students, we do have to make sure that we are providing equitable access and equitable opportunities to all the students in our district. Secondly, I know there was some confusion on that, and hopefully I can help with questions, and I've been reaching out to individual parents. I also had planned on visiting Rio with Dr. Contreras, Rio Del Mar Elementary and Aptos Junior High, but those had to be rescheduled due to district trainings, so later this month. I've been responding as best I can to all the student, teacher, and parent emails, and if I haven't gotten back to you, please know that I just have been inundated and I've been trying to get back to everybody. I've had multiple meetings with community stakeholders. I met with the Barrazas and had a lovely conversation, so thank you for engaging me in that. I also had a conversation with Dr. Allison Tintiango Cubales. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. And we had a nice conversation as well. I spoke with several concerned parents over the phone and over text about the changes at Aptos, and I encourage anybody else to please reach out to me because I feel like those conversations one-on-one answer questions better than going back and forth on social media. And then I attended the gala for the Monarch services with a few of the PVUSD staff, and we heard some moving testimonial from a young woman on how that organization changed her life. And for those who don't know, Monarch Services provides assistance to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. I've also been researching more about the CME program, and I know there has been some issues raised by our risk and attorneys in regards to this program, and I'm still trying to get more information. So just because you haven't heard back from me on that, I'm still looking into it. I also held a first community listening session. Initially it was going to be on Instagram, but we transitioned to Zoom because my account was less than 30 days old. And actually, I felt like the Zoom format was better. It was a little intimidating to put myself out there and not sure what I was going to get, but it actually was a really great, productive discussion with, we had a person that was a college counselor on there. We had student trustee Daniel, thank you so much for joining, and a few parents. And it was really great because, Daniel got to answer some of the questions about his experience at Aptos High. And I felt like it was a really good opportunity to bring students and prospective parents and community members together. So I'll continue that, and we'll post more information on that. And then another thing that we've been doing is I acknowledge that as a board, I don't feel like we've been necessarily functioning as a cohesive unit. And we've been doing some reading on the side. One of the books is Lead on Their Behalf, and the author of that book has graciously come and agreed to kind of help us as a board to try to get on track and make sure that we come up with a vision for our district. I've also been educating myself on the role of the board versus the role of the superintendent, and what is board work and what is superintendent work. And I think I was probably confused, and I think maybe a lot of people are confused about the difference between that. As a board, our job is to have the vision for the community and to understand what the values of our community are so that we can translate that into vision and then come up with guidelines and guardrails for the superintendent in which to manifest that vision. So more to come, but there is work behind the scenes on that. I also had a suggestion to start a newsletter, and I was going to reach out to some of the other board members to see if maybe we can come up with a trustee newsletter that we can all contribute to, but more to come. And then I just want to point out that, I understand the pros and cons of social media. I think it's great that we are able to communicate and get information out quickly. I'm a little concerned with some of the things that I've seen on social media, personal attacks on folks. And, I did make a post recently about how I feel that sometimes some of the things that we say on the internet are not things that we would ever say to someone's face. And so I would really appreciate if we can try to have kindness and respect in all venues in regards to things going on in the district, and realize that we all have positive intent and we're all trying to do our best to make sure that we serve the kids of our community. And then lastly, one of the things that came up in my studying and reading about being on the board is how much time that we're spending on non-student focused issues in these meetings, and how we're focusing a lot on adult focused issues, and that over 50% of our time really should be spent in regards to students' measurable achievements and outcomes. And so that is a goal of mine to continue. Some of you may not know that this is the only forum that all 7 of us can meet. And if we are not able to actually get work done because of public comment, which is very important, and I really appreciate all the comment and the dialogue, but when we don't have time to actually get our work done because it's the only time that we can have the 7 of us together, it really harms the district. So with that being said, sorry if I took up more than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And as for me, I was able to visit Landmark Elementary. I met with Principal Fahey there. We visited Miss Silvestri's class. She has a life skills classroom there. Made sure that she was getting all of the resources that she needs. It could be a difficult class, and we want to make sure that all of our students are getting all of the resources that they need to be safe and to have a very successful classroom. So that was fun at Landmark. I also was able to visit Starlight. I met with Principal Medina, and we were able to, Dr. Contreras was with me there as well. We were able to go into one of the science classrooms and help the students with their assignments. That's really fun. I love being able to engage with the students. Before taking on this role, I was in a classroom almost every week, just one of my kids' classes, and I do miss that. And we were also at Starlight. We stopped at the library because there was some excitement going on in there. So we walked in, it's lunchtime, and their librarian, Ms. Pava, opens up the library at lunchtime for the kids. And I was just so happy to see kids choosing to dive into a book during their lunchtime, and it was just heartwarming to see. I also attended the CTE Advisory Committee with Trustee Esqueda. As he mentioned before, some exciting things coming up for our CTE pathways, including, as Trustee Turley mentioned, our auto shop. And, thank you to our CTE Advisory Committee for reaching out and grabbing those grants and adding these opportunities for our children. We're going to have some of the CTE pathways grow and then introduce new. So that was really exciting. I was able to attend the WILP, the Watsonville Ivy League Project fundraiser. Oh my gosh, amazing. There was at least 7 acts. All of them were our students. Baila Folclorio, Mariachi, El Sistema Orchestra, PV High Band. I shouldn't have even started. Let's see, I have some here. Sueños Azteca from PV High. That was yes. Anyway, it was amazing. I suggest if anyone else needs to put together a fundraiser, do the exact same thing. I want an encore. I saw some other fellow trustees there. It was great, and I hope it was a successful fundraiser for WILP. And then also lastly, tomorrow I will be judging Invention Convention, which I always look forward to every year. I love Invention Convention. I was able to attend the National Invention Convention in Dearborn, Michigan with my oldest son years ago. So ever since then, I'm hooked. I think Invention Convention should be in all of our, I believe it's third through fourth, or third, fourth, fifth grade. I'm not sure what grades exactly do it, but we need to grow that in our district. And that's all for me today. I will move us on now to item 3.5, our Red Apple Award. Alicia Jimenez, our PIO, will present our Red Apple Award recipients. We do have public, did I see a card? We do have a public comment. Should they go before or after? I'm just Red Apple. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and we have one public comment for 3.5, so I'm gonna allow Chris Webb to go ahead and do that before. Sorry, Alicia.
Oh, good evening, board. I think that this item is too early on the agenda and it should actually be after the approval. Also, I feel like the consent agenda should also be a little later than, I think the consent agenda should be after your budget report, especially in light of the situation where we're cutting people. And there's a lot of spending on there. So I feel like it would make sense to have the budget first. But more on the Red Apple Award, I would also be into seeing more transparency in how these awardees are being decided. I think there's been a lot of legit awardees, especially like classified, and then like Nancy Zuniga in particular, Gregorio in particular. But there was another like managerial awardee early on in the year that was suspect to me, and I wasn't sure. Partly it's suspect. I've been thinking about it because just this last week, I know that manager to have gotten a complaint before, and there'd been a lot of people upset with them previously. And one of the people who did the complaint got a pink slip, and I know that person to be really solid. So I'm concerned that maybe this item is turning into like a favorites, like an insiders club or something, and that really bothers me. Partly I say this because there was another recent awardee who was also seemed kind of suspect to me, and as somebody who prioritized integrity, I felt like I had to speak. And also I wanted to say that your awardee that I'm concerned about, they weren't better than the awardee that I nominated, who was for integrity, and that was Bobby Pels. And I'm concerned that we're not, maybe because I'm outspoken, because he's outspoken, because we defend students, maybe we're not allowed to like, it might be that he's DQ'd or something. So I just want to have us look at this a little bit. And also we should maybe cut this item if we're going to cut public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you. Hello, community. I'm Alicia Jimenez. It's always an honor to speak before you, especially with this wonderful item. I think it's wonderful to celebrate and honor staff, especially when they are nominated by their peers. Now, I can let you know we receive anywhere between 80 to 100 nominations each time. I use this app online that is called Wheel of Names. It is as random as you can get. I get everyone on that list, I add it, and I do it once. And that person, under certificated once, that person wins. Once for classified, that person wins. Once for a certificated, that person wins. The first person. There is no bias and there is always evidence. I keep a photo of that. We do not play favoritism. When it comes to peers nominating their peers, we take it seriously. It's important. That's why we inform everyone that this is a random selection. And we also inform those people, those staff, nominating staff, we inform them. We let them know that people did not win so that they are aware. Because then it's important, and we encourage them to continue nominating. And I'm very proud of every single one of our staff, my peers, who have stood before you here, nominated by their peers. I think it speaks volumes to who they are. So thank you so much for always listening to this. I appreciate that. So as you all know, these are the characteristics that our nominees embody. And I'm going to start off with our classified staff winner. Christina Ogden, she's the Administrative Secretary 2 in the state and federal programs. Christina, if you want to come on up, as I'm saying a lot about you, people really appreciate the work you do. Christina received 3 nominations. If peers are nominated more than once, I will enter their name the number of times they're nominated because it is fair. Christina embodies all of the PVUSD core values gracefully. Christina juggles multiple tasks and meets the many needs of everyone in the department on a daily basis. She is super patient and kind. She makes anyone feel welcomed and shows inclusivity every day for many years. The quality of work, whether she's helping in person or via email, Christina does so with such a high work ethic, always ensuring that what she produces is of top quality. Christina is also the first in our department to recognize and celebrate others. Her efforts to keep our department staff unified is something she sees as part of her job. She provides support for so many different programs in our department, and she does so with noteworthy excellence. And all 3 of them actually nominated for embodying the core value of excellence. So thank you, everybody. Now we're going to go with the certificated staff. And I'd like to see if Ms. Carla Miller, a teacher of Freedom Elementary, is here. Come on over, Ms. Miller. Carla Miller is a person who demonstrates excellence. She has high expectations for her students. Her teaching demonstrates excellence in teaching students in various ways. She makes technology her top priority and asks for help with coaches to give the best education to her students. She always helps her peers and colleagues when needed. And Ms. Miller embodies the core value of excellence. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Congratulations. If anyone came here to accompanying these winners, please wait for me and I'll be happy to take a picture of you outside with them, okay? Thank you so much. And the last person the last winner is actually a teacher who's been also playing an administrator. So he came as an administrator today, Mr. Jorge Bermudez, a teacher and a leader of New School. Mr. Bermudez, who brought his cheering squad. Jorge is an exceptional teacher, leader, and surrogate administrator. When my mother broke her hip in December, I had to go take care of her. Jorge jumped in and covered the administrative role with grace and competency. Because of his ability to make sound judgments, I was able to concentrate on my mother and not worry about my sight. He's also one of the best teachers I've ever seen, making curriculum relevant and having the students use their academic language to explain their thought process. Jorge has partnered with our counselor and community support specialist to start a leadership club. He is always willing to step up to any task at hand. And this is the third one of our team who is also nominated for embodying the core value of excellence. Congratulations to all winners.
Can I have people who have a seat available next to them raise their hand in case somebody wants to sit down? So people in the back, if you'd like to sit down, the people who have their hands raised, there's seats available next to them.
Also, I do want to let you know we have more, tenemos más, I don't know how to say headphones, máquinas para traducción en español si necesitas. Tenemos más, acá con Urenia López puedes agarrar traducción en español. Okay, so, I am going to move us on to item 4.1, the approval of the agenda. So I have been asked if we can move up item 11.5 because we have students and teachers who are speaking. And also we have heard tonight, and I've heard from several people that about moving the consent agenda after our action items. If a board member is, if the board is in favor of that and someone would like to make a motion to that, then we can vote on that. So again, that was moving 11.5 up before 11.1, correct? And then moving consent behind our action items.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. So that passed 7-0. Oh, I'm sorry, any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, that passes. Oh, I'm sorry, okay. What we're voting on is for two things, moving the whole consent agenda after our action items. And then also moving 11.5 up in the action items. Okay, so yes. So are you in favor of voting for that, or do you want to abstain? Okay. Okay, so that motion passes 6-1. And we will now move forward with item 5.1, the approval of our February 25th board meeting minutes. Can I have
I move approval.
I second.
okay, I have a motion to approve and I have a second. All those in favor? Any abstaining? I'm sorry, any opposed? Any abstaining? Thank you. That passes 7-0. I'm going to move us on to item 5.2, approval of the March 5th board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
I move approval.
I have a first.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0.
I had a speaker card for 4.1.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm sorry. Okay.
Probably looks like a 9 because my handwriting
It
is
does.
off.
We have it as 9.
So that's C.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I did want to speak under this item to respectfully request that the board president motion to allow every member of the public who wishes to speak under public comment the opportunity to do so. I recognize that this agenda is jam-packed, but that is a function of this board's decision to move from meeting to every 2 weeks to meeting every 3. So we're meeting less frequently and we're allowing less time for public comment. That's not right. By actively working to silence the public, you are reinforcing the false narrative that this is the board's meeting held in public and not a public meeting. The simple step of allowing the public the time we deserve to address you would go so far in turning the temperature down and would be a step in the right direction of achieving unity. I would also like to encourage the board to only allow members of our employee organizations to speak under items 8.1 through 8.4. Something about having a member of the public who has zero clue what it takes to be a teacher speaking under the PVFT time to lecture us just rubs me the wrong way. And I think that the intent of these agenda items is to provide a space for our employee organizations to highlight the work we are doing and to air our grievances. So I would like to respectfully request that we listen to everybody in this room. You've got a room full of people who came to speak to you today. Please listen to them.
Thank you. And I will actually address that if I'm allowed and when we get to visitor non-agenda items, if I'm able to make a motion at that time, then I will have a motion to pass at that time. So for right now, though, we do have a little bit to read out of closed session. We will need to reconvene. We were not able to get to all of our items. And so for now, though, we do have some items that we were able to finish.
Motion number 1, closed session item 2.5. I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by District Administration on March 26, 2025, with 27 and 9 additional action items.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0.
And then I have an announcement. The PVUSD is pleased to announce the selection of Samantha Legarreta, did I say that right? As the new principal of Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. Samantha has been serving students since 2013 as both a middle school and elementary teacher, and most recently as the principal of Minty White Elementary. Before that, she was an academic coordinator for Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. She has also served as the vice principal at El Gabalin Elementary School. Samantha began her career teaching at Landmark Elementary and has also taught at Linscott Charter. She obtained her Bachelor of Arts in History from California State University, Fresno, and a Master of Arts in History from San Jose State. While attending CSUMB, she earned her multiple subject teaching credential. She obtained her administrative credential from Santa Clara County Office of Education, Leaders in Educational Administration program. Ms. Legarreta brings her 11+ years of experience in elementary, middle school, and administrative roles to site principal, and we're proud to welcome this highly accomplished educator to her new administrative role. Go Chameleons!
Okay, thank you. And I will now move us on to item 7, visitor non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda this evening. Please know that though Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, we are listening. And I do see that we have over 15 comment cards. So I would like to make a motion to the board that we change the number of minutes to 1 minute in a sense, and able to hear everyone's voice.
I second that motion.
So I have a first and a second. All those, we have like 30. Yeah. We'll hear all of them. I'm sorry, somebody asked how many, so we're counting them. Tw- 28 comment cards. So we will be able to hear all of them. Okay, so all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? So, oh, Jessica's not here, I'm sorry. It's okay, Jessica, I'm sorry. We're voting on allowing 1 minute so we could hear everyone. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? So that passes 6-1. And I do just want to ask that please be respectful. I know it's 1 minute, it's not a whole lot of time, but for every minute that we go over, you're taking that time away from the person behind you. So please try to stick to your 1 minute. And Trustee Navarro will call you up.
We also moved the student comments to the front, just to be mindful of students having to get out of here to get some sleep and do their homework. So Nolan McEvoy, Mila Tritt, Maximiliano Barraza, Excel Barraza, Natalie Vowles, Abigail Anderson, oh, that's a parent, it's the wrong one. Alondra Ayala, and Lilia Faro. The parents.
Can we ask, kind of not who got the word with? There's a lot of students didn't know about the word card. If there's any more students on the card.
Take a look. We'll let these students that we've called speak, and then once they're done, we'll ask if there's any students that did not get to, and we'll have you come up. Okay, if your name was called, go ahead and come forward. It doesn't have to be in that specific order. You can do it. You can do it. This is awesome. Make sure you introduce yourself.
Okay. Which one of us should go first? Okay. My name is Nolan McAvoy. I am in 3rd grader at Rio de Mar Elementary. Our classrooms are not safe. Please keep 3 full classrooms for next year in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Mila, and I am in 3rd grade at Rio de Mar Elementary School. This past year has been a very hard year for me because a child in my class is acting out and causing me stress and anxiety. I often don't want to go to school because I am afraid of his behavior. His actions make me feel unsafe, and when this happens, I have a hard time concentrating on my schoolwork. Some days I can't even eat my lunch because my stomach hurts. When this child gets upset in my class, he throws things like books, computers, and chairs, and sometimes even flips over desks. When this happens, we have to leave the classroom and wait for him to calm down. This causes me to miss important learning time, which makes it difficult for me to concentrate and learn. I feel like I'm falling behind. I want to share this because I feel it is affecting both my education and my well-being. I would really appreciate if you could help address this situation so that I can feel safe at school and focus on my studies. Thank you for listening.
Hello, board. My name is Natalia, and I'm a student leader at Aptos High. My friend Zola already emailed Trustee Medina about this issue, but I would like to bring it to light in front of the whole board. 2 weeks ago, a group of 40 students were selected to meet with Dr. Contreras in order to inform about the recent commotion regarding the 7-period day and to address student concern. While it was appreciated that Dr. Contreras came out to speak to students, to many, the meeting was full of nothing but utter disappointment. Many students who attended, including myself, felt our concerns were blatantly disregarded as our questions were answered inconclusively and in an extremely condescending tone. A friend of mine, a young and concerned freshman, had a list of questions ready on her phone and was glancing at it while asking Dr. Contreras questions. Dr. Contreras made a comment saying she hoped she wasn't recording her and patronizingly asked if she was a, quote, reporter or journalist or something. These types of comments do not foster a welcoming environment that allows for students to openly express their concerns. She is not a reporter, she is not a journalist, she is a concerned student who is advocating for the future of her education, and your comments towards her were completely uncalled for. It is already difficult and intimidating to speak to adults in position of power, and we really prompt you guys to please develop your guys' standards of communication with us, because many of our students and staff feel in the dark and not communicated well with.
Good evening, board. As a reminder, my name is Maximiliano Barraza Hernandez, and I am a sophomore at Pajaro Valley High School. I'll hold off on the ethnic studies comments for today, and I'll save them for the meeting on Friday. Our school culture is doing great, but many of the students and teachers are tired and burnt out from our current class schedule. Furthermore, I understand that students and teachers for years have been asking the district to allow us to change our schedule to better meet our needs. All I'm asking is for the same level of thought and care given to the students, the teachers, and families from the other high schools. Dr. Contreras, please meet with PV High School and listen to our concerns and solutions about our schedule. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ishel Barraza. Many of you might already know me because I've been coming here for the past 2 years to stand up for my community. Today, I'm here to back up my fellow PV High School students. My fellow students and teachers have been fighting for a schedule that works for us. Right now, we have a block schedule that keeps us in class too long and doesn't allow teachers to adequately prepare for their classes. I know that recently Superintendent Contreras had a series of meetings with parents and students from Aptos High to help them keep a schedule that works for them. I'm just here to ask for the same consideration and respect from Superintendent Contreras and the board so that we can advocate for a schedule that works for us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Anderson, and I am a freshman from Aptos High School. I am here because I am concerned about the 7-period schedule and how it's going to affect our arts at our school. At Aptos, we take our arts through electives, and we don't have any after-school options because we don't have the funding for it. If Aptos High loses the 7-period schedule and is forced to reduce art classes, what opportunities will there be for us to take art? Also, I and many other students are upset by what appears to be a forced resignation of our principal. We haven't gotten any communication from the district about what's happened. I understand that a lot of it is confidential, but the lack of information has left the community feeling very suspicious. We feel like we like our principal, and I would implore the board to change their mind. During such difficult times, having a principal in our community who we can trust is very valuable to us. Thank you.
Hello, PV members, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. My name is Alondra Ayala. I'm a junior at Renaissance High School. I want to speak on behalf of our students. Losing several of our CTE teachers will be a huge loss to our school because these hands-on classes help motivate us to start thinking about our future careers. And these teachers are some of the most emotionally supportive in our school. They provide a safe place for us to show creativity. Please reconsider this decision for the well-being of the students of Renaissance. I know these decisions are hard, but please work to find other solutions. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Liliana Lon Alfaro, and I am a senior at Pajaro Valley High School, and I am speaking on behalf of the enrichment period schedule for my school. Of my 4 years at PV, I was only extracurricularly involved in the later 2 years out of fear of not knowing how to balance clubs, homework, and mental health as a struggling teenager. Now, facing my fears, I am more involved with my community only at the expense of my own being. I get home at 8 to 9 p.m. on school nights, having work, theater rehearsals, and club meetings. When I get home, I seldom have time to do my own homework, including for my AP courses. And every minute during school I do work for all 5 clubs I am affiliated with, 2 of which I am president of. The 2-hour-long classes I attend 3 times a day, 5 days a week, drain my focus, and I am unable to give my full attention to any assignments in the last half hour, whereas in the first hour of class, I feel productive and attentive. A year ago, I joined mock trial, and strenuous pressure was aimed at our schools to succeed and represent and thrive as the first team since COVID, but the long hours after school was spent practicing with the few resources we were given. Thank you. But the long hours after school were very difficult to be at after dark. Getting home at 9 was new to me. This year, PV has no mock trial team because the hours conflicted with the students. If they had time to practice during school, we could have that mock trial team with no flex or enrichment period. Students are left with a 15-minute break or after eating the last 15 minutes of lunch. If I had an enrichment period, I could actually do my AP homework. I could do work for my clubs, and I could breathe without burning out. Thank you.
Okay, so were there any students that we missed? Please, yeah, go ahead and come forward and state your name and we'll find your yellow card.
Trustee,
Yes.
yeah, I think it would just be easier if we just have all the students line up and.
Yeah, any students who submitted a card who wants to speak, if we didn't call you, it's because, I'm sorry, we just started the new orange card system, so, yeah. So if you're a student who submitted a card, but state your name so we could pull your name out of the existing cards.
Okay. I'm Kenya from Pajaro Valley High School. I'm a senior. Kenya?
Can you state your full name, please?
Kenya Gomez. Okay. Hello, my name is Kenya from Pajaro Valley High School. I'm a senior. I'm here to talk about Renaissance and moving to PV. And I wanted to say that please don't move Renaissance to PV. It's not fair for both schools, and it's better if they have their own campus. Sure, I may be a senior, but I have 2 brothers, and one of them comes here, and the other one most likely will come here too. I want both of my brothers to have a safe and comfortable campus, and I'm not only talking about for my brothers, but also for the future kids that are coming to PV High. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eddie. I'm a junior at PV here with Student Action Council. Our current schedule isn't working. Students are exhausted, uninspired, and struggling to balance their education with everything else in their lives. Teachers are overworked, and the school day feels like an endless grind. A schedule with multiple enrichment periods is the solution. This idea was developed by PV staff and students to solve our school's biggest issues. Right now, our classes are too long, 115 minutes each. That's nearly 2 hours of sitting in one class, and it's draining for both students and teachers. On top of that, students don't have many elective options. There's no option for a free period before 12th grade, making it hard to balance early college courses or jobs. Also, students don't have enough time in between classes to process, implement what they've learned. With multiple enrichment periods, students could join clubs that they're interested in without needing to lose time anywhere else, make up credits for graduation, or possibly even graduate early, and have a set time to build community with their peers and teachers with whom they can also collaborate to improve the school culture. And it's not just students, teachers are burnt out too. Teachers at PV teach longer hours than their peers at other schools in the district.
Hello, my name is Isabella Brandon. I'm a senior at Pajaro Valley High School. And it's not just students. It's like with multiple enrichment periods, teachers would also have more flexibility to offer enrichment activities based on student interests, whether it's academic support, clubs, wellness programs, or hands-on learning. Instead of cramming so much rote learning into an already overloaded day, multiple enrichment periods would give students time to explore their interests, connect with peers, and apply real-world skills all during the school day. This isn't just about getting students more fun time. It's about meeting real needs. Students struggling academically can use enrichment for tutoring, test prep, or credit recovery without missing core classes. Students facing personal challenges can work with support groups during the school day instead of falling behind. Special education can replace SAI classes with enrichment, freeing up their schedules to take electives, PE, or world languages. Students who feel disconnected will have a chance to find something that excites them, helping with engagement and attendance. This system lets students take control of their education, and when students feel like they have control, they show up. Better engagement equals better attendance, which means fewer budget cuts. Thank you.
My name is River. I am also with the Student Action Council. As of now, the district is fine with relocating Renaissance High to PV, even though we don't have the space or resources. Where's the proof that PV is the only option? Families and students deserve transparency before decisions are made. At the superintendent Q&A, our concerns weren't answered. How does adding another school help PV when we're still building our identity, still waiting for a finished campus, still trying to create traditions? The reality of the state of PV is we've had 4 principals in 5 years, teacher vacancies every year since COVID, campus delays thanks to Watsonville Pilots Association, the EPA, and the past district mismanagement of Measure L funds. All we're asking is 1 year where we can focus on healing and growing without another crisis dropped on us. PV has been treated like a dumping ground for too long. We fought for Measure L and Measure M because we were promised investment. Instead, we got excuses and silence. The Performing Arts Center, maybe May 2026. The pool, even later. The campus updates we were promised, no word. Meanwhile, Watsonville High School and Aptos High School keep getting more. They just added Dance 1 as a VAPA elective. PV didn't get any and just got grant money for CTE classrooms. PV was left out. The CTE programs give students real career opportunities, but PV was denied a culinary pathway in 22-23 because of lack of facilities. Even though room E11 already has what is needed. The district reviewed it in 23-24, but there's no record of it. We were told an outdoor kitchen was an option, but the district never followed up. And when we had a chance to build a regenerative agriculture pathway in partnership with Esperanza Farms, the district had no follow-up. Right now, PV has half to a third of the CTE classes that the Watsonville and Aptos have. So every year, 100 plus students leave PV for better options. AP and honors courses boost GPAs, help students get into college, and push them academically. Aptos has 28 AP and honors courses. Watsonville has 24, but PV a whopping 11.
My name is Jocelyn. I'm at senior PV. I'm going to continue what River just said. How is that fair? This isn't just a number game. It's our future. Even with all of this, PV students are leading the way. We pioneered the district's ethnic literature and ethnic history courses, paced the district in earning the state's seal of civic engagement. ALS 4 students partnered with Digital Nest to build a student-run news platform so we can control our own narrative and address the stigma affecting PV. Our ALS 3 students are organizing care presentations on student issues to make our campus a more supportive and welcoming place. Our math team leads best practices for the district. It is not just academics. Robledo and his students bring children's theaters to local schools without even having basic resources like vehicles or sufficient room to practice in. And Alandis built the district's best band program in just 3 years. PV now has a drumline, mariachi, marching band, and color guard, all working out of a portable classroom. The district loves using PV as a model for innovation, but when it's time to invest in us, we're ignored. Withholding information, failing to communicate, and neglecting follow-through is disenfranchisement. Giving more to some schools and while ignoring others is injustice. Supporting one community over another out of fear of their backlash is cowardice. PV students, staff, and families have fought for every opportunity we have, but we shouldn't have to keep fighting alone. It's time for the district to do what they promised. Let's get it done.
Thank you, students. I appreciate hearing your thoughts. Next, we have Cindy Edinger, Patricia Hidalgo, Bill Beecher, Takashi Mizuno, Mitchell Tritt, and Courtney McEvoy.
Right. Good evening, board, Dr. Navarro, our area 2 or area 4, and Dr. Heather Contreras, our superintendent. I'm a property taxpayer from area 2, from Flores, and I'm a son attending in Rolling Hills Middle School. I'm a math teacher at Renaissance High School, and I'm glad to hear about SEBA possibly staying at their current site. That would be amazing. But I don't want to be remiss on Renaissance High not being relocated, because I want us to stay there. We need to stay there. We've been there over 50 years, and we need to stay there. The other thing I want to talk about is the Somebody talked about equitable access to CTE classes. Our students are required to take all these CTE classes. Please don't cut our CTE programs and teachers. They're part of our family. Like, they are part of us. And so my STEAM Academy, Jason Solis, you guys have a packet. He even said this photo of him and all of our students, really quick, this shows the mutual love and support that students and staff at Renaissance are here to share and how we embrace one another. I just wanted to please don't cut our CTE. Please don't move us.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about Trustee Dodge's many absences from the board. Over the last 10 months, he has missed 8 of 15 meetings, and he was late tonight, meaning he wasn't here to make the decisions in the closed session that are important to this board. In addition, over the last 6 years, he's been on very few committees. There's not much that this board can do. You cannot dismiss him. That can only be done with a recall election. However, there are several things that you can do. Censor him for failing to attend. Prorate his pay based on his attendance, which would be less than half. Take away his medical benefits. In other words, if he does not attend, he loses his benefits. Doing nothing means you condone his behavior.
Hi, good evening, and I'm Takashi, and I joined the gathering to support a campaign or movement for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people at Cabrillo College today. And I have only 1 minute to speak, so I share just 3 things which I learned today. One of them is 5,712 cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls were reported in 2016. Only 116 of them were logged in Department of Justice database. Murder is the third leading cases of deaths among American Indian and Alaska Native women and girls aged 10 to 24 years old. And the third, more than 90% of the cases in this study were never covered by national or international media. Yeah, 1 minute.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Contreras and the PVUS Board. My name is Patricia Hidalgo, and besides being a longtime teacher in the district, I'm a proud mother of a sophomore and a freshman at PV High School. Ever since my kids started their time at PV, I've been so impressed by the quality of teaching they have received. Teachers have made lasting impressions on them. I'm so thankful for that. I'm saddened to find out that one of those great teachers, Mr. Shannon, has received a pink slip, making clear the potential for a layoff. My hope is that the PVUSD, the board, and administrators are doing all they can to avoid losing Mr. Shannon and so many other dedicated teachers. Besides the stellar teachers my kids have had while at PV, I've also noticed all that is not available at PV that is available at other schools in the district. Chief among those, the opportunity to have 7-period day. I wondered why. Having this structure would provide some space and flexibility for kids to take advantage of the too few electives that are already available. Why wouldn't we all want the opportunity to have classes that offer experiences and open roads? And yet, only Aptos High has the 7-period day. Why is that? Okay, when I found out that teachers at our school want the 7 periods and have been denied the opportunity year after year, it becomes kind of unacceptable. And then today we find out that Watsonville High gets $1 million plus for their auto shop, which Pajaro Valley does not have. It would be one thing if the 6 periods was status quo for all PVUSD schools, but it's not the case. Where is the equity that the district has long been committed to? It is nowhere in sight from where the PV high school community stands. I ask you to think of the families who have entrusted you in their kids' education.
Thank you, Ms. Hidalgo. We'd love to hear more, but
Yes.
unfortunately we had to limit it to 1 minute so we could hear everyone.
Good. One last
Thank
thing.
you.
We chose PV High School. Now it's time for the district to choose PV High School too.
Hi, my name is Mitchell. This is my daughter Mila. She goes to Rio Del Mar Elementary. I'm here on deep concerns regarding the ongoing safety issue within our school due to the lack of disciplinary action against students who repeatedly engage in disruptive and harmful behavior. When students who engage in harmful behaviors are not appropriately reprimanded, it sends a message that such actions are tolerated. This is not a compromise the safety of the school, but also affects the moral and mental health of students who must endure these negative experiences weekly, if not daily. Furthermore, it undermines the efforts of dedicated educators and staff who strive to create a positive learning environment. These issues have constantly been brought up to the principal and the staff. The staff has tried to say it, but the principal is not doing anything. She keeps saying that she's going to step in and help. She doesn't do anything. Multiple parents have stepped up and voiced their opinion and their concern with students. We had her tell one parent that if you don't want them and they don't feel safe, have them move to another school. So they moved them to another school. That's not right. We need someone that steps up and takes care of the students.
Good evening. My name is Courtney McAvoy, and I am here as a deeply concerned parent from our third grade at Rio Del Mar Elementary. This is not just about disruptions in the classroom, it is a real danger. Among a number of our third grade students, my son Nolan has been physically attacked on multiple occasions, most recently this last St. Patrick's Day. Every year since kindergarten, these children have endured numerous class evacuations due to violent outbursts. They have watched desks, chairs, and other objects thrown across the room. They have seen their peers violently attacked. They have watched one student try to self-harm. They have even been threatened with gun violence and death. This is unacceptable. The school and district's response to this crisis has been inadequate. On February 11th, the critical meeting for parents to discuss these safety concerns was canceled. Instead, the district rolled out a so-called safety plan that does absolutely nothing to help prevent these violent behaviors. Case in point, my son was attacked after this plan was put into place with the student's behavioral tech watching. Our principal's response was, well, the behavioral tech was just not standing close enough, but that's all it takes is just one time. I fully support students receiving the behavioral interventions they need, but not at the expense of the safety and well-being of an entire grade. Every child deserves a safe learning environment, and right now that is not the reality for our students. What they are learning, however, is that it's acceptable to beat up another person with no real repercussion. How do you think that's going to translate in their adult lives? Our kids are scared and tired of constantly being subjected to this. We need stronger protections for all students, clear consequences, which include a definitive line for expulsion of violent behavior, and a real plan to support those children who do need the behavioral intervention without compromising the safety of others. Thank you.
Kristen Spencer, Dr. Bilichik, Maria Rodriguez, Kelly Alari, Brandon Denise, Gabriel Barraza, Lourdes Barraza.
Hello, my name is Kristen Spencer. I'm the parent of 2 students at Rio Del Mar Elementary, including a 3rd grader, and I'm here tonight to ask for your oversight and your intervention regarding the safety concerns facing our 3rd grade cohort. Since kindergarten, there have been several students in the 3rd grade cohort that have exhibited continued unsafe behaviors. Despite parents continually raising concerns, writing letters, and holding meetings, these behaviors continue. Behaviors include physical aggression, such as punching, choking, and strangling other students, self-harm, overthrowing furniture, and throwing large objects across the classroom, even verbal threats of gun violence and killing. Despite reassurance that interventions are being put in place, these behaviors continue. Recently, one 3rd grader was forced to switch schools for safety reasons after literally being strangled on the playground. Many of the 3rd grade students have developed anxiety and expressed fear about attending school. They verbalize that they do not feel safe and are afraid of being attacked or getting caught in the crossfire of a physical outburst. As a parent, I am livid that these behaviors continue to be tolerated. I'm fearful that it's only a matter of time before a student is seriously harmed. And I'd also like to ask that you continue with 3 4th grade classrooms next year to support this very high needs cohort.
Good evening, Nancy Bilasich. Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, esteemed trustees and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. Over the years, I've had the privilege of attending countless meetings, and I've witnessed firsthand the unwavering passion and commitment that is dedicated to our students. The positive energy in this room is nothing short of inspiring. It's clear to me that our community and each of you genuinely care about the success and well-being of our students. But as we continue to champion their future, I urge us all to remember the importance of kindness, respect, and understanding. Our shared mission is one of unity. And while our goals align, sometimes our delivery can become more personal than it needs to be. Let us keep our focus squarely on the students we serve. Tonight, let us strive for a meeting that brings joy, resolution, and collaboration rather than divisiveness. Together, we are powerful. I have deep appreciation for your leadership and the work you do for our students. Let's continue to move forward with purpose and heart.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I'm the mother of a PV High freshman. I'm also a teacher at PV High. I've been teaching there for 20 years since the school opened. I'm here to advocate for my son, for the 1,300 PV students, and for Renaissance High School as well. Renaissance High School students and staff have been doing a great job in building community where they're at, so they shouldn't be uprooted. Dr. Contreras, you mentioned at least 4 times in the Q&A memo published 2 weeks ago that PV was designed to hold up to 2,000 students. Perhaps it was, if it was completed. Let's remember that we don't have for a long time, we didn't have a field, we don't have a pool, we don't have a theater, and we lost 9 classrooms when the field was built. PV was not designed nor built to house 2 high schools. PV was not designed nor built to hold 2 high schools. I would like to invite every single one of you to come to PV and see for yourselves. The plan to house Renaissance High School at the K and the J portables with a fence around it is not logical nor physically possible unless you want it to look like a detention center. We also need more options for AP courses and electives. We're not asking for more. We're asking for equity. We're asking for equality. We're asking for courses such as construction, culinary arts, auto shop, agriculture, and others that other high schools have, and we don't. And other high schools are fighting to keep what they already have that we've never had in 20 years. So please consider giving PV High School equitable treatment for once in 20 years. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Contreras. My name is Kelly Allery. I'm a parent of a student at Aptos High, as well as a parent of a student who graduated from Aptos High last year. I appreciate your time and your commitment to our students and our community. I feel very strongly that you should all be aware that there is a petition to reinstate Dr. Allison Hanks Sloan with over 550 signatures on a petition that's been available less than a week. She filled the very large shoes that Ms. Pugh left for her, and she has gained the trust and respect of the teachers, the staff, and the students. And there are a lot of people that feel very strongly that she is reinstated, and I'm asking you to consider that. I'm also asking for some transparency or some communication regarding CME. I have to thank Trustee Navarro and Trustee Flynn. Trustee Navarro for calling me last week and speaking with me regarding my concerns, and Trustee Flynn for responding to my email. Dr. Contreras, I have not heard from you. I am not in support of the inappropriate contact that I have heard that you have experienced. I'm not a part of that. I don't support that. I believe in respectful communication. And I just want you to know that what I have heard was grossly inappropriate. That's not coming from me, but I still need some communication. Please respond to my email. Also, Mrs. Alicia Jimenez, your communication through COVID-19 was amazing. And I'm really grateful for all you've done for our community. Yes, you. So, and one last thought, which is CME, which is these juniors have been through a lot. They've all worked really hard. They qualified to go, and they're being told that they can't go. And I'm also asking the board to give us some communication, tell us what we need to do. The older kids got to fundraise for it, and these kids aren't being given that chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for letting everybody speak today. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to make this quick, although I do have 3 comments and a poem to read. So first off, I want to comment, Senate Bill 274 requires that our administrators respond to a party who made a behavior referral within 5 days on what actions they took to correct that behavior. If more of our administrators were following the law, I don't think we'd be seeing some of these behaviors. Also, I just wanted to say that our members have the right to invite a trustee to visit without having to run that through the office of the superintendent. And we had 29 union members who were served a layoff notice. 27 of them have requested a hearing. So let's go. That's organizing. Shout out to all of you. And now here's a poem. The poem's title is Uncertainty. Uncertainty has certain advantages, astral concoctions unknown, walking into unfamiliar terrain, guided by the innocence of true self-knowledge, ascertaining the value of the minute, gained in complete awareness. Destiny is a roller coaster that swims through time, requiring the subject to remain malleable and loose. By replacing fear with the distant sounds of horns and xylophones, one can affirm strength in the knowledge of the unknown. Going places may mean sitting down, traveling down the sanctity of the river of the rhythm of nature.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, and I am the father of 2 wonderful PV high school students. A couple things I gotta say about PV is that they're overachievers and they're fighters. They do more with less. A couple themes that I've heard today from people speaking is equity and justice, and a plea for you guys to listen to our voices. It's great that we want to be positive and we want to be unified, but when you're not feeling heard, you get angry. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, you know, not condoning it, but a riot is the language of the unheard. When people are not heard, when people are not respected, they get angry. Pajaro Valley High School is a wonderful school. It has a wonderful culture, a great new principal that has united the students, teachers that are dedicated, but that don't have the resources that they need. Please listen to us when we ask about the schedule. Please give us the same respect that you give to Aptos and Watsonville High School. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Contreras. My name is Dr. Barraza, and like my husband, I'm very proud of my 2 PV High students. And I am here because it's really sad that when we come here, constantly what we hear is, well, there's low student enrollment, but students are here telling you what's going to keep them in school. So I don't know why we're not listening. Kids are telling you the classes that they want. They're telling you the schedules that they want. Aptos High is fighting hard for that schedule. What does that tell you? That tells you that's a schedule that works. Why don't all the schools have it? It's just the inequities are, since I was in school, we see the inequities. I graduated from Watsonville High, went to a bunch of schools in this district. I see the inequities too. And it's like, I'm in my 50s now and they're still the same. When is it going to change? Dr. Contreras, you went on a look, listen, and learn. I wonder what you learned, because I don't know what else you guys need to see to hear what the students want. And one last thing before I go, it's really nice to hear what you guys have been doing, but that took up more than half an hour. So, if you guys can either do keep yourselves to the 1 minute as well, that would be great. Or if you want to write it on a schedule, that would be great. And it would be good also if you guys announce when there's changes, because a lot of the students didn't know. And honestly, I'd suggest a different color, because orange looks too much like the yellow, maybe like a purple or green, something different.
So I received a speaker card for Alex Rivera. If you're here, is this the item that you'd like to speak to? Because there wasn't a number, so. Okay, so Alex Rivera, Christine Hong, Omar Diegues, Chris Webb, Marilyn Garrett, and Bridget Fathom.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Rivera. I'm a community member and also a proud uncle of students here at PV High School, PV Middle School, wherever else they're at. It sounds like there's a lot of passion here, a lot of passion for the principal that's being recalled or made, forced to resign. I think it's very unfortunate. The things that I've seen go on in our history of our schools has always been to disrupt what the students do. It sounds like somebody that they found that they really got attached to during the COVID season, COVID years. When you take that stability away from families, especially families of farm working families and the communities you guys serve, it really disrupts us. That has been some confusion. There's always been people in and out of our lives. And you got to understand, when we trust somebody and we instill our trust, our passion, our heart to someone, we want to stick by them. We're going to support them. And it sounds like Aptos has somebody they love. Why would you want to create that division between people that are trying to do better for their communities and do better for their families and taking that away from them? There's a lot of us that don't have foundations. There's a lot of us that are out there running wild because we are taken advantage of by some of these administrators and financial situations that are going on. We need to get together, PV. Really do.
Oh, Mateo. If you're a student here, please stand up. If you're a student, please stand up. All the students, please stand up. Thank you for showing up today and sacrificing to be here to voice your opinion, to voice your concerns that affect you in school. Having said that, I demand that this board make the same sacrifices that these students are making by giving us more time to talk. We're all coming up here and we're, that's not how it works. Please show respect to these students for taking the time out to come out here and voice their opinion and for making those sacrifices. Daniel, you can't make decisions and you gotta be present if you wanna support these students. I agree with you. I've been noticing that. You're part of this community, act like it. Thank you.
I do want to ask, please, when handling these microphones, please be really gentle with them. They're fragile. We've already broken one and it's on our dime to replace them. So please, going forward, be gentle with the microphone.
Marilyn Garrett. I taught 20 years in this district at a Misty and Calabasas school. And the most important thing is that we're in a healthy environment that's not being poisoned by different sources. Recently, we had the Moss Landing fire that, and I have flyers on this, never again stop the 3 lithium-ion battery storage facilities proposed for our county. Behind Dominican location is one proposed next to Aptos High School, 90 Minto Road, Watsonville. We need to contact the Board of Supervisors and everyone to ban these lithium-ion battery storage facilities. Thousands of people in the county, Santa Cruz and Monterey, are ill from the toxic air released from the world's largest lithium battery fire. And students want hands-on experience, reach out to the community. This is an excellent project to protect the students and the community by stopping this in any way possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine Hong. I want to speak about a conversation that I had recently with someone named Cruz Gomez, who's a local legend. Cruz Gomez was behind Gomez versus Watsonville, and she understood so well that change comes through struggle. And what she did was she challenged a system of at-large voting and made sure that there was district voting so there wouldn't be the kind of racialized suppression of voters in this area. And I want to say this because some of you are up there because you stepped forward and your authority comes from the people. And This community flipped every single open seat on this board in the recent election. And so I shared a packet with you. In that packet, you can study the struggle from the perspective of the community. I urge you to do so before Friday. And I want to just say in closing, Daniel Esqueda, you are a shining light. You are consistently thoughtful. You are so well prepared. I believe that at minimum, you should have the right to frame the discussion. And I really believe that you should have voting rights. Wherever there is disenfranchisement, wherever there is injustice, we should challenge it.
Board, I'm trusting that you'll do right by Saba and right by Renaissance with respect to their locations. Additionally, I want to respond to a comment that was made where there's some accusations made about our academic counselors at the comp highs. I've had a chance to work with them. I can attest that they do make referrals to Watsonville High or to Renaissance. I know because I'm losing many this just recently. And to those students, if they ever have an issue with getting the schedule they need, that they're welcome to email me and I'll be happy to help them. As I know that in the past, and I've emailed about this, I've spoken about this, how we need a comprehensive framework for the terms with which students can matriculate, so there's not any kind of gatekeeping. I look at losses of key institutions, that academic advisor relationship, that student progress monitoring system, the loss of the after-school program, the loss of variable credits. I think these things, and the busing situation that students brought up, like there's factors that might keep students from going to Renaissance when they should. And lastly, I want to thank Watsonville High students, Watsonville High admin, and Michael Berman and the district office for all joining together for World Social Justice Day. That was a beautiful day. If I never teach again, I'm glad I have that memory. Thank you.
Hello. I want to commend the district's efforts leading to our being awarded such a substantial grant for CTE, over $1 million toward the creation of additional opportunities and bolstering career preparation services for students. Kudos. However, this award is bittersweet to learn about because I work at PV and unless there's been ineffectual communication to our site, we're entirely passed over for distribution of these funds. I've been at PV for about 11 years. I've seen different iterations of previous site and district leadership routinely fail to bring equity to our students at PV in the form of career and technical training. Our kids are so clear about what they desire: pathways for certifications in education, childcare and development, culinary and hospitality management, patient care, entrepreneurship, regenerative agriculture and agroecology, and then the hands-on trades. And the answer is always the same: we don't have the facilities. Our signature pathway is technology, however that came about. And there's no avenue to bring certification or certificated persons onto our site due to restriction X, Y, or Z. As a result, our kids are shoehorned into one of a handful of certification-less courses, some of which they fail at an abysmal rate due to lack of interest. I was shocked to learn that this tremendous resource at our disposal, that my kids, my students, and my literal uterine children were once again failed. In situations where there are chances to correct structural disenfranchisement and we do not take them, we are perpetuating injustice. Any determinings or no's doled out from cabinet about schedules, about classes, about budgets, about anything pertaining to our kids and their opportunities must come with evidence and rationale rooted in educational research, then backed by budgetary data. Anything less is authoritarian. Also, Flores, I have not seen you except for maybe like one time at PV in like a few years. I want to commend Carrasco and Esqueda for coming to our site. Forgive me if some of you have come and you haven't. I see that you guys are all supporting Turley, Navarro. I see that you guys are out there, advocating for your communities. And I'm just saying, Flores, it would be nice.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Maura Carrasco Leonor. I'm here on behalf of Saba College Prep, and I'm here in hopes that you guys can support our school where it's at. I know there's a lot of unhappy neighbors that don't really want our school there, but I'm hoping that you guys can support us. With every school, there's always some type of setback, that somebody doesn't want something going on. There's always traffic. We can't say that everybody's going to be happy on the location of a school. There's always that type of feedback anywhere you go, at Minty White, at EA Hall, at Watsonville High School. I'm hoping you guys can support us with this, keeping our school where it's at. We all love our school. At any school, at Renaissance, where we're at, where Renaissance is at, I hope you guys don't move that school. That's a pretty awesome school. I graduated from Renaissance, and I'm really hoping you guys can support their CET program. Another thing that I want to say before I move, I know my time's up, is that it's really selfish of anybody to move students in any school, that you would interrupt their learning while the prime of their education and affect their social and emotional and possibly lead to something else. So please consider leaving them where they're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura. And I did see, Maura, you submitted a card for 11.1, so we went ahead and moved that over because you spoke now. So is that okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now move us on to item 8, our employee organization comments. Now is the time that we hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes, and we will start with 8.1 PVFT.
All right, what a whirlwind these last few weeks have been. From being officially elected as the next president of the PVFT to being thrust into this role on like 3 days' notice. So I want to start by saying thank you to Nellie for being such a positive force and setting such a high standard for me to hold myself to. I also want to make it clear that Nellie and I have different leadership styles, and I will be relying closely on our executive council, site reps, and members to guide my decision making. I hope that the district affords the PVFT the opportunity for genuine collaboration, because I wholeheartedly believe that when we work together, we can give our students the schools they deserve. I am patiently waiting on Dr. Contreras to start scheduling meetings with me and to afford the PVFT's leadership and the district cabinet the space we need to collaborate with each other, such as biweekly or monthly SELPA and assistant superintendent meetings. I want to be able to bring the leadership to the PVFT into these meetings with me so that we can be more effective in unifying our membership. We want to achieve unity. However, when we have a board president who is trying to pin Jenny's resignation on me, and another board member popping off on social media saying that teachers have fake news to get your information from the source and commenting on confidential employment issues, you are actually the ones being divisive and taking pages from the Trump playbook. You are creating this narrative in your heads that you can't work with us. But I assure you, if you were to speak with the district employees who have collaborated with us, they would tell you that the PVFT stands up for our students and we can be partners in improving student outcomes. Here are some examples from recent weeks of how the district is putting up barriers for true collaboration. The board approved for the district to pay an attorney to negotiate for you in our reopener year negotiations. To me, that seems like you don't actually trust your people at the table, and I would actually vouch for every member of your negotiations team and say that they are intelligent, capable, and have the student's best interest in mind. I don't think you would hear many union presidents saying that, but I am, because I believe we can work together. When it comes to layoffs, we were told time and time again that after our next meeting with the attorney, we can share names and numbers with you. Well, on March 12th, the day before our scheduled human resources meeting, where we believed that the district would be ready to share names and numbers of pink slips with us, I was emailed and basically told that if all we wanted to do was discuss layoffs, don't even bother holding the meeting because we aren't going to tell you anything. During that meeting on March 13th, we were told that the district was still finalizing the list and we would be provided with the names and numbers for pink slip notices after principals had notified their staff. Less than 2 hours after that meeting, I was already having members reaching out to me saying that they were served a layoff notice. This to me clearly demonstrates that the district does not care to collaborate with us. We proposed an MOU on skipping and tie-breaking criteria at that meeting on the 13th. We've yet to receive a response from the district. We absolutely need to come together to negotiate skipping and tie-breaking criteria to determine who gets served a final layoff notice and who doesn't. And if we're not able to do that, I don't think the hearing process is going to go very well for the district, because I believe you guys have made some serious errors, and I believe you're putting the cart before the horse, and you're wanting to negotiate layoffs based on potential class sizes and projections. And some of our CTE teachers who were served a layoff notice have been like with this district since we brought in CTE from the county. We have one person who has a seniority date of 2005. And he was served a layoff notice. He was originally hired in this district in 1987, and then he came back in 2005. So it's like, how are these mistakes being made when you're, as attorneys, are the ones doing the work for you? And then if you're bringing us to the table, we can help prevent these errors instead of having to whoop y'all in the hearing process. So I just want to shout out our members of Aptos High School and PV High School who have been organizing around their bell schedules to improve student outcomes. This is an example of the type of union culture that I want to help grow. Instead of looking at leadership and saying, what is the union doing for us? The members at these sites have rolled up their sleeves and have been working tirelessly to support their students. This has enabled me to get out to those sites and support these efforts of member-based organizing. In the past few weeks, both schools have been featured in KSBW and in the Pajaronian. They have been rallying outside the schools, and they have been clear with their messaging that the PVFT is working for the schools our students deserve, and we would love to partner with the district on that.
Do we have any public speakers?
Bill Beecher, Chris Webb, Monica Nolan.
I was sorry to see our new president lacks knowledge. He needs to learn a little bit more. You can't negate having people speak on this item or any item. The Brown Act prohibits that, and you know that, and you shouldn't have said it. Now, if we wanted to get into why do I get up here and talk? Because this organization needs to be working with this district. We need to downsize big time, and we need the cooperation with the teachers union to decide what schools are we going to close? How many teachers are we going to lay off? How are we going to combine classes? Because if we don't do it, they'll lose all of their contracts when the state comes in and takes over. We don't want that. That happened in 1990 when he was just a kid. I wasn't a kid then. It hurt. And you guys are young. Talk to your parents how bad it was. Thank you.
Good evening. I sense a disturbance in the force, and the equivalent of a modern day swastika in the room, and I just want to say those MAGA hats, they're at odds with our values, and they don't belong in the country. They don't belong in this PVSD. Secondly, Trustee Board President Flores, there was some criticism of PVFT's president because of a caucus. At a meeting or two back, that special board meeting, I got to tell you, like, you guys kind of brought it on yourself. You call a meeting with 24 hours notice, you cut the time, the community has to respond. Look at what happened, like, with the recent election. Like, cutting time and free speech was a part of the whole reason that there was change on the board. So, I mean, I feel like you got to respect the community, you got to respect the union. If you want to have like more conflict, then like by all means, follow the path that your predecessor laid out. I consider you better than that. Secondly, I want to say that the way the layoffs and everything are going, to me, it's disrespectful to us because there's been several prerequisites that haven't come up. One, transparency related, is expense on lawyers, which I guess is even higher than I previously thought. Because before I was just thinking about stealing our PN days, but apparently it's more. There's a budget report that should come out. Like finally, you went through all that budget time. We've never heard on that. Also, I'd like to see, let's get some data. 18-19 Renaissance, how much in ADA was recouped with their after-school program? Additionally, I think the vehicle stipends for all district office people should be cut before you cut humans. And otherwise, I just want to thank you for your time and being here. Thank you.
Wait, we have one more. Good evening. I am Monica Nowlin, academic counselor at Renaissance High and New School and the high school students at Virtual Academy. I want to start off by, I did not want to come here. I actually was not here earlier, but I was watching at home and came. So I'm going to start off with the definition of integrity. In a person, integrity means consistently acting in accordance with strong moral principles and values, being honest, responsible, and accountable, even when faced with challenges or temptations. It is very tempting to be very angry tonight. I'm going to remain calm. I'm commenting on PVFT because, one, I wanted to address the layoffs at Renaissance of our CTE staff. There are 2 staff members. We only have 3 CTE teachers and 1 is a science teacher as well. So we really have 2 fully committed CTE teachers, graphic design and product innovation and design, and our students love it. And they're losing it potentially. And I hope that that isn't the case, but the damage has been done with the staff. You know, they may not want to come back. So I hope that's considered. I wanted to also talk about, and I brought up integrity because this is PVFT time and I'm a PVFT member who consistently, my comments are brought up by another person here. And I think we all know who that is. He has talked 3 times already tonight and 2 times have brought up specifically items about me. So Brandon, you are in the room. If you're not in the room, I hope you rewind this and defend me as a PVFT member and also a human being that exists, because it's not okay. It's not okay for a woman to be marginalized because I want to do my job. And we already had this problem a year ago. It's happened every year. He doesn't work for Renaissance High anymore. I hope you guys take that into consideration when you hear him speak. Thank you. Thank you. I will now move us on to item 8.2, CSEA, California School Employees Association.
Good evening, President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Contreras, and the cabinet. I stand before you as a CSA representative and as a newly elected treasurer for CCA, Marisol Rodriguez. First, I want to thank all of you for your time this evening, for the work each of you does to support our schools, our staff, and our students. We're all here because we care about the success of the district and well-being of people who make it run. That shared commitment is what makes collaboration not only possible, but essential. Our classified professionals, from bus drivers, instructional aides, custodians, district office staff, and so many others show up every day to ensure that students have a safe, clean, supportive environment in which to learn and grow. Their dedication is the foundation of our schools, and when they feel valued and supported, everyone benefits. Please value and support your staff by being their voice through your vote. I want to emphasize that CSEA is not just here to advocate, we are here to collaborate. We believe in strong relationships and ensure that classified employees have a voice in decisions that affect them, that concerns and address transparency. And that we continue to foster our culture where everyone feels seen, represented, and heard. We know challenges will arise. We all know that, it's been happening. But when we approach them together with a focus on solutions rather than divisions, we create a stronger district for both employees and our students and our families. Tonight, I invite us all to continue strengthening our partnership through meaningful conversation, proactive problem solving, and shared commitment to what is best for our schools, meaning our students, us, you, and everyone in this community. Thank you for your time, leadership, and dedication to the district as a whole. CSEA looks forward to continue to work with all of you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. We do not have any public speakers to this item, so I will move us on to item 8.3, CWA, Communication Workers of America. Nope, none tonight. Okay, thank you. I will move us on to item 8.4, PAVAM, Pajaro Valley Association of Managers. Do we have anyone speaking tonight? Do we? Okay, seeing none, I will move us on. So we're skipping 9 for now. We will come back to that 9 and 10. We'll come back to that after we finish our action items. So we're moving on to action items. And we will start with item 11.5. And this is transition of Mar Vista to a TK8 serving school. Report will be presented by Ronnie Platt, the principal, with Katie Spicer, academic coordinator, Julie Edwards, CTE coordinator, and Peggy Pugh, executive director of teaching and learning.
We also have some families are here in support, so I'm going to invite them up if they are here still.
And staff.
And any staff?
Okay, good evening, President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees. My name is Peggy Pugh. I'm the Executive Director for Teaching and Learning. I am also the proud site supervisor for Mar Vista Elementary and a very proud mother of a Mar Vista promoted student who is now at Aptos Junior. I am here tonight in support of the wonderful community of Mar Vista, led by Principal Ronnie Platt and Academic Coordinator Katie Spicer, who over the last many months have led their community through a robust process to be here tonight to propose this exciting transition from Mar Vista from a TK6 serving school to a TK8 serving school. And please welcome Principal Ronnie Platt.
Thank you. It's kind of overwhelming being here, but I'm really excited to be here to present this to the board. So thank you for hearing us. I was very excited when we started talking about this at the beginning of the year, way back, I believe, in September, August, beginning of the school. So is there, yeah, there's a clicker. Down. Oh. So I'm going to start with, being a sea lion. What are the traits of being a sea lion? We've come up with these traits to be adaptable, community cooperation, curiosity, opportunity, playfulness, joy, and transformation. And I think what we're here tonight to talk about is transformation and our opportunity, a really great opportunity. Mission and vision of the PVUSD, I think we all know it, but looking at it is to nurture an environment where every student thrives, right? Really stands out. Steps we have taken so far. So we started with our staff. We started as a conversation, staff meeting. We then had Ms. Peggy Pugh, Ms. Julie Edwards, Ms. Spicer come, and we talked more at our staff meetings. We then invited Dr. Contreras, or the staff invited Dr. Contreras, and she came and talked about this transition and what it could look like. It went to a staff vote, and we had 76% in favor of it. I believe we've been talking to the unions as well. I personally called every 6th grade parent to see if they were interested, because we can't go forward if we have no interest from our actual community that will be moving up. Because what we're looking to do is grow. We're planting a tree and we're going to watch it grow. So the same students will grow into 7th graders and 8th graders. Those TKers 10 years later will hopefully become 8th graders. We had a family input night where we had gathered information, put out a frequently asked questions document, and then bring it to the community for a vote, where for a week we sent out information about please vote, please vote. The vote came back in a positive way. If you take out the neutral votes, we had about 80% of our community saying they were in favor of it. Of the 354 registered parents square participations, we had 298 open it. We only had 63 votes come back, which is actually a little higher than some of my other surveys that come back. Interesting to me in this one was that the highest percentage of the grades that voted were in the primary grades, those 1st and 2nd grades that were saying, yes, we want this. We also had a good representation of our 6th graders. And I would like to actually invite, if he would come up, Mr. Oswald Caldecott. who is one of our second grade parents, just have him speak a few words about why he is in support of this.
Continuum of care, I'll just say one word. And that is because the families want to see the staff members, the teachers that have seen the students for years to come, from their kindergarten to 5th grade to 6th grade. We want that information to be passed on to the next set of teachers. Our site has capacity in terms of infrastructure to do that. We are already 6th grade school, so we are just be adding a couple more years. So it's not a big change per se. I'll stop there.
Thank you. So serving TK8. Are we ready to take advantage of this community? We're in a perfect spot in the county, right? There's no other TK8s around us. We have an actual footbridge that's in process to being made. Cross Highway 1, be easier to even walk there. We'll be able to serve additional families, even from neighboring districts. We have Cabrillo College next door. We can walk there. We can partner with them in their maker space and their STEAM facilities. We'd like to really provide an increased opportunity for our students and our families who may have multiple children to not have that stress in the morning of driving from one school to another. 10 years of continuum. There's a lot of research to support it. You can read it. Academics are higher when they go through a TK8. Social emotional development is more stable. There's a sense of community that we want to grow, that we want to foster here, that we've already begun to foster. I always say that it's not the district, it's not the school, it's not the community, it's our community, right? We've heard a lot about it tonight. It's our community. And this is a chance for our community to grow for a TK8. We invite anyone and everyone to be part of this. We want to grow this. Fewer transitions for students, and it also leads into a career path, a CTE path in the high school. And I don't know, Asha, would you like to come speak to that a little?
Good evening. My name is Asha Sethi, and I am currently the 6th grade language arts and social studies teacher at Mar Vista. I have seen this model succeed in former districts where they actually attracted students from the middle school to a TK8 building that became an IB-themed school in her baccalaureate. There was a waiting list very quickly. As a staff member with middle school experience, I feel very excited for this idea that we can see our kids grow and continue on a pathway to high school and to really work towards our vision as a district where our students are reaching their highest potential, where they make positive contributions to the community, and we do that in a personalized setting. We have the leadership, we have the staff, we have the vision, we have the expertise to do this in a personalized way. So thank you.
Thank you, Asha. I also want to invite Ms. Jen Seymour, who is also a parent who came to help positively support.
Hi there. Yes, I'm a parent of a current 6th grader at Mar Vista. He is 12 years old, so he is fully in the mode of not showing interest in anything. And when I told him that this was a possibility, he was so excited. He was so happy with the prospect of being able to stay at Mar Vista for a couple more years. And as his parent, thinking about all the transitions these kids have been through in the last few years with the pandemic and all, it would be very, very nice to be able to spend a couple more years at Mar Vista and then have the transition to high school after that. Thanks.
So what are our needs? I mean, it's not all roses, right? We have to look at our facilities. We have to look at our spaces. We've met with M&O. We've walked through with Hurley. It's been positive, and it's actually been exciting. We have to look at our social emotional needs on that diverse campus, having 8th graders and TKers, right? But growing it like you would grow a tree, you're going to know that tree. You're going to love that tree, and everyone along the way is going to understand that tree. So trying to build that sense of community, I think, is also something else. We've been exploring this just like any other school that has explored these ideas in the past. We have Watsonville High School that has their 6 career connecteds. We have PV High, who has environmental emphasis, Alianza with the dual immersion, and the Watsonville Charter School for the Arts, obviously with the arts. And hopefully with the passing of Measure M, we can also help with that. But I'm going to turn it over to Julie with the 30 seconds I have for STEAM.
One of the exciting things that we talked about for Mar Vista TK8 was the opportunity to provide a STEAM theme, so to speak, not the pun intended there with the rhyme, but the richness that can come from blending science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and building a continuum of learning that starts in TK all the way through 8th grade that gets more hands-on, more engaging, more sophisticated. And so we're ready after tonight to get started on that. And that's one more quick thing is that this is just a really quick thing. We're applying for 3 grants that we're going to be done with by Monday. One of them is for Minty to PMS to Watsonville High. One is to EA Hall to Watsonville High, Hall to PMS to Watsonville High, and Mar Vista to Aptos, all based around STEAM, so that the state has excess funding in this area, and we'll be able to get some, if we get all 3, we'll be able to get some great economies of scale for professional development, for purchasing equipment, and all kinds of awesome things. So super stoked to get going on that once we know that it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I know our time's up. I'll go through the slides really quick for you to look. I think she said that. Word cloud. We are very committed to this. Me and Ms. Spicer, who actually ran through a K-8. I came up through a K-8 as a child myself and loved it. I don't know if we go to public comment or if you have questions at this point.
Well, we will go to public comment before, and then we'll have board discussion. So do we have any speakers to this item? 11.5.
Alexis Persley, Brandon Denise, Bill Beecher.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Persley, and I'm a mother of 2 students who currently attend Mar Vista. I'm here this evening to voice my support for the expansion of Mar Vista to TK8. One of the major advantages of expanding Mar Vista is that our kids would have fewer school transitions. As I'm sure many of us can think back to when we moved from middle school or junior high to elementary school, it can be a very tough transition. There's adjusting to a new school community, going from maybe 1 to 2 teachers to sometimes 6 to 7. They're struggling both academically and socially, and there's stress and anxiety that can come from that. If students could continue at Mar Vista past 6th grade, it would allow them to stay within the school community where they feel safe and confident and create a more stable educational experience for our students, ensuring that they don't have to transition to a new school at a very critical time in their development. Secondly, expanding Mar Vista is not only a wonderful opportunity for students, but also the school community as a whole. Mar Vista has a really great close-knit school community already, so allowing those relationships that have already built up between staff, students, families, through those early years to continue for 2 more years would only deepen our really strong Sea Lion community. Lastly, expanding Mar Vista would allow for a more well-rounded learning environment. Integrating STEAM throughout TK8 would enhance the educational experience of all students. These types of programs focus heavily on hands-on learning, and that benefits students who learn with many different learning styles, and it will set Mar Vista apart, attracting new families, students to our community. Also, the STEAM program aligns well with the CTE pathways already set up at Aptos High, engineering technology mainly. This continuity will help our students to set them up for success as they transition into high school, because they will have already been exposed to many of those concepts at an earlier age, which will really support them as they move on. Thank you for your time this evening. I hope that you'll support the expansion of Mar Vista and help us create a brighter future for our students.
Yeah, I don't have comments prepared on this one, but I'll get to it. But I again do want to thank the board for allowing everybody to speak during public comments. I know that goes a long way to us feeling all respected from you end, from this end. But I just want to remind everybody behind me that we all do have to respect each other as well. Doesn't matter what shirt someone wearing or what somebody said. We're all adults here and we need to act like it and show each other respect. Same thing for all of our members. We need to show each other respect. I had sent out an email this week about the hand and how creative our hands can be, how many things we can do with our hands. We can feed each other, we can hold each other, we can support each other. But if we're trying to throw a punch and like solo, we're the fingers. A finger's strong, but a fist is much stronger. And so we need to raise up our hands in a fist and fight with each other, not against each other. And now to the Mar Vista comments. This, I think, I want to express my respect for the staff at Mar Vista. I was invited earlier in the school year to go be a part of a meeting where the staff was going to be voting on the move to a TK8. But they didn't have any information about it. The information they had started to hear was coming from like rumors and parents. So I was there with the district administrator, and the idea was gonna be, we have a Q&A session, we get the staff to the point where they can get to a vote, and that's not what happened. It was pretty much like they participated in the icebreaker. They're like, all right, Brandon, lead the vote. And the staff was like, what? We're so confused. We have so many questions. And I want to honor the staff for showing the solidarity to come to a collective decision to choose not to vote that day and instead ask for more information and more time. I think that was an effective example of how solidarity and how a union can work together, because it wasn't an outright rejection. It was, give us more information, give us more time. The staff spoke as a collective, and look where we are now. So thank you. Let's all be nice to each other.
Thank you. And I will now bring the discussion to the board. Does anyone have, oh, sorry. Oh, 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 sorry. Thank you. Okay, now, Trustee Flynn.
Thank you for that presentation. It sounds really amazing, and I'm glad to hear from people who are in support. But I would be remiss, since this is my area, not to bring forth some concerns around emails that I've gotten. So I'm hoping that you might be able to address those. Bathrooms was an issue. Can you speak to how that you're gonna work on that when you have little bitty kindergarteners? They're so sweet and cute. They're the kind of pumpkins of the bunch and the joy of the crew, right? And using bathrooms with 8th graders. So that's a concern that's come across my proverbial desk, and I wanna bring it up.
Yeah. So I actually go to the kinder and the TKers when I need that joy.
Oh, right.
That's
Yeah.
where I go.
Yeah.
Really, childhood education is very important, and I think understanding the development of that. At the same time, my wife is a full-time instructor at Cabrillo College in the ECE department, so I understand that in a deep-rooted way from the home environment. They should not be sharing the same restrooms. They do not share the same restrooms now, or shouldn't be. We have an intermediate and a primary restroom, and the TKers actually have their own restroom. Working with M&O, we're looking at bringing in a whole different area, maybe a modular, that will be then the upper grades, 6, 7, 8 bathroom area.
Okay, thank you. That brings up another couple of things. So the infrastructure, how many students do you have right now?
We are the smallest of the schools, and I believe PVOSD at 2, I think we just had a couple move to 72, I believe it was. When Mar Vista was in its prime, it was 3 classes per grade level at about 530 students. And what we've designed is to have about 2 classes per grade level all the way through K through 8th once we get there, attracting that, which would be right around 500 students.
Okay, total K through 8.
Total TK
Okay.
through 8.
Okay, and then do you happen to have a kind of a footprint of what the current site looks like and maybe like a quick overview proposal of what you're looking at. I don't know if you have that available.
I don't have it on me. We do have it electronically. I think Heather has it.
I know trustee Flynn, you had asked for that earlier this afternoon and we were unable to have
Okay.
time to get
Okay.
that, but we can get that to you
Okay.
by tomorrow.
Okay, all right. The other thing was you said access to Cabrillo. That's a really nice and cool thing and idea, but do you know if that's actually a possibility?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, last Friday, I spoke with a couple of deans at Cabrillo in a meeting that I attended, and I posed the idea of potentially having access to the makerspace
Mhm.
at an appropriate age level with the right safety considerations, if that was something that would, that they would be open to, and they said absolutely. And so that and potentially other spaces, the library and things like that,
Okay.
when it makes sense based on their age. Yeah.
Okay. I still have a few more questions, but I don't know. Okay. I was a little confused by the sea lion thing in the very beginning. So if you do any more presentations with that, I just would recommend that I got out of context, oh, that's their mascot. Okay. So I know the Bradley Bears because I'm a former Bradley Bear and my son is it a sea lion at the junior high? Dragon,
Sea
tree
dragon.
dragon.
I used to be
Okay.
there.
Yeah, thank you. So you said 76% are on board. That's great. So the other 24% that had their concerns, I think I've heard from a few of them, but what are some of the things that you're hearing that are concerns for them outside of the ones that I brought up? And how are you addressing them?
Actually, they're the same. Bathrooms were a big concern, having the littles and the bigs together. And then the capacity for our facilities to hold that many students, even though our facility has held that many students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
and so we would be looking at staggered recesses, or as they call it in middle school, break. So that they're actually not in the same place at the same time as well.
So like I said, I felt it really important that I did address those things as that is one of my sites. And I've had a lot of emails come through. To anybody that's watching and everybody in the room, I came from it used to be called preschool through 8th grade. And look at me now. So I really think that there's a lot of amazing potential for this opportunity and the leadership of our community, growing the leadership in our community, especially if you're going in with the mindset of growing leaders and these kids coming in and being an example for the classes below them. I think that just gives the opportunity to instill that leadership and stabilize. I think it's super, brings a lot of security, especially in times where home life can be insecure and sets kids up for success. But like I said, it's, I think the concerns are valid. And so I'm glad to hear how you're addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Thanks. Mar Vista is not one of my schools, but Trustee Flynn and I overlap a lot with the emails because we're both from Aptos. So I want to just start with acknowledging that I've done a lot of research on this, and if I had this opportunity available to my kids when they were in middle school, I 100% would have taken them up on it. I have realized that academic achievement in K through 8 versus traditional elementary going on to middle school tends to be better. With a stronger academic foundation, a little bit more social emotional development gives kids a little bit longer to stay kids before being thrust into junior high. Leadership opportunities, a sense of community, fewer transitions, personalized learning, better preparation for high school, and more focus on the whole child. I have a couple of questions specifically to those things that hopefully you can speak to, and I'm just gonna ask them all at once, so hopefully you remember. In regards to academic achievement, would you potentially have the opportunity for kids that are maybe fourth or fifth graders who are excelling to take higher level math courses or English courses? So that's one question. And then in regards to leadership opportunities, when my youngest was at Twin Lakes, they had a big versus little where they paired up seventh and eighth graders with, kindergartners and first graders, which was great because they loved when the big kids came and it gave them a sense of community. So I hope that that's something that's in the works that you're thinking about doing as well. And then I'll let you speak to those two items first, and then I will also ask a couple of questions that were emailed to me for concerns for clarification.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to look at differentiating instruction, departmentalizing our upper grades, and then also having a thematic type structure in our lower grades within including STEAM that starts in a TK, but then progresses as they get older. So there will be opportunities for advancement for those more advanced students, as well as there should be opportunity for those students that are needing support. Yeah. And then the second one was it?
About pairing up the littles with the big.
Yeah, and we're also looking at Avid. We have 4 staff members coming, going to the Institute this summer, that bringing back Avid. They've visited Avid schools. We're a big proponent of bringing Avid in to help with those structures as well. Yeah. And then we already have a buddy system in place, and they love it. I think our 5th graders go to our TKers, and it's just like that. So we would keep that going, especially, there was like over 60% interest in our 6th graders moving into 7th. So we already have buddies that are going to know other buddies. So we are looking to keep that going.
And then a couple of concerns that got raised that I was hoping that you would address. Bathrooms was a big one. But also, there are behaviors that exist at the junior high level that we don't really want our elementary students to be exposed to, like vaping in the bathrooms. So do you have any plans or foul language, vaping? Like, can you tell me how it's going to work with the middle school students and the elementary students and how much time they're going to be interacting or overlapping?
So they shouldn't be overlapping at all when there's unstructured times, meaning recess. We have a PBIS system that's very strong. We have our MTS system, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 systems that are going to be in place. As far as like junior high, I spent, 12 years at Aptos Junior High as a special educator, RSP, SDC, classroom for students with emotional disturbance, and assistant principal. So I understand the junior high mind very well. I also read a lot. So when it comes to understanding the adolescent brain, knowing what's happening with how the brain develops and the neuroplasticity that's happening there, you kind of have to bring development into that, like you would with TK as well. It's just different, right? Actually, when you think about toddlers and you think about adolescents, it's the same need, it's just manifest differently.
And in regards to space issues, do you feel that you will be, I understand that I looked at the numbers and I know your enrollment is about a little bit more than 50%. So clearly there's a lot of room for growth still at that school. And I think this is a great way to improve, maxing out our capacities at some of our schools. But in regards to space, do you feel like you're going to have enough classroom space to be able to give these 7th and 8th graders the opportunity to take multiple classes with multiple teachers like they would in a traditional junior high?
I wouldn't say traditional junior high. I would say we'd be departmentalizing. It is going to be a TK8, so it is a different model. But yes, we are going to have that opportunity for enrichment, for the release time, and for multiple teachers teaching different subject matter.
And in the regards to sports and extracurricular activities for the junior high versus K through 8, can you speak to that?
We've been looking at the models that are already, present. We're not the first TK8 in the world. So we're looking at perhaps honoring like they honor through Watsonville Charter School and the other TK8s, that where we could get together as a team that comes together. We can also look at partnering with Aptos Junior High School for sports.
And then another question that came up is regarding traffic and transportation. Are you going to have different start times for the elementary and the junior high?
That hasn't been talked about yet. So no, that I know of.
Okay, there was just some concern about drop off in traffic.
It will be all one start time and end time.
And then the last concern that, well, actually two more, cell phone policy.
Cell phone policies in the student and parent handbook, it won't change. They should be off and stored away during academic times, during the academic day, unless instructed by a teacher.
I see how well that's enforced at the junior high.
I'm not at the junior high, but I can tell you it's harder and harder to do that, especially with all the different watches and stuff like that, right? So I think you work with them, again, on the developmental continuum to help educate as well as make aware what we're doing here.
Great. And then the last one is the use of Measure M funds. Are you planning on using Measure M funds in this expansion? And is that okay under our current Measure M agreement?
Yeah, so with all of our Measure M funds, first of all, we'll have to do things that are compliance-based, like updating HVAC, roofing systems, ADA compliance. After that, our Measure M funds will be community input driven by each community school. So it's a little early to tell how Mar Vista will be using those because those will be a site-based decision. But absolutely, if the site is choosing to do things with that expansion, yeah, that's what will happen.
If they choose to use that funds for other things, is there money to develop this into a T through K is what I'm asking.
Each school site will be having an allocation for Measure M.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I had a question. So let's say a fifth grader is not having the best time from the first to the fifth grade, and they were really hoping to go to another middle school at that time. Is that still going to be an option for that fifth grader if they don't want to continue at Mar Vista but could go to another middle school?
Yes, just like we have for all of our schools, there is an interdistrict policy, so they would just follow the same interdistrict policy that you would follow at any of our other schools.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that was my one thing. I wouldn't want them to be forced to have to go on with the same cohort if they're not feeling like it's the best for them. So that was my question. Thank you.
Good question. Anyone else? Trustee Turley?
Thank you. The K-8 format appears to be academically sound, and there's been studies that show that students find success there. And I think that's what we want. And you have space for the growth. I do have one question that somebody sent to me that's different than the other questions. Can you ask for the background on why the Mar Vista proposal is being considered?
Well, I think it's apparent with 272 and we were at 500, right? We want to attract students, not necessarily our homeschool students, but within district, we want to also give the opportunity for those that do not feel that the middle school or junior high school model is for their student. And I believe we can also attract from outside of the district.
Thank you. So to sum that up, you have space, you know it's a good program, and you have students and families who are interested.
Definitely.
Thank you. And just kind of piggybacking on that, I did see on the emails that we were getting with concerns, I did see a concern saying, what about, I hear other kids are going to want to come into our junior high. First of all, I'd say welcome, because why would we ever turn away students? I mean, and so my children have all attended WCSA, K through 8. I love K through 8s. On a personal note, I have in my own family and in my sister's, our children saying, we want to try, an outside. And we did, And in both instances, they came right back. So it's great. I think that, like Trustee Medina mentioned and Trustee Turley, if there are students who are outside of our district, there's the mode of interdistrict transfer, inter, regardless. And so we would accept that. But also if a student wants to go on to Aptos Junior, will be able to do that. Phones, I know I've seen phones are an issue at junior highs. At WCSA, it's not as bad because they're watched a lot closer. There's fewer students. And so I know this just from what I've seen, they're taken away in a second. And then sports, you would, yes, like Lynn Scott, Alianza, and WCA all come together. So hopefully, if you weren't able to come together with another school district, a school to team up, then hopefully you have enough students who are interested and you can have, your own teams. I love the buddy system. I love at WCCA, they did a rose ceremony where outgoing 8th graders would give a rose to incoming, kindergartners. So just creating those opportunities for our bigs to be, role models to our littles. That's huge. And so, I had more questions, but they've all been addressed. So thank you. Do we have any others? Yep, Trustee Dodge.
I just want to quickly say, I believe in this K-8 model because we have a good example right down the street called Lynn Scott. I'm a Lynn Scott dad myself, and it's a great program. And so, hopefully we can do our best to make sure it succeeds like that as well. So. And I think this is an action item, so I'd like to make a motion we support this agenda item.
Okay,
I'm
one
sorry, I
more
have
question.
Just regarding going back to the sports, wouldn't they be their own, wouldn't they have their own sports teams? Why would they need to join with somebody else? Wouldn't they just be in addition to the circuit? So currently, the three, Alianza, Watsonville Charter, and Lynn Scott, they just don't have enough students to field a whole team. And so together they have a middle school sports team that competes with the other middle schools. So that team competes against EA Hall and Rolling Hills, et cetera. Okay. And that would be kind of the similar situation with a small, and that's still to be determined. Yeah. But if they're big enough, then they would have their. Could be, yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion on the table. Oh, sorry, Trustee Carrasco had a question. I have a motion on the table to approve.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mar Vista. Looking forward to what we're going to see. Okay, so now we are going to move. We're moving back to 11.1. So this is 11.1 in lieu of Proposition 39 agreement regarding Ceiba campus. Report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of Schools.
Okay, and I am going to call Bryce Chastain up to please present this.
Good evening, and may it please the board. Everybody, my name is Bryce Chastain. I'm a partner with the law firm of Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Root, and Romo, and I am outside counsel to the district. I am going to have to address this because one of the provisions here is related to the next item on the agenda, so they'll go together. The Ceiba Academy has occupied its current campus in the same location with similar numbers for something like 13 years now. The district, in the absence of Ceiba having their own campus and their own facility, is obligated under Prop 39 to provide them with facilities in district campuses. because of various issues that have gone on that we have not been involved with the status of the campus, they have asked the district to grant them an exemption from zoning, which the district is perfectly authorized to do. And what they have offered is what is a fairly common form of agreement, which we call an in lieu of Prop 39 agreement, which is if the district is able to grant this exemption, SEBA is able to remain in their current campus that they've occupied for some 13 years. And in exchange, they agree not to request from the district space in other district campuses. So this is essentially the quintessential win-win. It is, however, a condition of the agreement then that the board would approve the zoning exemption, which is fundamental to allowing SEBA to stay where they are. And then this is a very long-term agreement. It is the explicit term of it runs until SEBA's current lease runs out in July 2044. So that gives the district the ability to do some long-term planning, have some certainty. With all the other challenges that you're facing and trying to sort out, you can take this one essentially off the table. There have been, and as you know, you've received various correspondence from other parties that are involved in this. There is a lawsuit we have not been involved in or reviewed extensively having to do with the city of Watsonville, with SEBA Academy, and a group that goes by the acronym Westia, which is the plaintiff in that action. All of those parties have sent correspondence that has been received by the district, provided onto the board. Suffice to say, the key issue in those cases is the California Environmental Quality Act. The core of CEQA is that you have to take some kind of CEQA process prior to allowing or causing to happen a project. CEQA defines a project as some activity that is likely to have a substantial negative impact on the environment. Without going on at length, you're not doing that because you're simply allowing SEBA to continue, again, doing just what they've been doing in the same place for 13 years. You are, in fact, allowing the status quo. The only exception to that being that is another part of this agreement, SEBA is agreeing essentially never to develop another piece of property that they own across the street from the site that they occupy. So in fact, they will be barring themselves from causing any change to the environment by entering into this agreement. That's probably the best summary that I can offer you. And if you have any questions.
Thank you. So we will first do we have any public speakers to this item?
Takashi Mizuno, Christina Jimenez, Fabian Lenore, and Cindy Edinger.
As some of you in the audience remember that I strongly advocate for SEBA to get permit to continue to operate as a current place on Locust Street. But I'm not on the same page with most of you in the audience now. And in my view, SEBA board made several serious mistakes in 2022 and 2023. One of them was that the board purchased a piece of vacant land across the building, across Locust Street. That was a big problem. That was one of the causes of lawsuit. And the other concern is just how SEBA administration and the board has tried to build good communication with the neighbors, with the people in the neighborhood. I was informed in 2022 that there were only a couple of people who opposed SEBA to continue to operate on that location. But actually, I remember, I'm not sure it's correct, accurate or not, almost 100 people signed a petition to oppose the Sabre to continue to operate at that place. And I didn't report, I just observed serious mistakes committed by some parents, and I didn't report it to the city council because I wanted to Sabre continue to operate that place. But now I'd like to ask Sabre board to seriously consider about the relationship with Sabre, between the Sabre and the people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. I forgot my reading glasses, so
You want mine?
the lighting's not helping either. Oh, can I?
Here.
No, I'm just, I'll do, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get straight to the positive stuff that Sabre has done in the Second and Locust Street community. So for recent years, Sabre administration, alongside dedicated parents, has made significant strides in fostering positive relationship with the surrounding neighborhood or our community, Second Street and Locust. One of the key initiatives involved parents canvassing the area to engage with residents and highlight the changes being implemented to enhance the safe routes to school. The proactive approach has not only helped inform the community, but also encouraged greater involvement and understanding of the school efforts. Furthermore, Sabre has taken the substantial steps to improve traffic management, particularly addressing concerns at the busy intersection on Second and Locust Street. By implementing a structured traffic flow plan that the school aims to alleviate the congestion to ensure safety for students and families during drop-off and pickup times. Also the residents, we are thinking about the residents that live there. The efforts reflect a commitment to creating a safer, more connected community, benefiting both school and neighbors. Through collaboration and open communication, Sabre is providing a way to support environment and a well-being for students. Please support Sabre. We want Renaissance to stay at Renaissance, and we want Sabre to stay where it's at its current location. Thank you.
Sí, por favor. Sí, gracias. Buenas noches, soy una mamá que viene a representar a la comunidad latina de Ceiba. Yo puedo hablar inglés, pero voy a hacerlo en mi lengua.
Good evening. I am a mom. I'm here to represent our Hispanic community. I could speak English, but I'm gonna speak in my mother language.
He estado escuchando los comentarios acerca de la escuela. Donde hay escuela hay tráfico. Entonces tendríamos que reubicar a todas las escuelas. No creo que ese sea un problema y una razón de peso para cambiar nuestra escuela.
Urania, can we have her turn her machine off? Because I don't know if that's going to be caught on the recording. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I've been hearing all the complaints about the traffic, and where there is a school, there's traffic. So if that is really an issue, then we should have to relocate every single school.
Otro detalle importante es acerca de los vecinos. Yo creo que a todos los que somos adultos se nos olvida que alguna vez fuimos estudiantes. Yo durante 4 meses he caminado 1 milla para recoger a mis hijos y durante esos 4 meses no he observado ningún disturbio
a ningún estudiante dañar propiedad privada.
The other issue is the neighbors. I feel like the neighbors are forgetting that we were all children at once. You know, for the last 4 months, I've been walking for a mile to pick up my children. And in all those 4 months, I have not once seen any students damage any property or cause any disturbances.
Al contrario, yo los veo irse derechito a su casa. Jamás he visto algún comportamiento indebido, jamás he visto problemas de tráfico. Y antes de que se me termine el tiempo, yo sé que estamos cansados, simplemente quiero decir que hay más razones de peso para dejar la escuela. Está impulsando a los jóvenes a ir a la universidad. Necesitamos más estudiantes yendo a la universidad, motivarlos para un futuro mejor. Me da tristeza tener que estar hablando sobre o pedirles que no nos cierren una escuela. Yo debería de estar pidiendo que nos abran otra segunda institución, no cerrándola. Quiero pedirles, por favor, y con esto cierro, que el día de mañana alguno de nuestros estudiantes podría ser el que está sentado
Espérate.
y votando a favor.
Si vas a agarrar más tiempo porque que necesitas traducción, agarras 4 minutos. Lo siento que no agarró eso, pero deja a Aurenia que decir lo que estabas diciendo.
Thank you, Olivia. So to the contrary, you know, I only have observed our students to just walk straight back home. And, you know, it saddens me deeply to be here talking about the closure of our school. You know, I should be here talking about opening another school. And you know what? When I think at a future, I think about our students, and I think that in the future, one of our students could be one of you guys sitting back there.
Por favor, apoyen la escuela, apoyen la educación, apoyen más proyectos como estos. Hablando también de la seguridad, yo creo que a lo que yo escuché es un problema de todas las escuelas y ningún niño tendría que tener miedo de asistir a una escuela. Debería de ser el punto más importante de rescatar, porque todos los estudiantes tienen derecho a ir a la escuela tranquilos sin ningún problema de seguridad. Pero eso no depende de la zona, eso ya depende de otras cosas, de las escuelas, pero ese es un problema que está pasando en todas.
So please support our school. And also, I heard about behavior. Our school is not the only one with behavior issues. I just heard other schools having serious behavior issues. So when it comes down to that, that's not a matter, you know, every student should have a safe place, a safe environment at their school. And that's not a matter of the zoning of the school. There's other issues that come with that. So please support our school.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Azucena de los Santos. I have a 6th grader at Ceiba College Prep. Let me tell you a little something about Ceiba. Ceiba is a great school in our community. Our students excel and our teachers show such dedication and commitment that is so inspiring to all of us parents. Our students get all the additional support they need in case they fall behind for whatever reason. Teachers communicate with us, the parents, when the students need to stay after school to make up for a missing assignment or make up a missing test. My son loves his school, and so do I. He feels academically challenged, saved, valued, and respected. Those are all values that we should all be happy that our kids get instilled in school, because nowadays, there's so much happening in schools that kids don't want to go to school. It's unsafe and they get bullied. There's so much things that are going on, and Ceiba is a wonderful school. Our community is so close-knit. We know the teachers know us. People that work in the office know who the parents are when we call. So I really do value that. I appreciate that. And so this is the reason why I'm here, and I'm not home with my children having dinner, to make sure that all of you guys hear that this school is so important and we need to maintain it in our community, because we want our kids to go to a great school. And I urge you to please keep Ceiba in our community. Let's keep SABA going and let them do what they do best. Teach our children and send our students away to college because that's what we want. We need a community that's educated, and SABA is doing that. Please vote yes to keep SABA open for many future generations to come. Thank you.
We finished all the comments for 11-1, but there's 2 more people for 11-2. Furman
I
Gian.
did submit a,
What's your name?
Josh Rip.
Is he Monica? Oh, Josh, I found it. Thank you.
Okay.
I got it. Yeah, I got those.
You're good.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Contreras and PBUSD Board of Trustees. My name is Josh Rip, and I'm the head of school at Saba College Prep. For over 16 years, Saba has served students in grades 6 through 12. For the past 11 years, we've served students at 215 Locust Street, our current site, dedicated to empowering our students, many of them who are first-generation college-bound students, through rigorous academics and personalized support. At our college preparatory blind lottery enrolled public charter, we offer resources like annual college trips, college counseling, multiple AP courses, and life-changing experiences. Just to give you a snapshot, this week we have 20 high school students who are touring universities in the upper Midwest, including Notre Dame, Northwestern, and University of Chicago. Another 20 eighth graders are in Washington, D.C. this week as part of their annual Washington, D.C. trip. Finally, next week, over 30 seniors at Saba are going to be going to Yosemite for a 4-night overnight camping trip. I could share more about Saba's successes, but tonight's the focus is different. I'm here to request your approval for a tripartite agreement between Saba, the City of Watsonville, and PBUSD. This agreement, if approved, could secure our ability to remain at our longstanding site, where we've thrived for nearly 12 years, and save resources for Saba and PBUSD, especially with our waiver of Prop 39 rights. It bolsters our partnership and ensures we can continue preparing Watsonville youth for college. And I want to touch briefly on that partnership. We do want to say how much we've appreciated working with Dr. Contreras and her staff during this Prop 39 process. We were able to be very collaborative in figuring out how to work within the Prop 39 timelines while also looking for alternative solutions to minimize Saba's impact on district facilities. Finally, if approved, Saba has no plans to change our existing operations, including traffic, circulation, and driveway access. Please vote in favor of the agreement tonight. Thank you.
Monica is the last one. Monica is the last one on this item.
So the last comment card we have for this is Monica. Did you submit a comment card? Did you guys submit comment cards? What was your name? And the gentleman behind you, did you also? Okay, next, that's the next item though. Did you submit for 11.2, Maribel?
For Saba.
They're both kind of for Saba.
Okay, so we'll have you go ahead and go next if that's okay, and we'll let you and Monica, those are the last two that we have. What was your name?
That was 11.
That's 11.2. We haven't got to that item yet. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to kind of take it back a moment. Everybody's talking about traffic and so forth, so on, but I do want to take the kids into consideration, not just Saba, also the kids from Renaissance. I think altering any of the changes, personally, I do think this generation has already gone through enough with the whole social distancing. COVID, distance learning has affected them enough. I think throwing them into different campuses, not just Saba, but also Renaissance, it's just going to put their emotions through the roof. If anything, we should be helping them achieve their goals and move forward with, their education. I think with them having to switch campuses, even if it's for the better of the city, for less traffic, for A, Y, or whatever reason, I think we should take the kids into consideration first. Yes, traffic, yes, this, yes, that. I think Seba has done a very, very good job in complying with a lot of things that the city requested. I mean, we were here 2 years ago with the exact same issue. People weren't content, we're here again. I think it's time to move forward and finally give these kids from both schools at this point the peace that they need to continue their education in a safe space. Thank you.
Good evening again. I don't have any dramatic comments to make, but I did want to speak to this item. Dr. Contreras, I am not pointing any fingers. I am disappointed that I heard from the lawyer and not you once again. I don't know you. I am not pointing any fingers at you, but I would like to hear from you because you're an important person in our community and we want to hear from you. So that was the first thing I wanted to say. And then second, I am so proud to be in this community. You all are so cool. And I come to these board meetings more than I ever used to. I've been working for the district for a long time. And I am so inspired. I think that's why I always keep coming. So I hope all of you are too, because wow, Seba, you just showed up tonight and in a beautiful way. And I'm so impressed. Sorry, not about Seba and just Renaissance High in general. You've heard it already. I know that this is hopefully going to be approved. I hope that's where we're going with this. But again, this was something that there was a transparency said. And this is the first we're hearing that this conversation happened as the community, right? And so it's great. It's a great thing that you did. However, we were all kept in the dark. Q&As were just released a week ago or maybe a little bit longer of if Renaissance moves to PV High campus, what's going to happen? But you had this happening in the background the whole time. That's pretty crazy to me. And I don't think you whipped this up within a week. I don't know. I don't know the logistics and I don't envy your job. And so please just be honest with us as we move forward. If this does go through, is Renaissance going to stay where they are? Are things going to change? Is Seba going to change? What's going to happen? I think that's what continues to happen, Dr. Contreras, truthfully, right? And so I hope that we all can come to a place of understanding because we all want to help one another and this community is beautiful. So thank you. Okay, so that ends public comment for this item, and now we will move on to board discussion. And I actually want to take this opportunity to really explain to the community what Proposition 39 is, because I have a feeling, just like me, not a lot of people know what that means. So if we can take this opportunity, and I'm glad legal's here because you can correct me if I say anything that's wrong. And as our last commenter just said, you know, if we knew this was going on, unfortunately, there are things discussed in closed session that we can't discuss out here. And as much as we, you know, don't like that, it's our hands are tied in that sense. So, but that regardless of this Proposition 39 agreement, when a district, any district is presented by a charter school, their Proposition 39 enactment, legally, the district has to provide facilities. So the fact that like we were hearing so much, like why is Seba pushing out Renaissance? Why is Renaissance moving to PVI? We had to do something. We couldn't just sit here and do nothing. And so if Seba is going to enact their Proposition 39 right, which they can do, then we have to respond. And we are on deadlines. And we had to look at what would be the least impact. Students were going to be impacted. That was going to happen. And so we had to look at where is the least amount of impact. Nobody, you know, it's not fun, trust me, it's not. But it's something that has to be done. And so if you want to add to, or anyone, you know, because we've all learned a lot about Proposition 39 in the last few months, but yeah. Trustee Flynn?
I guess the question is, thank you for that. What I feel like maybe is being asked from the community is why we couldn't give that information out sooner, and why is it just being shared now. I think I already know the answer to that just because I've been in closed session and I've been that, but I think that's a question that maybe the community would like to know. It's because it is hard for us to operate in closed session and then just ask for trust. Like, we don't want to be doing this. Like, it's hard, you know, from a board where there already is some struggle with trust. So if you could, yeah, speak.
I'll have our council come and speak to that. And Monica, this will answer your question as to why you're hearing about this now.
So I do have to be a little bit careful because I can't talk about things that have been communicated confidentially. And so I'm not sure how satisfactory the answer is going to be, but the answer is in fact that this really only came together very quickly, not in a week's time, but in a very short time. One of the issues with Prop 39 is, as Madam President said, it's compulsory. It's not optional for a school district to give space. It's also not entirely up to the school district to decide what the space is going to be. There are lots of rules and restrictions, the purpose of which is to ensure that any Prop 39 facilities granted are functionally equal to the district's own facilities. It makes it a really tough nut to crack. And so when these start to come together, there's a whole lot of internal investigation, and that doesn't, the whole universe of possibilities doesn't get aired until the lawyers can gather enough information to make these assessments and be able to advise accurately. And then there has to be discussion. It's an iterative process. And then at a certain point, you come up with the option. But meanwhile, the request was on the table from SEBA to work out something. And so there are parallel tracks going on where we're working this out too. So to the best of my knowledge, there was no effort to conceal anything having to do with Renaissance specifically. It was just all of these things happening at a breakneck pace, trying to work it out, really trying to see which of these was going to be the right option. I think that's the most I can say.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, I would just ask that if this does come across our district again, I would ask that a little bit of grace. You know, it is a hard decision to make. Like he said, there's so much nuance involved with what campus is picked, and we don't take those decisions lightly. At any campus we talk about, we're all representing an area, and we're all gonna, you know, do our best to make sure that the least amount of impact is done to our students, all students, as possible. So, Trustee Flynn?
Given that Prop 39 is a real thing that can be, I guess, exercised, is it fair that should we be presented with a school asking for that Prop 39 to be exercised, that is public knowledge, or does that have to stay? Is that question making sense? I'm sorry. No, it's not. I don't speak legally, so I apologize.
So the request itself would be a public record. The request deadline is November 1 of the year prior to them, to the charter school actually being given facilities. There are a series of deadlines after that. The key to keep in mind here is that the request was tendered because
Well, it doesn't, I'm not worried about the why, it's just the that.
Well,
so if there is a particular site has requested, for whatever reason, requested Prop 39, my question is, can that be public knowledge and just left at that? Because I feel like maybe if public knew that there was this request, they don't need to know why. Oh, okay, okay. I'm late to the conversation, sorry.
Yeah, it was
It was probably before my time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was aired that it was, but again, part of the trick and the tricky part for me, and speaking cautiously, is that there was also, and this is in the public record, there had been a letter sent by Mr. Rip requesting this arrangement. And then the Prop 39 request came because there had been no action taken on this arrangement. So that's not a communication that I can't divulge. There had been no action taken on this proposal. And so SABA found themselves in a position where they had to fish or cut bait.
Yeah.
They had to know that they would have a space. And since there was no action at that time being made on this proposal, they had to ask for Prop 39 facility.
Thank you. I just was trying to figure out how we could, involve the community more and make them feel like they knew that stuff was happening. But
Okay, and I think,
Trustee Medina had some.
yes, and I just want to also, make sure we're sticking to, try to get back to this item. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, so SABA is in my district. So I am in total agreement with all of you that SABA should stay where it's at. We should leave Renaissance where it's at. And actually, we should build up SABA a little bit more and help support them where we can. Mi hermana se fue a SABA por un ratito, so yo sabe bien poquito de SABA, pero I think what they're doing there is great. I remember I met Jack when I was on the campaign trail. I was really sad that nobody went to go see you previously. So I'll show face more for you, Jack. I got you. And I think what SABA's done is great. I think they provide a service for our students that they definitely need. I'd urge the rest of the Board of Trustees to, respect what the parents are saying and vote and move forward with this agreement. So I'll make that motion to move forward with the agreement.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table, and I do have a comment from Trustee Navarro.
So Renaissance and PV are actually two of the schools in my district, and it was somewhat challenging to know about the negotiations going on behind the table and not being able to discuss them. But I do hope that you know that we are all kind of pretty hopeful that this was going to happen. I really applaud SABA being here and showing your support. And I would like to second that motion of keeping everybody where they're at, SABA, PV High, and Renaissance. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table, and we have a second. I do have a comment from Trustee Turley.
Do we know the enrollment of SABA, and do we know the percentage of students who are from within the boundary of PBUSD?
I know numbers more than percentages and all that. Their enrollment is around 500, and the number of students within PVUSD is around 480.
Would Jack have those numbers? Josh. Yeah.
I can confirm what Dr. Contreras said is accurate. Okay.
You could have said that from the seat. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any more comments before I take oh, sorry, Trustee Dodge, sorry.
Yes, just two quick questions. I keep hearing about the year 2044. Can I get a little bit of clarification what that means?
Yes. Well, and again, as I pointed out earlier, one of the key features for the benefit of the district in this is the ability to do some long-term planning, have some certainty, knowing that you're not going to have to make a carve out facilities from what you're already using to satisfy a Prop 39 request for as long as we could. And so SABA is agreeing. And again, the SABA board has already approved this. So has the city council for the city of Watsonville. They've both already approved this agreement. And the feature is that the campus they're occupying now is one that they lease, and their lease ends in July of 2044. So they're committing to remain there for the fullest duration that they have a legal right to be there.
And one of my questions was talking about I know the city council voted on that last night, but I just also wanted to know that this issue has been going on for many years. And I'm glad the Pajaro Valley Unified School District and the Watsonville City Council found a way to work together, because this has been an issue we've been dealing with before me and then during me. We all know SABA's a great school. and so it does, the parents and the community are very involved, but this is just a big issue that's gone on for many years and through many city council members. And do we know the vote that it was last night?
It was 4-2
4-2?
in favor.
Okay, all right.
That's what was reported to me. I wasn't there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Like, who are those two?
Okay, so Trustee Carrasco?
I just want to say that SEBA was actually the school that gave me my first teaching job when I got back from college. I remember I was teaching, it was my first time teaching middle school social studies over the summer as a summer school teacher when you guys were at the Porter Building. Second floor, really cool space. And that was years ago. So I've been eyeing SEBA since then. I never got around to being very hands-on with you all, but I definitely applaud what you've been doing. And you have my support.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the table and we have a second. So I will now call a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Okay, one more item to get through, Seba. We are now going to move on to 11.2, approval of resolution exempting Seba campus from local zoning ordinance. Report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of Schools.
That's right. And I will call up Bryce Chastain.
Heather has gotten Dr. Contreras has gotten a crash course and has developed quite an expertise around these issues over the course of this. And so again, as I mentioned with the agreement that the board just approved, and just to be clear, because in case this is an issue, sometimes this comes up as a misconception for public agencies such as the school district. A signature on the document is irrelevant. The board's action now makes that a final binding agreement. Now that all of the parties have approved it, it's valid and binding on all parties. One of the features of it is that the board will grant this zoning exemption to Seba. The zoning exemption statute has a very long history, and the idea is simply this. Municipalities pass zoning laws, they change them all the time, their needs change. Schools have to have stability and they have to be able to operate where they are. One of the earlier speakers said something to the effect of, well, wherever there's schools, there's traffic. Correct. There's kids playing, they make noise, people don't necessarily like that. Cities try to take control of these. So since the 30s, this statute has been there so that schools can exempt themselves from local zoning, because otherwise you couldn't have school sites functionally. So you have broad authority. The courts have been over this statute many times. One of the issues that's been raised is the language in the statute is prospective use of a school of a property for school purposes. The courts have addressed that very specifically to say it doesn't mean that it has to be a new school activity. It just means that the activity from the moment of the zoning exemption is for school purposes. And otherwise, the courts have given schools broad discretion in making this determination as long as the site is used for public school purposes.
Okay. Do we have any public comments to this item?
We do. We have 3, Furman Gian, Marta Bulach, and Miss Rooney.
It was actually for 11.1, my bad.
It's okay.
But I just wanna, thank you for voting yes on keeping Seba where it is. I'm a proud dad of my 8th grade boy who is in Washington, D.C. And on one day, he's gonna be sitting just where you are. I'm also a graduate of Watsonville High, proud of those great memories. And thank you for your time. Thank you for supporting Seba. And thank you for supporting all schools. And thank you for supporting teachers, directors, and everybody who is involved in the education. And in agreement with the gentleman that was here talking, we should be united, not divided. All right? And it all depends on I, not the neighbor, not anybody else, I. And we are responsible for making that part of our daily lives, taking kids to schools, being with them in meetings, whatever. We are responsible with that. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I know it's hard. It's not easy taking tons and tons of questions and comments and, all that. But we appreciate you for sitting there for us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Miss Rainey and I'm with Sabre Prep. And this is my first meeting here and it is intense. So I thank everyone on this board and admire the PVUSD student body, advocates sharing their voices. That's what our education's about. And quite frankly, thank you for voting yes for us and our community. We do work together in many different ways, but it takes all of us. So parents, guardians, family, students. Thank you.
Members of the board, Marta Belayich. In 2012, a PVSD-SEBA conflict existed regarding the district's violation of Prop 39. Former city employees Carlos Palacios, Marcela Tavances, and Keith Boyle, alongside council members Montesino Hurst and Nancy Bilicic, appeared to have orchestrated an illicit approval process for relocating SEBA to a heavy industrial zone. Public documents show how staff fast-tracked the process without fees or a formal application in a mere 15 days. A blatant conflict of interest existed. Bilicic, a district adult education administrator, pressured officials to expedite the process to reclaim the adult education building, even questioning the need for a complete traffic study. Tavances promised her, "I will do everything I can to get adult education, your building back." City staff never required a complete traffic safety study, instead accepted an unsigned draft analysis omitting critical information about railroads and truck routes. Former Community Development Director Susie Marin wrote to City Manager Matt Huffaker saying, well, Keith and Marcella are killing us. The staff report literally said a public charter school was the same as a trade school, and there was no environmental review done. Turns out such reckless disregard for safety has consequences, like students airlifted to trauma centers after being injured along a truck route in December 2019. Notably, these injuries occurred precisely in the areas where the traffic analysis fell short. PVSD and the city and SEBA were and are aware of dangerous railroad conditions and continue to do nothing. Considering this appalling history of citing SEBA in an incompatible use in the industrial zone, I request the board not to approve the zoning exemption. SEBA should be situated in a compatible, safe campus located that conforms to uniform standards for children's school. At no point has anyone here said to close it. We want it to be in a good location with a play area in a nice area, in an industrial, non-industrial zone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is that it for public comments? Thank you. So now I will bring it to the board for discussion or motion.
Can I make a motion to approve this?
I second.
That's a comment.
You can, you have a first and a second, but we also have some comments. Trustee
I was
Medina.
going to move to call the question, which is just go right to it. Yeah,
Okay,
so we're good.
so we have a motion to approve and we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank
Thank you.
thank you, Seba.
I'll email you, sir.
Keep up the great work. We're going to have an empty room now.
Okay, we are not going to take a recess right now. We will take one after we get through our action items. So we will now move on to item 11.3, Autism Acceptance Month. A report will be presented by Heather Murin, SELPA Director and Director of Special Services.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Contreras, and members of the board. My name is Heather Morin. I'm our interim SELPA director, and I'm pleased to introduce Mark Wensler, our lead behaviorist, who's going to be presenting this resolution to you tonight.
Thank you, Heather. I'm going to adjust it gently. I'm here for the resolution for Autism Acceptance Month as the lead behaviorist with SELPA. I'm going to use my experience with autism to highlight this resolution. Autism is defined by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, as a developmental disability significantly affecting verbal and nonverbal communication and social interaction, generally evident before age 3 that adversely affects a child's educational performance. Autism has affected my life in many different ways. I first learned about autism over 25 years ago as a therapist for young children with autism and also as an aide in PVUSD's Duncan Holbert preschool class. At that time, prevalence of autism in the US was 1 in 150 children. That was a really big deal because back in the 1970s, it was 1 in 5,000. Just let those numbers sink in for a little bit. Now, the prevalence is 1 in 36 children in the United States, and specifically 1 in 22 in California. That means that most classes in PVUSD will have at least one student with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD. I'm gonna go off script, and we are in SELPA, we're doing trainings, and we just did a training last week at Starlight Elementary talking about autism and other neurodiversity and trying to equip our gen ed teachers and not just our special education staff. Now I have to go back to where was I? So I've stayed in the field, and eventually I got my teaching credential. I have a education specialist moderate severe credential, and I also earned my BCBA board certified behavior analyst certification. And I've been using evidence-based practices for individuals with autism to support all students with autism. And for the past 8 years, I've been a Captain Cadre member, which stands for California Autism Professional Training and Information Network. And we actively promote evidence-based practice for students with autism across the state. When provided with well-implemented evidence-based practices and inclusive educational opportunities, students with ASD can achieve success in school. PVUSD proudly serves the educational, social, emotional, behavioral, and career preparation needs of over 200 students with ASD, ages 3 to 22. Duncan Holbert serves our youngest students, and we have 3 post-secondary classes, actually 4 post-secondary classes serving our students 18 to 22. Many students with ASD grow up to become independent members of our community with successful jobs. I am also the proud parent of 2 young adults with autism. I am grateful for all the resources that helped them over the years and that continue to support them. They both live semi-independently and work part-time jobs in large part to the dedicated support they received at school. April 2025 is Autism Acceptance Month, and April 2nd, 2025 is World Autism Acceptance Day. For that, PVUSD declares the month of April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month, and that all schools be encouraged to commemorate this occasion with appropriate, meaningful, and inclusive instructional activities that promote acceptance for all our students with ASD. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers to this? No speakers? Yes, we do. Brandon?
All right, so you should know by now that some of the resolutions that are words on paper motivate me to speak to put these words into action. In this case, I'm not just calling on the district to do so, but I'm calling on every one of our members and the community at large to put these words into action and to stand up for our students with autism. As a special education teacher, I hold individuals with autism close to my heart. When I was teaching life skills or resource at Lakeview, were there challenges that at times had me feeling like a total failure? Absolutely. Were there times where were there times where I didn't feel like I had the proper structures in place to meet the needs of my students with autism? Absolutely. But these challenges, where am I? So all these challenges were absolutely worth it. And some of these students made an indelible impact on my development as a professional. I see them out in the community now as young adults, and it's really soothing to see that they're capable. They're all going to grow up. When we see them in middle school and we think, oh, they're a 12-year-old, they're going to get old real fast. And we need to empower them to grow up to be independent adults, because individuals with autism are capable. They're intelligent, and they have strengths in areas of needs, just like every person in this room or watching on YouTube. It is our responsibility to never write these individuals off and to be creative in finding ways to support them. I call on everyone listening that if you see or hear someone put down, discriminate, or be anything short of welcoming towards our students with autism, you need to have the courage to call that out. I'm also going to let all of our members know, loud and clear, that if you ever come to me and you say something like, do I have to have that special ed student in my class? Expect me to call you out and to help educate you on these students' right to have a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. These students are general education students first. They deserve the highest quality education that we can provide, and it is up to each of us to do better in empowering these students to achieve their highest potential.
Do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Medina and then trustee.
Yeah, who could answer my question, Jenna? Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So, how could we do better for students with autism? Like, for example, are there any plans for sensory spaces or communication tools that we should be looking into in order to, improve our students' access to education?
Sure, I'll start. You can jump in. Mark talked a little bit about CAPTAIN, the California Professional Training and Information Network, and there's 27 evidence-based practices that come and go off that list all the time, depending on the latest research that's been done. So our job as a special education department is really to equip the people working with the kids with those tools and strategies to support them and make sure we're staying up to date on those things. So it could mean different things for different students. And what Brandon said, spot on, that it's not just in our special education classrooms, but throughout the district. So the challenge is really to make sure that every person who comes across an individual with autism has access to some of those practices. They're not expensive. They're not all tools. There are things like that, but there's also free practices and tools that can be implemented all the time. So we have to equip people with that.
Awesome. And I guess this is more for the superintendent. Is there any curriculum or anything of that sort that actually does go or dives into, students who do have different, neurodivergence, for example, like ADHD, autism, all those?
Yeah, so there's various types of curriculum out there. Generally speaking, we want to utilize the general education curriculum and then modify it and integrate those supports I was talking about for accessibility. That's step one. Again, to use Brandon's language, they're general education students first, and then we want to layer those things in. Some of our students do require a modified curriculum in order to access, which is still tied to the state standards, but it's scaffolded down so that they can access. And that is primarily in place in our special day classes where we have that modified curriculum with those supports embedded in it.
Got it. I think I was getting more at the neurotypical people. How are we educating them?
Oh, the adults.
Yes.
So yes, there's lots of different training strategies, and as part of that network that we were talking about, there's certainly characteristics of training and coaching that make it more likely to be implemented. Training alone, we know, only has a 5% chance of implementation, so we always have to pair coaching with it and feedback. So that's, again, the challenge is making sure we're getting out to all the folks to be able to do that and provide them that feedback and that coaching so that they can realistically provide it.
Got it. And would you say that it's also trickling down to the students? So if we were to ask a student, hey, do you know somebody with autism?
Yeah.
Are there things in place like that to kind of, because it's always hard when you go into a space, you know, for example, when I have certain reactions or you know, because I have ADHD, I don't take my medication, I do get sensory overload. So, and it's not to anybody else that, you know, but some people do feel like when something gets brought on, it's a trigger and then, you know, that response.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, just how are we educating the general students on all these different mental health or neurodivergence that we have out there?
Yes, neurodivergence, as you said. And Mark can chime in on this too, but this month in particular, we utilized the opportunity to be able to teach our students skills about acceptance, and it moved from awareness to acceptance on purpose. So it's not something that we need to be aware of like a disease, but it's something that's neurodivergence, and we are here to accept all people and affirm their differences. So a lot of the efforts at the sites this month and throughout the year are understanding how different students think, how different adults think, how they might respond to certain scenarios, what we can do to help them feel supported. And there's lots of books that have been written for children to help with those types of activities in the schools. So there's a list of activities that Mark and a team of behaviorists provided to schools to be able to do, so that we're doing that proactively for the students to also promote that, and so that they can be partners for different types of strategies like peer modeling, friend clubs, those kind of things.
Awesome.
Anything else?
Yeah, so we, for part of our preparation for Autism Acceptance Month, we have like a curriculum. We purchased in our school sites where we have autism specific classes. We're providing the librarians with some like books on neurodiversity, and then the librarians are going to be reading those each month. We're also, and we can share it out like broader to like more schools, but all of the schools are going to be like doing the infinity symbol is like the current symbol for autism. So they're going to like do like the doors are all decorated with the infinity symbol. And then I mentioned Starlight. So part of it, it's like, it's also coming to us, like teachers or principals are reaching out to us to get more information. So that training was directed at the general education teaching staff. And then part of that, we kind of talked about ways that they can talk to their students and, you know, help them understand about neurodiversity. And so actually the captain cadre that we're members of, our goal is because we're focused a lot on like working on our own like SELPA staff, but now we're like, we also need to reach out to just like the gen ed staff and the students. So I think that's actually, it's spot on what you're asking, because it's kind of our current focus.
Sweet. Thank you guys. And I'm glad you're spreading awareness. I would love more of these conversations, not just 1 month out of the, you know, of the year. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And to our students that are out there, it's, let us know what you need as well. And if there's anything that we could do in order to support students more, please email us, because I definitely want to support students with autism. I have so many cousins with it as well, and they are just beautiful, amazing creatives, and I want everybody to succeed in that way. So thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of points of clarification about the numbers for prevalence, and as the doctor in the room gives some context. Part of the reason that the prevalence has gone up so much is because of diagnosis and not necessarily because of vaccines or anything else in the community. You know, it's a spectrum. So I think back in the 50s and 60s, it was a little bit more obvious of people who had severe autism, but, you know, folks that are higher functioning sometimes fly under the radar. And so I think the work that you're doing is really important within the SELPA community, but actually is probably more important in the general ed community, because what can be perceived as disrespectful by not making eye contact or, you know, tone or body language or not picking up on that can be misinterpreted as being disrespectful or, you know, going against the teacher. So I would really encourage you to, like, whatever you're doing to teach the teachers, that is, I think, a big need in our community. And also to, you know, a lot of our students are flying under the radar that are on the spectrum and don't want to be different from their peers, and so often don't necessarily come out and get the supports that they need. So I'm hoping that some of the work that you're doing for Autism Month is showing that people that are neurodivergent, it's not necessarily a disability. It actually can be a superpower, you know, especially when it comes to autism. Like they react from logic and emotions don't really cloud their judgment, which is actually really refreshing and nice sometimes. So I just want to commend you on all the work that you're doing. And I hope that you're pointing out like all of the famous people that have autism, like Albert Einstein and Elon Musk before he was an evil person. But Bill Gates, like there's, Anthony Hopkins, there's several really famous, successful people who are on the autism spectrum who have gone on to do amazing things. And I hope that you're highlighting that. So thank you for your work. And unless anybody else has any comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
Go.
we have more comments, but we have a motion on the table. Trustee Dodge.
I just want to say, thank you, Ms. Morin. I know we've worked together in the past, and I know you're active on sites, and so, I appreciate and wanted to say thank you about that. Just two quick questions. We have a special ed program at Watsonville High School. What are we doing to integrate students into the classroom and into playing sports? And the second question is, I'm not sure if all of my colleagues know, we have a RISE program at Watsonville High School, and if you could kind of touch up on the services, what you're doing to help those students.
Yeah, so for the first question, the high schools are really a great opportunity. All of our schools are, but for doing inclusion. So each student has an IEP meeting annually at least. And at that IEP meeting, you're discussing what are the times of day that they can benefit and access the general education curriculum. So that's really an individual decision for each student. But there's lots of opportunities. You used Watsonville High in particular for inclusion into either core academic areas or some of the elective areas for the students to be able to access and be alongside their peers. And those classrooms in particular, the life skills classrooms, which are moderate to severe classrooms, there are staff in those classrooms in addition to the teachers. So if the students need support in those classes, if you go into those classes during the day, which I know you have, there's oftentimes not a lot of kids in there because they're out. They're in different classes and the staff are with them throughout the day. So it's a very dynamic program. There's 2 classes there, but it's very dynamic in how it's structured throughout the day. The RISE program is a program that is a therapeutic special day class that is specifically supporting students with emotional disabilities. So neurodivergence, yes. Autism, a little bit less so. We do have some students who have dual diagnoses or multiple eligibilities, so they would be across both areas. But in the RISE program, the main focus for that is social emotional needs. And so we're really supporting students in developing coping skills to be able to access their education. Many of them are cognitively and academically capable, but it's the social emotional aspect of their disability that's really impeding their learning. So that's the skills that we're focusing on in that program for them to be successful. And similarly, as they are demonstrating that, they're accessing general education with support as needed. And that program's led right now by Jessica Showalter, who's a superstar. And she does a great job of collaborating also with the mental health clinician, the behaviorist, who supports the program. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
It's, I know the principal there, he told me how important that program is.
Yes.
How they do good work, and hopefully we could continue to find ways to support that program.
Yeah.
I know the program director as well, I believe is, there's a teacher there. He tries to help raise money for scholarships because their students, they take on not vacations, but like field trips.
Uh-huh.
And so hopefully we can continue to find ways to, help students. There are students in that program that have, some, issues, and, there's, from what I heard, there's, teen women from shelters from around this area who, have gone through some issues. And so hopefully we can find ways to strengthen that program and donate to that program. So
Yeah, sure. And we just started a collaboration with Food What, which has been really cool because one of the main incentives for high schoolers is making money.
Yeah.
So being able to provide a pathway to that has added some engagement from students who weren't previously engaged. So we're really grateful for that partnership as it's allowed for some of that support that you're talking about.
You always have great answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have, okay. Trustee Flynn?
So when I first read this, I was kind of confused because I'm so used to awareness month, not acceptance months. So I was curious to hear what the difference is. And what I'm hearing is this is more actionable rather than just like making people aware. This is educating and helping people understand how to integrate and also how to relate. So what are some, going back to what was said earlier about action making, I think it was Brandon that said, like, how do we make this actionable? What actions do you have in mind? You said some of them, but I guess I was wondering, who is it geared toward? Is it geared toward the educators, or is it geared towards the mainstream students that are in class with that one person with autism? So that's my first question.
So I think it's geared towards everybody. I mean, really it's when we do the training, we have this video that is made by a individual with autism who's quite intelligent and puts together the video. And it's just, I think it's like autism awareness, and people get stuck, and I got stuck on it for a while when they made the change, but I think it's like we've moved beyond just being aware. Like, when I started in 2000, I didn't really know what autism was. Maybe there was Rain Man, but I was kind of young for that. But now it's like, it's there. And then not only do we the acceptance is that we have to accept that these people are here and that they contribute there's valuable things that they contribute, and that it's not up to them to like adapt themselves to our world, that we also need to make space for them, and that there's things that they can contribute. And then the neurodiversity movement goes even beyond just autism, right? There's ADHD and there's lots of neurodiversity that people have. So I think it's like what we can do is be we might need to change some things about our classroom and make some concessions for these people, and then they're going to contribute as well. And there's like value in the way that they're going to contribute. And the last thing I think to kind of answer that is I have to do CEUs to keep my certification that I talked about. And so I did one on inclusion, and then there's like different pieces of inclusion. But when we include students with autism or any neurodiversity, that it benefits all students, right? Because then you're scaffolding kind of like, right, teachers or educators are aware, like we scaffold for, in a gen ed class, you're going to get some students that are like, maybe slow learners, and so you'll have to scaffold for them, and you have some that are higher. But when you do think of our students with neurodiversity, you're looking also just at like social emotional needs and sensory needs. So you're kind of scaffolding the whole classroom environment. So then that acceptance is like, we accept that we are going to have to make some changes, and really it should benefit everybody, because even some of our neurotypical, right, not having neurodiversity, the neurotypical students are going to benefit from some of those changes that we do through the acceptance.
Yeah. Couple other things. How do you, in doing this, how do you make sure that students with autism who are mainstreamed don't feel singled out as you're, bringing this awareness and acceptance? Because just as a Black female in a space with only white people, quite often, I don't want to be the one that's in charge of teaching people about my experience. So I guess I would be concerned about how you would make sure that that person felt safe again and not singled out, nor are they responsible for, unless they want to, sharing their experience of what it's like.
Yes, I think that's where like kind of having like the Autism Acceptance Month, that it's kind of like school wide. So what we're kind of doing in our schools, we're not singling out those classes or those students, but the librarians reading those books, those things to every student, and there's stories are kind of covering what neurodiversity is. And I think there are different ways. Again, it makes me think of that CEU training I just went through on inclusion, because there are some ways that can, if you are talking just about autism or singling that person out, that can cause, it's not the best practice, although it may have some benefit. So then there's other strategies of like, doing it with the whole school or whole class, or you could do like small groups where like everybody's working on those skills. It's kind of related to what I was saying before, like if everybody will benefit from some of these inclusion strategies or learning about neurodiversity, and then we don't have to single out those individuals. And it's also like a work in progress. Like we said, we're kind of shifting our focus to focus, like at least for me, I've been doing this for a long time, but I think as I was in captain, it was like, how do we make our special education teams better at, delivering these evidence-based practices? But now our focus is shifting, is that like, we need to work with like our gen ed staff and our students. So.
Yeah. Thank you. The other thing I was going to ask about is inclusion. You spoke to that. And then two last things, support for caregivers. It's hard to, a lot of times because there still is a lot of, what's the word? I want to say like taboo around autism. So I think this is important that people aren't really, and families aren't really wanting to reveal that about their child if they're mainstreamed, because it's still not normalized. That was the other thing. So I appreciate your attempts to normalize that this is our reality. But yeah, so I guess are there efforts to provide support for caregivers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that comes up all the time. I mean, I like my main, or not my main, I have many different hats I wear, but one of the things I spend a lot of time is at Hyde Elementary. We have 3 classes of students with autism. And I think that's something, I don't know the answer. I also know that as a parent of 2 individuals with autism, so my sons, they still receive reports. So it's really like partnering with other kind of agencies, and so there's like the regional center, the San Andreas Regional Center would provide a lot of support for individuals that kind of have more severe needs, right? So to qualify for special education, it has to like impact your educational performance. So to qualify for the regional center, it has to just affect your life. And so I think that's something, in the 25 years I've been working, I mean, we try and partner, but like school is kind of in its silo. Once you turn 3, you can't advocate to get the regional center service. And now we support them and we encourage them, like take this IEP and take it to the regional center to get some services. And there's kind of like a medical field.
Yeah, I
right?
was
So we have
actually,
the-
you said the IEP and the medical, so there's 2 separate
Yeah,
things. And so how do you, I mean, that can be another conversation, but
yeah,
I just want to make sure that this resolution is actionable
Yeah.
and that it's not performative. So that, it sounds like there are some.
Yes, and just for the parent piece too, we do serve birth to 3 as well through Early Start, and our principal at Duncan Holbert Preschool, Maria Ferreira, does a lot of parent outreach, especially from birth to 3 and 3 to 5, because for many parents, that's like the first 100 days of even learning that their child has autism. So that is like a tidal wave of, okay, now what? So there's a lot of outreach that happens there with training, and then the providers, the Early Start providers are doing a lot of, everything's pretty much in home. So they're working alongside the parents to equip them. And then we also have our community advisory committee, which I would love if anybody wants to come to. That's once a month, and we have a very involved parent executive board that's been instrumental this year in elevating our parent voices so that what we're doing is based on what they're saying they want. So that's just this last week, we did a parent resource fair where we had 17 different vendors available for families to have access to those resources, because many don't know what they can access. So
Yeah.
we're trying to bridge that gap. So we are the school, but we understand we have to be able to partner with our community agencies for them to not hear like one thing from us and something else from a different agency, and make sure that we're integrated.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm thinking of like the elementary and to high school and
Yeah.
have that support and single parents and stuff like
Yes,
that.
all of
So,
that, yes. And
thank
continuing on.
you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. This is a beautiful conversation. I definitely encourage you to attend the SELPA meeting, the committee meeting. It's great. That's where I learned a lot about the services that are offered, but for the, we have a lot still get to on our agenda. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Perfect. Thank you. That passes 7-0. Thank you so much.
I'd like to
And
comment
now,
on this.
I'm sorry, Madeline, we don't have a card for you right now, but
No, there was no, the agendas were all gone when I arrived.
I'm
so I
sorry,
had-
Madeline.
Well, I'm sorry too. And what I would like to comment, every other meeting, you hear a presentation.
Madeline, you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to see Autism Prevention Month. And I'd like to recommend a book by an educator, Dr. Leon Canarot, called The Unfortunate Truth About Vaccines, Exposing the Vaccine Orthodoxy. He taught in this isn't a funny matter. He taught in Head Start for years, and in the 1990s, noticed cases of autism they'd never seen before. When I started teaching in 65, you never saw these cases. So Dr. Canarot, who lives in this area and could do a presentation to you, started investigating and looking at the definitive documented links to vaccines and autism. We should not be accepting this harm to children. And I'll leave you with a copy of The Reality of Our Health from Learn the Risk. Let's remove the causes.
Thank you. And before we move on to item 11.4, I am just going to take note of the time. We still have quite a few items on our agenda, so I ask that if we could have a motion to extend our meeting to at least 2 o'clock, please.
I'll move to 3, just
Okay.
because I don't want
Just
to
to
be
be
cut
safe.
short like the last.
Perfect. So I have a motion on the table to extend our meeting to 3 o'clock.
Reluctantly second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, we have extended the meeting to 3 o'clock. And now, yes, that doesn't mean we're going to go till 3. That doesn't, if we don't, no, we do not want to keep our staff here till 3 o'clock. They all have to be up and ready for work tomorrow. So we apologize. Okay, so we are moving on to item 11.4, resolution to transition PVUSD Virtual Academy from a school to a TK-12 program. Report will be presented by Heather Gorman, Interim Executive Director for Student Support Services.
Good evening, President Flores, Board of Directors, and Dr. Contreras. So tonight I present this resolution as an action item to move forward with the creation of the TK-12 program that fosters an innovative learning environment for Pacific Coast Charter and Virtual Academy students. To achieve this, we propose transitioning Virtual Academy from a standalone school program, allowing for expanded opportunities and resources. So this transition will provide students with greater access to their homeschool program, if desired, which can include after-school programming that supports academic and personal growth, support sports and extracurricular activities that foster teamwork, leadership, and school spirit, school events such as prom and other student-led activities that enhance high school experiences, additional education enrichment as the program continues to evolve and expand. To ensure a seamless transition, we'll work closely with both school sites and families, guided by a well-structured implementation plan. And I also want to acknowledge the invaluable contributions, and she's been mentioned a couple times tonight, Julie Edwards has given towards this project, whose insight and collaboration have been instrumental in the process. And additionally, I want to reassure you that teachers will have the opportunity to continue in their positions throughout this transition. And I respectfully request your approval of this resolution tonight so we can move forward in creating this enhanced educational opportunity for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I move
Thank
approval.
you. Do
I
we have
second-
any
I
public
have a
speakers to
second.
this
There's
item?
no public speakers, and I second that motion.
We do not. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve, and we
I
have
already
a
second.
second.
We have 3 seconds.
Okay, and I would like to add to this list of what, I know it says including but not limited to, they will also be able to participate in their homeschool graduation, which I love. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can't wait to see what comes out of that new school. Okay, so now we're moving on to 11.6. Consider approval and certification of the 2024-2025 second interim budget report. Report will be presented by Jenny M., our CBO.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and Board of Education. My name is Jenny M., and I am the Chief Business Officer here to present our 24-25 second interim budget presentation. Here is our mission and vision, which having a sustainable budget supports. And this aligns with all 5 of our strategic goals. The purpose of the first and second interim budgets, it allows the district to give an update to the district's financial and budgetary status based on fiscal and programmatic activity from the start of the school year through now the end of January 31st. The purpose of the interim budgets is to certify that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 succeeding fiscal years with a positive certification. So per Ed Code, districts are able to receive one of 3 types of certifications. A positive, meaning that we will be able to meet all our financial obligations for all 3 budget years. Qualified, which means we may not meet our obligation for at least one of the 3 years. Or negative certification, which means we will not meet our financial obligations for 1 or more years. And our interim reports are intended to be fiscal barometers, and they capture changes at both the federal and local levels and the state level as well. I always like to start off our budget presentations with some highlights, really centering our amazing programs that we have here at PVUSD. I believe that throughout the county, we offer some of the most innovative student-centered programs, and I think we should be really proud of all of our amazing staff and departments. So in a fiscal timeline, we all know we start budget development for the next school year in the spring. We bring that to board in June. And then we have the first budget update that we bring in December that captures changes that we've seen from the start of school to about mid-year. And now for second interim, we're bringing another budget update. This one is exciting because in January, the governor releases his governor's budget proposal. So that is our first opportunity to capture changes from the state level, including any updates to the proposed LCFF COLAs. And we start to get a sense of what are the governor's priorities and initiatives that he wants to propose funding for. So here are some major highlights from the 24-25 governor's proposal. If you look in the budget binder, and for the board members, you have a printed copy in front of you. In the narrative, I have more information about all of the proposals included. But the major highlights are the 24-25 COLA remains the same at 1.07. For next year, the proposed COLA has gone down slightly from what was proposed at first interim. It's now at 2.43. And in the third year out, it's gone up slightly. It's now at 3.52%. Additionally, the governor is proposing three main areas where schools could see potential new funding. These three areas were not included at second interim per most professional guidance because it's still yet unclear if these will be funded, especially with what's happening at the federal levels, as well as the devastating fires down in the LA area. But the three potential new sources of funding could be a new discretionary block grant geared towards student support and professional development, especially in the areas of English language arts and math. The proposal is $327 per ADA. Also, the governor is proposing restoring a 14% decrease to the one-time learning recovery emergency block grant that was taken back in 23-24, as well as some additional transitional kindergarten add-on dollars. Again, these were not added at second interim. We will reevaluate as we get closer to the May budget revision. And I know right now on everyone's mind is what is happening at the federal level, especially because on March 20th, President Trump signed an executive order, in his words, to begin eliminating the U.S. Department of Education. So we as a county, as a school district, and as a nation have been full of questions and fears, understandably so. The one thing that I do want to state is the core programs of the Department of Education for K through 12 schools, which is really the title programs and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, also known as IDEA. Those were created by acts of Congress in 1965 and 1975 and are protected by statute. So right now, all professional guidance is stating that we should continue budgeting for these major programs until we hear further. So I will continue to keep the board and the community updated. However, I did want to state that our district has this year about $68 million in federal revenue across all of our funds for very critical and important programs that fund special education, our title programs, food and nutrition, universal meals, child development, migrant education, and migrant and seasonal Head Start. So these are very, very critical programs for our community. And for many of these programs, we have not received that kind of guidance that we get for title and IDEA where it's protected by statute. So that is something to keep in mind. We are already starting to see impacts in Santa Cruz County, especially at the nonprofit level. I know Santa Cruz County CAO recently did an FAQ and an interview talking about what they're doing at the county level to start preparing and thinking about this. I imagine for TK through 12 schools, we will first start to see impacts probably through subawards and pass-through grants through the UC system or through higher education. We've already started being notified about certain subgrants that the UC system believes may be in threat. And also because of what's happening with Medi-Cal, we have funding through the LEA billing options program, as well as a new fee schedule that may be impacted. So those are things to keep an eye out for. We have had already an impact because of what's happening at the federal level. So the USDA recently announced elimination of funding for the local Food for Schools program. We were awarded $100,000 through the first round of the program. So we were expecting to receive that amount in 2025, and then a similar level of funding in the next round for the next year. This funding allowed our Food and Nutrition Services department to develop partnerships with several new local organic farmers and to expand existing relationships. But despite the elimination of this funding, we will be able to continue these valuable partnerships by using other sources of funding. So we saw this slide at the last presentation. I wanted to bring it back around just to show the trends of the LCFF funded COLA that we've seen pre-pandemic. We saw it spike up during the pandemic. At the last budget presentation, we talked about why that happened, and it was really because of the huge increase in capital gains that we saw because of the stock market during COVID. And now they're returning to pre-pandemic normals. This is also a history of many of the one-time pandemic funds and the one-time post-pandemic block grants that we have received. As you can see, many of these are expired, including the largest, which was our ESSER funding. And right now we have 3 block grants still ongoing tied to multi-year plans. As we're developing a budget, we have essentially 4 main areas that we look at for planning factors and for budget considerations. The first and most important is our enrollment in ADA. For this year, one other really important thing to look at are the impact of the staffing reductions that we saw approved last month for 25-26. We also want to have a good understanding of what are some ongoing versus one-time funding and expenditures, as well as understanding what's happening with our overall salaries and benefits. I'm going to continue bringing this slide back because it is so important to planning for the future. So this is a history of our enrollment in our district going back to 2013-14. This is district only, not including our charters. And we can see since 13-14 to now, we have decreased about 18% or 3,378 students. That is pretty substantial. Over the next decade, the Department of Finance is projecting, along with the Department of Public Health, that Santa Cruz County will decline about 18% more, and in Monterey County, 11% more in the next decade. So I'm going to pause on this slide just for a little bit. So what this shows is our enrollment broken out by grade span. And I went back to a couple years before COVID. So it shows when TK started, and it has our enrollment going by grade. And if you draw your eyes to 24-25 and 23-24, I just want you to pause and take a look and see what you notice. And I think what you'll notice is, especially in the current year and the later years, there is a bubble that is moving through the grade spans that has the highest enrollment, and they are going to be graduating out. And the newer grades coming in, the younger grades, are smaller. And that is really tied to lower birth rates throughout California, as well as many families moving out of the state, and especially moving out of Santa Cruz County because of cost of living. And we are really seeing that in real time right now. The district is afforded a little bit of protection. It was enacted by state law during COVID because enrollment and ADA were decreased at an accelerated pace because of the pandemic. So the state enacted what is known as the 3 prior year funded ADA. So districts can be funded either on the greater of current year ADA, prior year ADA, or a rolling 3-year average. So because we now have the rolling 3-year average, what you see on this chart is in the blue is the funded ADA, which is a rolling 3-year average, and in the red is our actual ADA. So you can see that during COVID, there was a larger gap, meaning we had greater cushion. We were getting funded at a much higher rate than our actual ADA. As now we're leaving COVID, and the 3 rolling years are including now lower numbers, that gap between the funded and the actual ADA is closing, meaning we are not seeing that big cushion anymore. We are starting to get funded closer and closer to our actual ADA. And here's another impact of what's happening at the federal level. Because of the new federal immigration policies and fear of deportation in our community, we are seeing a dramatic impact to our attendance rates. So we can see here at P1, our attendance rate was 92.96. That was almost a 3% increase over prior year, and that was due to the attendance campaign that Dr. Contreras had brought in. That resulted in what we were estimating to be about a $2 million increase in subsequent years. Now at P2, we can see that that did drop pretty significantly, I would say, from P1 to P2 for our district. Now it's at 91.27. I do want to note that that is still higher than our P2 attendance rate from last year, which was actually closer to 90%. It was very low. But because of this drop, and because the LCFF COLA has decreased slightly to 2.43%, that is essentially about a $2.5 million loss in LCFF funding for next year, and that does continue because of that rolling 3-year average. And as we have talked about in the past, LCFF funding is what we consider the bread and butter of school funding. It funds our entire general education program as well as our operational costs. This chart also shows the dollar impact. So a few slides ago, we saw the trend of the LCFF COLA. We saw that for next year, we're projecting 2.43% increase, 3.52 the following year. But when you look at it translated into dollars, what we actually see is it's not actually an increase year over year because of the impacts of declining enrollment and the impacts to our attendance rate. So what we're actually seeing is for 24-25 this year, even though the LCFF COLA is 1.07%, it's actually over a $10 million decrease from the prior year. And that comes out to a realized COLA of a negative 4.35%. For next year, we're expecting about a $6.2 million decrease in LCFF revenue. That's a negative 2.74% COLA, realized COLA. And then in 26-27, we start to see it even out a little bit. And that's because that rolling 3-year average is starting to close that gap a little bit. But if you're looking at the total LCFF revenue between last year and 26-27, you can see that it is a significant decrease. The other side of when we're looking at our budget is really understanding what is happening with our salaries and benefits, especially because at PV, our salaries and benefits make up around 93% of our unrestricted general fund. That is pretty substantial. So what we see here are projections for some of the major costs for salaries and benefits. So CalSTRS and CalPERS, that is what the district pays for all of our employees who qualify to be part of the pension programs. So we can see really for CalPERS, it is increasing substantially, where by 26-27, the district will be contributing almost 28% of an employee's salary towards their CalPERS program. STRS has stabilized for a little bit, but it is still 19.10%. For health and welfare, it's been increasing between 10 to 8% the last couple of years, mostly because of impacts of the pandemic. Next year, it is now increased to be about a 10% increase based on preliminary estimates we're hearing from our insurance carrier. We were initially budgeting that at 5% at first interim, so that is a significant increase. 26-27, budgeting at 5%. That's an increase from 4% at first interim. Another item to note, and we'll talk about this in later slides, our negotiated increases are not yet included for the current year or for any of the out years. I did a comparison of looking at the average ratio of unrestricted salaries and benefits to the total unrestricted general fund expenditures this year at neighboring districts. I think this is really important to note because this is one of the big signs that a district may be going into fiscal distress per the FCMAT fiscal health indicator. So we can see here for PVUSD, this year we are anticipating about 93.7% of our total unrestricted general fund expenditures are going towards our salaries and benefits. Next year, that's increasing. And I want you to just compare that to some neighboring districts. I included Santa Cruz City Schools, Scotts Valley, Live Oak, Salinas City Elementary, and North Monterey County Unified. I wanted to include a good mix of other schools, school districts that have similar unduplicated pupil percentages as ours. What I see, and I think what you're all seeing, is that PVUSD does contribute a substantial portion of our total expenditures towards salaries and benefits. My concern is that takes away from our ability to fund programs and to fund ongoing operational costs. So that is something to consider for ongoing years. Included in the second interim are the board-approved reductions from last month's board meeting that resulted in approximately $3.6 million from the unrestricted general fund and $2 million from the restricted general fund. One thing I wanted to note is that at first interim, we already included about 20 FTE in attrition, which is approximately $2.4 million from the general fund. So this resulted in an additional $3.2 million in reductions being added at second interim. In addition to those reductions, the district office made the following reductions in 2024 that's already included in the budget. And these are above and beyond what were included in last month's board meeting decision. So right now, this is the multi-year projection that shows last year, the current year, are required 2 subsequent years, which is 25-26 and 26-27. And then I also included the fourth year out, which is 27-28, because we will be seeing this year as part of our required MYP for the first time at the 25-26 proposed budget, which will be brought forward in June. Where I want to bring your eyes is to those red boxes. So what we're seeing is in the unrestricted general fund, there is going to be ongoing continued what we say or call structural deficits. Structural deficit means that these expenditures are not one time, meaning they can't just be taken out of the budget. These are expenditures tied to things like salaries, benefits, ongoing utilities, things like that. I also wanted to note again, our multi-year projection, including the current budget year, does not include any negotiated increases. So as we settle with our bargaining units, the total expenditures and therefore the ongoing structural deficit spending will increase. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends reserving an amount equal to about 2 months of general fund expenditures or 17% of general fund expenditures. Our average monthly general fund cash flow, it's around $27 million. That's what we pay out on average every single month from the general fund for payroll and for operational costs. So if you think about that times 2, and if you think about your own business or your personal finances, think about, would you feel comfortable having less than 2 months worth of expenses in your savings account for if something happens, let's say with the federal government, if there's further deferrals. We're already seeing a deferral that's going to happen in June for LCFF funding. So you need cash to be able to hold you through anything like that. Currently, the district's unrestricted reserve level is about 14.3%. Compared to what the Government Finance Officers Association is recommending, that is on the low end. If you're also looking at the average unified school district in California, what their average reserve is, according to CDE's latest update, which came out, I believe, last month, it's closer to about 23-24%. The fund balance also does not equate cash. So the fund balance we've spoken about includes things like accruals such as accounts receivables, accounts payables. So even though our budget may show the required 3% reserve, that does not mean the district will actually have positive cash flow. So we saw this in Live Oak. A district could technically meet the required 3% reserve, but still be qualified or negative status because they do not have cash to meet their financial obligations. We are closely monitoring our cash flow situation for 26-27 and 27-28, which is when our fund balance is going to get low enough where that could be a concern. I did an alternative what-if scenario to show what would have happened if none of the resolutions were passed to make those necessary but very, very hard and heartbreaking reductions. So I want to draw your eyes again to that last year out, 27-28. We will see that as part of our required MYP in June. So I want to note in the yellow, the additional 3% reserve would be gone, and the district would just have $4 million above the required 3%. We can never go into the 3% in order to maintain a positive certification. Because we don't have any negotiated increases included for the current year or any of the subsequent years, once we settle this year, and that's included in the budget, those are ongoing costs. So it's not, we don't see that just in 1 year. That gets added to each year thereafter. That $4 million is eaten up. We would have been qualified for 25-26. So those decisions are absolutely heartbreaking, but the board was able to essentially buy the district 1 more year to have to go through some more decision making and getting more community input. So this is a slide that shows our combined unrestricted and restricted ending fund balance. 100% of our restricted ending fund balance is tied to specific grants, and most of these grants are tied to multi-year spending plans. I have highlighted the 3 board resolutions that committed the additional 3%. And just once again, the average reserve levels in a unified district in California is about 24%. And here are some other budgetary factors to consider. The cost of doing business only continues to increase. Right now, PG&E and our gas, we're budgeting at a 10% increase next year based on preliminary estimates. Our insurance premiums, we've been told by insurance carrier to budget a 20% increase next year, mostly from the impact of the LA fires. We're already seeing impacts from the tariffs, and we're expecting to see that continue. We have Measure M, and we have deferred and preventative maintenance projects planned. It is going to impact those projects. We have yet to receive any of our FEMA reimbursements for the historic floods. That's about $10 million that we had to front, and we have yet to receive $1 of that. What's happening at the federal level, we are monitoring that situation, but we have yet to receive $1. We have, according to our facility master plan, an assessed $1.25 billion district-wide need for facility improvements. Our Measure M bond for $315 million will make an incredible difference, but it does not cover the entire need. The district really needs to come alongside the bond with a really comprehensive preventative and deferred maintenance plan, which will be presented later tonight to start addressing this high need. We have an aging school bus fleet that needs ongoing repair. And at this point, we have many buses that need to be replaced. We are participating in electric school bus grants, but one interesting thing about our district is because of the vast geographic territory that we cover, many of the new electric school buses cannot fully cover the range that is needed. So we need both electric buses and also the more conventional models as well to be able to cover that distance. We have an OPEB that stands for other post-employment benefits liability of $117 million we need to pay down. And we have multiple pending litigation that has significant financial exposure for the district that is not included in our budget, but will need to be paid out of the general fund. So those are some things to consider for future years. This report is an action item. It is respectfully requested that the board certify with a positive certification as the district is projected to meet the minimum 3% reserve in all 3 budget years. For next steps, the May budget revision will be released in May and will be incorporated into the 25-26 proposed budget. At the same time, we will be bringing the 24-25 estimated actuals to board in June. And I also wanted to bring up that the district has started the formation of 2 committees to continue the work of creating a sustainable budget. So the first committee is going to be the Sustainable Budget Committee to make recommendations for reductions for the 25-26 fiscal year. That was a typo. As well as a district/school reorganization committee that we have spoken about previously that was supposed to be part of the next phase. So those, I will work with Dr. Contreras to start getting set up before my last day. And I just wanted to give a big thank you to everyone who worked on second interim, including everyone in the fiscal division, and really all of our principals, department heads, all our program managers, and our site and DO administrative staff. This is really a collective effort to work on the budget. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jenny. That was beautiful. I mean, that was great. And do we have any public speakers to this item?
It's 11:06.
Wow, that's a lot of numbers to digest. This is what backs up what she did. I couldn't read through it. I don't think any of you did either. So I'm going to try to simplify what this all means without all of these numbers. You've been told for a while that we're losing 600 students a year. It's a number, probably doesn't mean much to you. So I'm going to cast it in a different way. 600 students represents 1 elementary school, actually a little bit more than 1 elementary school. It's 25 teachers and 6 or so staff every year. So the 3,378 students that we've lost over the last 10 years amounts to 5 elementary schools and 1 middle school that should have been shut down, 150 teachers and 36 staff. That's a bunch. The previous board did nothing. And so we add on to it the COVID-19 hiring spree we went through. That's why we're at 93%. That's why we stand out against all the other districts. Last year, the district had consultants. They came in, they did a presentation February 29th on a study to downsize the district. The previous board president froze that report. It would not bring it up for further discussion. No action was taken. You've inherited a mess. It's not your fault, but it's your duty to do something about it. We just passed Measure M, mentioned earlier. It makes no sense to start spending it until you decide which schools to close, which to combine, and how to account for all the busing that takes students all around the district. We bus a whole bunch of kids out to Aptos because they have capacity. We need to work together to sort this out. PVFT should be part of which schools are to be closed, combining classrooms, and how to decrease the number of teachers. We are already behind by 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Brandon, you're 11-7.
Okay, I will
Alright.
now bring it to, we
Really?
don't have one. We have 11.7, 9.1,
I was gonna be nice.
and 12.7.
There's no way I could speak. I swear I thought I got one in. I'll take a minute. If you'll give it to me. I swear I thought I put one in. I put in like 8 cards today.
We'll give you 1 minute.
All right, sweet. Thank you. Okay, so I do see that we will be meeting the state mandated 3% reserve and the additional 3% reserve in the 27-28 out year. So I'd like to ask, when can we start prioritizing the students of today instead of implementing austerity measures on the backs of our students? I do want to thank Jenny because I know that she's been working around the clock on this, especially with this budget being pushed back. She responded to a lot of our information requests this week. So Jenny, you're a rock star. And I do really think that some comments from Dr. Flores about the work that Jenny's doing, I think that we should look at the structures that we have in place. And instead of looking at us, how can we help Jenny? How can we get her a CFO? What do we need to do to improve the work that she's doing? Because she's taking on so much of this work. And I also want to state that our FTE has been reduced by 9% since the 2018-19 school year. So we have been reducing via attrition as we go along. And we do look forward to partnering with the district to give our students the schools they deserve.
Thank you. I will now bring that back to the board for discussion. Any questions? Trustee Turley.
Thank you. So one thing I notice on the future 2 and then 3 years, if I look first at 2023 and 2024, what we're spending on books and supplies and services and other, and I think services and other includes curriculum. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we look like we're going to land the plane in services and other operating for this year at about, well, first interim, we had thought we'd be at 66. Now we're looking at 25, which is maybe half of what we spent in 2023. And that same number roughly continues through 2028. So I know we've started a new curriculum that I think 3 of our schools have. That's a math curriculum in our elementary, which apparently we're having great success with, and it's costing an average of $3,300 for the 3 schools that were listed on the purchase order. And I think there's maybe an expectation that other schools are going to want to use that because they've seen such great success in the 3 that we've used. And I just wonder, with that budget number of 25 million, if 25, 26, if there's going to be sufficient funds to purchase additional curriculum.
So So right now, we do have some curriculum adoptions scheduled out of some restricted funding. So we have, currently, we have ongoing restricted lottery dollars, which are meant for curriculum adoptions. And then we also have the one-time learning recovery emergency block grant, as well as some remaining one-time arts, music, and instructional materials block grant dollars that will be able to help support those curriculum adoptions for the next year or two. And then after that, we would have to really plan out those curriculum adoptions very carefully.
I'm going to guess that the 5% increase in the 27-28 year for health insurance, at 5% increase probably is half. I think you're probably going to continue at 10% per year. You talked about FEMA and you haven't received any of it yet. Just an FYI, the County of Santa Cruz, for all of the damage that they've had to deal with over the past 8 years, they haven't received any money going back to 8 years. So I don't think you're going to get any of those dollars anytime soon, I would predict. I could go on, but that's all I'm going to say for right now, except I don't think it's a stellar situation.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I had a question about what are we doing about the absences? Because I know that I have heard that for the students who are not going, like you said, we have a lot of absences because of what's going on. And I know that in the past, the district has hosted Saturday schools to be able to get that funding back. Are we doing that right now?
So we currently do have Saturday school. What I imagine is happening is students and families who are scared to come to school during the school day, I imagine that they would also have the same fears for Saturday school. What we are looking into, and I know the county is really looking into it too, is how do we roll out the short-term independent study program we had during the pandemic into the new situation. So there's work being done looking at that to see what we can do. Another exciting thing on the horizon is starting next year as part of the governor's proposal is a plan to start offering extended instructional recovery opportunities, especially through our expanded learning program. So that is something that Jen Littleton Bruno jumped on right away when it was announced about a year ago, and she's been actively looking into developing a process and methodology and looking at the programmatic needs to make sure there's a certificated teacher as well. So there are things brewing at the state level, and I know that like CTA, for example, is doing a lot of advocacy around having legislators even look at the funding model, because funding based on EDA versus enrollment, does that really make sense in this day and age?
Trustee Carrasco, I do want to point to the virtual academy that the board just approved is also another structure that we've put in place for the independent study piece that should help with that as well.
And then could I get the update on, I know that we've been talking about meeting with Watsonville PD and Santa Cruz County Sheriffs because that's another fee that I don't want us to inherit again for the budget.
Yes, I've met with both Chief Zamora and Sheriff Clark, one last week and one 2 weeks prior. Sheriff Clark did get back to me. We met, had an initial meeting. He responded with his ability to fund 25% of an SRO. Chief Zamora, we have a future meeting to look what he could do. He was going to meet with his executive officer. Basically, what's happening is we are all in the same position right now in seeing a reduction in our funding sources. So that's kind of where we're at. We're still looking at what we can do, but they're working with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I forgot to put this in my update, but I know very early on I requested to see, and I know that are listed, the positions that are listed, there's a lot of positions that could be automated. Honestly, they could be automated with their data analysis. A few other positions, we're already seeing those transition over. So I'm curious if is there any plans to transition over to automating some positions where, we're seeing a lot of human error and that's actually costing us more money?
So the request to look at all the different positions, especially the ones in the district office, is almost complete. It's been a huge endeavor because we wanted to be accurate where people are in the salary schedule and all that. So we're I think about 80%. I was just reviewing it yesterday, in fact, so we'll get that to you. In terms of automating those positions, absolutely, I think we can look at that. I do want to point out that in automating positions, that does mean a reduction in force.
Trustee Flynn?
So thank you, Dr. Contreras, for mentioning VA to Trustee Carrasco, because that was one thing that I was going to say. Oh gosh, now it's late and I forgot my train of thought. Yeah, it was the VA. I think it had to do with, we were talking about attendance. Gosh darn it. Saturday school. Yeah. Oh, yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny M, for this beautiful presentation. Because you do such a great job explaining it to us, we don't have a whole lot of questions. We're just left with like, wow, and having to, grapple with what's in front of us. I understand that the state requires the 3%, but as you explained so eloquently, we, as individuals, we would want to have a 2-month, fund in case of anything happens, like not getting our money, the cash revenue, all of that. We're barely at that. We're not. My math, we're almost there. This year, next year, we're not. And then going forward, then we're just getting ourselves in deeper. So I recognize that. And so going in these next years out, are you taking into consideration attrition with those numbers? I know you're taking into consideration we're losing students. Are you assuming we're going to also right size with?
Yes, so in all of our out years, I have about 20 FTE in certificated positions budgeted through attrition in the unrestricted general fund. I don't have any classified yet because I know based on board guidance and discussions, that is going to be something that's going to require further thought and discussion and input from our community around how do we look at the classified positions because those positions don't come in easily packaged classrooms defined in a contract. So that is something that we would have to look at as well.
Okay. And I want to apologize again for when the LCAP mid-year review was presented to us and we had to rush it at 1 a.m. or 12:55 and rush it into 5 minutes. A lot of my fellow trustees have never even probably seen an LCAP presentation except for that. I think it's a good idea to, if staff is willing and trustees are willing, to bring that back, because that LCAP review is where these, where we decide where our funding is going. And a lot of these externals, we were talking about books, we were talking about curriculum and salaries. And so I feel it's important to have a better look at that. And going forward, I think that's something that, if trustees are willing and maybe agenda setting could talk about that. But that usually comes before this. So then we have that in the back of our minds. And unfortunately, we had to rush you guys through that. And again, I apologize for that. But that's something that I would like to see brought back so we can really make sure our focus is lining up with our LCAP and we're moving along the right path. Trustee Flynn, do you have your question yet? No? Any other discussion? Trustee Dodge?
Just a quick comment, thank you, Jenny, once again. I have no problem saying I'm impressed by your work, and it's public knowledge that, losing you is a great loss. I believe in my trustee area and for PV, so I wanted to say that out loud. But, we talk about not being reimbursed $8 million from FEMA. Is there a way us as a board could, I know it's tough and usually it doesn't happen, but I know the Capitola Wharf was fixed. They got their money somehow, and it was, we all know how that went. But as a board, like, what can we do? Can we lobby our elected officials, our assembly members, our congressmen? What can we do as a resolution or? So.
Trustee Dodge Jr., I think that is an excellent question. I think absolutely advocating and writing letters or reaching out from our board would be really impactful. What I'll do is I will share with Dr. Contreras my recommendations for who to reach out to at the FEMA level, and then also through the Office of Emergency Services. And I will get that to all of you this week. So that's an excellent question. Thank you.
Thank you. So did we have a motion on the table? No? Okay.
I could make a motion. I did want to mention to Jenny that I've had a lot of my constituents reach out and commend you on all the hard work that you've done and explaining these things. So I know you don't necessarily always hear that positive feedback, but I wanted to share it with you. So in that regard, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 11.7, approve resolution 24-25-32, temporary borrowing between funds for fiscal year 2025 and 2026. Report will be presented by Jenny M., RCBO.
Hello again. So the next three resolutions I will be presenting are routine annual resolutions that we bring forward every single year in March. Essentially what this does is it's a backup option for the district should we run into any cash flow issues. It takes time and effort and money to set up temporary borrowing and to get loans. It's very, very difficult. So we want to make sure that we have options in place, especially if there could be any deferrals on the horizon because of what's happening at the federal level. So the first resolution, this is borrowing between funds. So we are required to have a resolution in place to temporarily borrow between funds. This is a common practice which occurs annually. So one example is our food and nutrition fund. Most of the funds are through reimbursement basis, meaning that we expend our money first, and then we submit reports showing how much we spent, and it's audited to make sure it was on qualifying expenditures, and then we get reimbursed. So we have situations like that, or for example, FEMA that got paid mostly out of deferred maintenance, Fund 35, and we borrowed a little bit from Fund 21. So there are situations that come up where we need to move money between funds temporarily to get us through cash flow issues. District staff respectfully request the adoption of Resolution 24-25-32 for temporary borrowing between funds to prepare for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do, Brandon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak last time. It gets confusing when you put in this many number of speaker cards. But I wanted to speak to the next two items as well as sort of a block, and not up here to question this or be confrontational. But what I want to say is I do believe that Jenny is very intelligent and aware of the systematic challenges that we face, challenges that I suspect are related to government bureaucracy and the fact that our Department of Education is under attack. And I've been trying to stay calm tonight, even though I drank a Red Bull. I wish I could drop an F-bomb here. but our Department of Education is under attack by a former CEO of the WWE. What the does Linda McMahon know about education? Like, that just blows my mind. And so we all know that the Department of Education is under attack, but what are we going to do about it? We can't just sit idly by and hope that the judiciary bails us out or say, we're California, so we don't have to worry. No, we have to be worried. We must be active and we must stand up for our students. I'm encouraging the board to rely on Jenny's intelligence and ask her questions that will help us to identify these systemic challenges and the ways in which we can stand up to any attacks on our students' education funding. Ask Jenny, what can we be doing to protect our students? Ask her what her ideas are for improving the structures in which schools are funded. And I hope I'm not putting too much pressure on you, Jenny, but I am looking to fight not against the district on this one, but to fight with the district to give our students the schools they deserve. We had our CFT convention last weekend in San Diego, and that education department in Trump was a big theme, obviously. And the theme was that, what are we going to do? We got to stand up and we got to fight. And what can we do? Because if we just sit on our hands and expect the judicial branch to bail us out, we could be in for a rude awakening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Trustee Turley.
When we borrow from funds, is there a requirement that it be reimbursed during a certain period of time?
Yes, typically within 120 calendar days of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
So this is just to, just in case, there's not like a timeline on this, is that correct? I think I've, go ahead.
Yes, this is just in case measure, and these are resolutions that we bring forward every March to have in place just in case for the next school year.
Okay, and then what are the penalties if it's not returned within a certain amount of time? And we're just borrowing from ourselves, so it's not like there's like a fee, that we're like
Yes, and thankfully for this one, there wouldn't be a fee. So really a penalty, it would really be like an audit finding, for example. So when our independent auditors are coming through and looking at our transactions and our books, this would be something that they would flag as a possible finding. And then also certain types, it might maybe have an impact for things like interest accruals, things like that, but not a true fiscal penalty, thankfully.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Can I make a motion to pass this?
Yes, I have a motion to approve.
Second?
And I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Thank you. We will now move on to item 11.8, approve resolution 24-25-33, temporary cash borrowing from Santa Cruz County Treasurer for fiscal year 2025-2026. Report will be presented by our CBO, Jenny M.
So this is another option that school districts have if we run into cash flow issues, which is to borrow from Santa Cruz County. So all school districts, we have funds in a pool. So it would be essentially borrowing against a pool. And this would be putting this in place just in case for 25-26. So staff respectfully request adoption of the resolution authorizing participation in the temporary cash borrowing pool with the Santa Cruz County Treasurer.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item? Nope. Seeing none. Okay, I will bring it back to the board for any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. So
Okay, Trustee Flynn?
Is there a, what's an interest on that? Is there an amount that we borrow, or is that just set if we have to put this into place? Yeah, because this isn't borrowing against ourselves anymore. We're using outside funding. So I don't know how this works.
So that's a great question. So there would be interest that we would pay, and we would be limited to not exceeding 85% of the money which would accrue within our school district for that school year in that fund. And it would be limited to $25 million.
Okay, and then this is the backup to the backup. So we would go by the first resolution first about, and then if we needed this. Okay.
Yes, so we always look at interfund borrowing first because that's essentially no cost to the district, and that is a routine part of doing business. And then should that not suffice and we don't have money in any other funds that could cover a fund in need, then we would then looking at the county or from the next resolution, which is from our COE.
Thank you. If nobody else has any questions, then I'll make a motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And I have a second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Okay, I will now move us on to item 11.9, Resolution 24-25-34, temporary cash borrowing from the Santa Cruz County Office of Education for fiscal year 2025-2026. Report will be presented by our CBO, Jenny M.
Thank you. This is the final resolution for cash borrowing of the NE to borrow from the Santa Cruz County Office of Education to have in place for 25-26. So there is a quirky rule saying that after the last Monday in April of each year, school districts cannot participate or borrow from the county schools pool with the county treasurer. So then for that period of time, our backup to interfund borrowing would be to borrow through the COE. And we would be limited for a loan up to $5 million. So staff respectfully requests adoption of this resolution to authorize staff to participate in temporary cash borrowing with the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, should it be necessary in 25-26.
Thank you. And I do not see any public comments on this item, so I'll move on to Trustee Turley.
So the idea with this borrowing isn't to fix our long-term problems. It's you have a cash flow, you know money's coming, but it's not here yet. So it's really just a bridge. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to.
Okay,
this
I have a
resolution.
motion to approve, and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Thank you, Miss M. Okay, so we have our trustee, student trustee has the first item, 12.1, and I believe I need a clarification. Were we going to do consent agenda after report and discussion or no? After? Okay. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our report and discussion items, and then we will revisit our consent agenda if everyone is okay with that. Thank you. So we're going to move on to item 12.1, a student civic engagement handbook. This report will be presented by our student trustee, Daniel Esqueda.
Thank you. Yeah, so when I stepped into the role as a student trustee, I quickly realized that while there were a lot of opportunities for student involvement, the pathways to access them were somewhat unclear, and there was no guide to really help navigate civic engagement. So as I continued to lead meetings and speak to a variety of different students, it became clear that something needed to change. And I spoke with Julie Edwards, our CTE coordinator, to explore different ideas to bring this vision to life. And those conversations ultimately led to the handbook that I'm presenting today. So over the course of a month, I've dedicated over around 10 hours spanning several weekends to developing this resource, ensuring that it truly reflected the abundance of different opportunities within our community. And yeah, so I just want to go through it real quick. the table of contents I outlined similar to our board governance handbook because I truly wanted it to align with what was adopted by our board. So here I outlined the vision, and I purposely wanted to talk about core student values, as well as our shared purpose with regards to civic engagement. And the student leadership opportunities are, not all that exists within our community, but I wanted to provide a broad generalization of different opportunities that students can participate in, and as well as different community engagement programs here. So you see the Watsonville Teen Action Council, as well as Empower Watsonville and Arte de Corazon. And as we continue down, keep scrolling. More. These were just some of the core student values that I associated with student civic engagement. So here we see leadership, integrity, empathy, respect, collaboration, responsibility, perseverance, innovation, and curiosity, which are extremely important to civic engagement. We can continue. And the shared purpose that I developed for civic engagement is, as a district, our shared purpose is to provide students with the tools, resources, and opportunities needed to actively engage in their communities, developing the skills, knowledge, and the character traits essential for making a positive impact in society. And here are just some different visions that, as a district, we want to ensure that all students have access to. And I also provided a variety of different civic engagement norms down here, such as respectful dialogue, active participation, accountability, transparency, commitment to service, advocacy, and action. And then below, I really wanted to emphasize the characteristics of effective student civic engagement. So we often hear the word civic engagement being thrown out, but I wanted to truly hone in on what does it mean to be an effective student who is civically engaged. So some of the ones that I came up with are students who are lifelong learners who continuously seek to understand civic responsibilities and opportunities, as well as they have a responsibility to contribute to their communities in meaningful ways. And they also must respect diverse perspectives and seek common ground in discussions. And we can scroll down. So obviously the first position that I thought was the most valuable to this handbook was our own student trustee position. So I briefly discussed the purpose of my position, as well as the different responsibilities, so such as attending the meetings, advocating for students, serving as a liaison for students in district leadership, reviewing and presenting the board agendas through the various different superintendent committees, and representing students at district events as well as public forums, and also upholding professional conduct. And here I outlined the eligibility and selection process as we move into that in the coming months, which is something that I look forward to. And something that was also particularly important to me was there's not just one student trustee position within our community, but there's also one at the Santa Cruz County Board of Education. So here I specifically took the one that was proposed through their website and outlined their responsibilities listed as they presented. And we can go down as well. And this Student Trustee Academy is one that I actually participated in this past summer. And it's open to anyone, even students who don't intend to become a student trustee, but it really just helps to prepare students and really educate them on the process of school boards and how they work, and the essential training and how to run a school district. We do little simulations on different board meetings and Brown Act training, so that was really imperative in my preparation for this role, and we can go down for that as well. And then this is the committee that I discuss, when I do my share outs during these board meetings. They all stem from the Inter High Committee, which Assistant Superintendent Mike Berman also leads with me. So we've had an amazing opportunity to, build and develop this amazing cohort of ASB students to provide different updates and as well as different issues. And then another different advisory that has been really valuable is when I interviewed for the student trustee position, there were 5 other students who interviewed, but they also all had amazing visions for our district and they all had an amazing voice. And Dr. Contreras wanted to create a different committee for us to all, come together because their visions are also extremely valuable to our district. So this was just outlining that core student advisory, which will be continued next year. For the students who do interview for the student trustee position. And the superintendent student advisory has been really successful this year. And I think it was pointed out during our last board meeting, CWA President Mike Floor actually touched upon, what we've been working on. But at our very first meeting, we had discussed what students are experiencing and what issues. And one concern that was raised is, the lack of training for substitutes and how students feel that they're not really learning when substitutes are in the classroom. And Dr. Contreras took all that information, and now there's actually ongoing negotiations to provide substitutes with adequate training, which is really exciting because, that shows how the voice that we present to Dr. Contreras is taken, and, change is actively happening from that. So we can go down as well. And I believe the application process might still be open for the Watsonville Teen Action Council. But yeah, the Watsonville Teen Action Council was another really vital opportunity within our community because it provides local youth to advocate for meaningful change, not just at the district level, but within city limits. So I wanted to earn this, and one of the biggest benefits is, students will receive community service hours as well as a $12,000 stipend. We can continue going. And then Empower Watsonville, I was actually really inspired when I met with them a couple months back. And I thought it was really imperative that I would include them in this handbook just because of all the work they do with regards to, tobacco prevention and substance abuse and, educating students on that. And, they welcome all students within our community to join their amazing cohort of students. And another really important opportunity was Arte de Corazon, because I know we have a lot of students who really have admiration for the arts within our community. And I think it was really important to, establish a local hub for creativity and providing students with hands-on training and exposure and uplifting the local BIPOC artists. And we've had really successful students within the arts sector these last couple months. So I really thought that this was cool to include in this handbook because of the different opportunities that it provides. And, if students don't want to participate in any of these leadership opportunities, I really wanted to emphasize that, just going and speaking out and being, watching board meetings and going to city council meetings is enough as it is. Students are doing their due diligence. So I wanted to emphasize that as well. And the very last page leads us into the next item as well. But for those who don't know, the student trustee authority is governed by Board of Bylaw 9150. And I wanted students to, get a clear outline on that bylaw. And as we can see down here, what I did is these different authorities are, pursuant to Board Bylaw 9150 is inclusive of our Board of Bylaw as well as the Santa Cruz County Board of Education. And the very last line that you see over here, right here, a little bit above, the line that says student trustees may make motions that may be acted upon by the board except on matters dealing with employee relations pursuant to government code. That currently is not in our board bylaws, but I am working to change that, and I will be speaking about that on the next item. Because currently the Santa Cruz County Board of Education allows their student trustee to make motions, and I'm hoping to bring that change to PVSD just to align with not only the Santa Cruz County Board of Education, but a variety of different school boards across California. So yeah, that's basically, and then at the very end I list who contributed to this handbook, but yeah, thank you.
And so Trustee Esqueda is bringing this before you as a report and discussion. It will come back in our next meeting, though, as an action item because we'd like to propose that this handbook be adopted into board policy along with the board governance handbook so that it is a side-along that is included with our governance handbook policy. And then the next item that he'll talk about is the making motions, and we would like to also include that in board policy. So those two will come back as action items. Daniel, I'll let you go on to that next item.
I don't know if there's any public comments or board deliberation about this handbook specifically.
Yes. Do we have any? I don't see any.
I turned in a card.
For 12.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. First of all, I want to commend you about this handbook and the idea of serving the community and being involved in public decision-making. This is civic engagement is critical. And I was just sitting there and thinking, when I was your age, I graduated in 1959 when they had above ground bomb tests in Nevada. And my graduation speech was on, we want to have a future and not be, destroyed by nuclear weapons. We're facing that now. But I'm thinking, working in this community to ban toxic lithium battery storage sites in our school district and Watsonville is a valid, meaningful, and critical civic engagement. And I'm thinking integral to the school curriculum. This involves science, government, community networking, looking at environmental impacts, looking at what's gone through the planning department in the county for 90 Minto Road, the history of that, history of Measure J in this county that Gary Patton brought forth decades ago to stating that agricultural land needs to be protected. 90 Minto Road is agricultural land. This is educational outreach. You could be doing developmental, organizational, and planning skills with other students and community members to prevent more disasters like the ongoing Moss Landing contamination and fires. And also, here's another idea. The trustee of the land at Minto Road signed a lease agreement with New Leaf Energy before this Moss Landing fire.
Thank you,
He
Marilyn.
was not informed of the disaster. So I have
Thank
some
you.
articles to give you, but I'm pleading with you that this is really an opportunity.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Turley.
We're all so proud of you, Daniel. You do such great work and you're an amazing person. And I'd like to acknowledge that your mother is here videoing everything, so you'll have that. And one question for you, Dr. Contreras. Is it a requirement that whenever there's a bylaw change that it be read 2 times?
No. Usually though, what we do like to do as a best practice is bring something forward to the board as a discussion item and then bring it back as an action item at the next meeting, just so the board has time for thoughtful discussion or, yeah. We don't have to do that. And I do actually want to note one thing, in Daniel's proposal, there is a change to how we select the student trustee that was very thoughtful on Daniel's part. Daniel, do you want to talk about that?
So previously, the selection process, or at least the interview process for the student trustee, included the current student trustee, the superintendent, and I believe the executive assistant and the PIO. And what I'm looking to do now is at least to have the board president, the vice president, and an additional board member, which could be a board member serving on the agenda setting committee, or just, a board member who would like to join the interview process. And, we're still looking for feedback as we, continue the selection process and the interview process. So that's something that I'm looking on changing, which I think would, as the board president and board members work really closely with the student trustee, I think it'd be really valuable to have them there for the interview process.
Trustee Medina?
I just got to say, this is USC material right here. So I'm glad to hopefully see you go there soon. No, but I'm just really impressed with this. I think we need to start documenting our systems a bit more so that way we could develop trainings on them and really get the students more involved. I do love what was said about being more engaged with the community. Granted, I think this is enough. You're out late already. So, I hope that this is kind of like a snowball to the more student involvement that we want to see happening. And I'm glad you're laying the foundation for that. Go Trojans. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Me and Julie have also spoken, we want this to be the start, when the next student trustee comes on to, potentially motivate, like, for example, hospital boards to have a student trustee and just continue the student voice around the community. So not just on school boards, or maybe even the Watsonville City Council can take up like a student council member, just to continue the work that's been started.
That's great. Trustee Carrasco.
I mean, I just want to echo what everybody is saying. I'm very proud of you. I've known you for many years, and it's amazing to be sitting here with you and seeing you grow and creating this. And I also want to say thank you for, um, putting Arte del Corazon. We just had a open reception for an art exhibit, and all of our high school interns learned how to hang artwork, how to coordinate events, how to document, how to market and everything. So, and they got to engage with people they've never even met. So I'm glad that we're there because we're doing the work. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Navarro.
So I want to echo, Daniel, you never cease to amaze me. We're all so proud of you, and your mom, amazing, right? You should be so proud. He's such a remarkable young man. And if you decide to become a Trojan like myself, remember they're need blind, and they give a lot of money out. So just keep it on your radar. But no matter what school's lucky enough to get you, you're going to be fantastic. And
I did not know you were a Trojan. That is crazy.
So I wholeheartedly support all of this, and you're going to have big shoes to fill.
Okay. Just more pouring on love on you. I think you've done an amazing job. You've really just above and beyond, what is expected of you. And I think that just shows, your work ethic. And I just can't wait to see what you have in your future. But you came and you didn't take this job, lightly. You said, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it to the best of my ability and beyond. And I think you've set up our future student trustees amazingly. And so now anyone who comes behind you is now ready and equipped and can just keep that momentum going. So thank you, and can't wait to see. So we will now move on to your second item. Sorry, Trustee Flynn.
Okay. I've only known you for a couple weeks, and I'm super impressed. So I feel really honored to have this short amount of time to serve with you. I don't know if it's too late to add, but the county actually has a student not a trustee, but a student-led group. It's too late. I can't think. My brain is shutting down. So I don't know if that's something that can be an advisory board. Thank you. If that can be something that's could be added on there.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to item 12.2, the first reading of Board Bylaw 9150. This report will be presented by our student trustee, Daniel Esqueda.
Thank you. Yeah, so as we continue to empower students through civic engagement and through the handbook, it's important that we structure our board governance to reflect these changes. So the handbook, as Dr. Contreras said, which will be added as an addendum to our board governance handbook, outlines the expanded role of the student trustee, including the ability to make motions. So to align with this update, I'm bringing forward a revision and addition to our board bylaw 9150, which will officially grant student trustees the ability to make motions. So this change is not only in line with best practices across California, where many districts have already adopted this policy, but it also brings into alignment with the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, where the student trustee has been granted this power. So this revision will empower student trustees to have a larger voice and a more direct influence in board discussions. And I believe this change will significantly enhance the role of student trustees. And yeah, because during the Student Trustee Academy, I was told that I would be able to do it. And then I remember my first meeting here, I asked and got shut down right away. Like, no, you can't make motions. And from that point on, I was motivated to eventually bring that revision to our board bylaws. So yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this? We do not. Okay, board discussion.
I think we're gonna go down the line again and just say how amazing Daniel is.
Trustee
Oh, yeah. No, I just wanted to say, I think this is great. Again, having the power to second something or to bring up a motion is really great. And again, I think this is just going to snowball, right? Because now that you have, you're giving pretty much future generations a say now, compared to begging us board trustees to listen to you, right? So I'm really glad that you're going to be getting this. Also, once again, I will say this is great USC material. Top school, just saying. And when this gets adopted, it goes immediately into effect, right? So at that same meeting, he could make the motions. Okay, I'm sold. Cool.
That was one thing, as we were planning this, we were making sure that he'd have an opportunity to use it.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to exercise it for 2 or 3 meetings. So yeah, I'll make the most of it.
We're going to look to you for every item. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, you know how awesome you are. And yes, we look forward to bringing this forward as an action item. Okay, I will now move us on to item 12.3, Expanded Learning Summer Programming. Report will be presented by our famous Jennifer Littleton Bruno, our Director of Expanded Learning.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Contreras is not there, and Board of Trustees. I'm Jen Littleton Bruno, the Executive Director of Expanded Learning. And tonight, I have the pleasure of sharing information about our summer programming here at PBUSD. And this is not going. I think it's done for the night. This is our vision and our mission. Okay. Oh. It will back up. Okay, and so for summer programming, we are looking at goal number 1, academic excellence, powerful learning, and goal number 3, climate, culture, and community during summer school. This summer, before we launched into summer, we did a survey with our key stakeholders. And so we engaged our families, and we had 500 responses, which I felt like was a great response. We also engaged our certificated staff members and had about 200 responses from our PVFT members as well. And we asked our key stakeholders, what do you want to see in summer? Because we assume that we know and we have our requirements, but we really wanted to know, what do our families want? What are their needs? What are their students telling them they want? And what do our teachers want to do in summer? And so what we learned was some information that I actually was shocked about. Last year, we launched our 9-hour program, and we heard from families that they wanted summer school to be 6 hours. We heard from our teachers that they wanted to teach 4 hours a day and focus on academics and not do all the enrichment activities. And so it was a really great eye opener for our department to really be able to look at our key stakeholders and hear what do they want to do, and then be able to adjust our programs to ensure they met our requirements, but also were what our community was asking for and what they visioned their summer would look like. And so some key information here is that we are offering our summer school program. And in addition, we're doing our summer camps that we launched last year. The biggest change was that we heard that some families did not want to do summer school. They just wanted to do summer camps. And so we thought, why wait till July? So this year we are offering summer school in June, and we are offering our summer camps from June until August 12th. So we will be offering over 40 days of summer programming for our community. Each day we will have options that are from like 1 hour to 9 hours. And so this is really so that we can meet all of our families' diverse needs. It's asleep again. Oh, I changed the volume. I'm asleep again, I'm sorry. So for summer school, I am pleased to share that we will have 9 summer school sites. We operate the expanded learning summer school program. In addition, we have our extended school year program with special services. So special services will be running June 10th to June 27th. They came to you a couple meetings ago and had a waiver to be able to offer their program during this time. Their program will run 6 hours a day, and in the afternoons, we integrate our programs together, and so that those students in those programs are doing enrichment with our students as well in the regular expanded learning programs. In addition, we work with Heather Morin and her team so that we can ensure that the programming that we offer to the special services students is what they need and what works for them. So our program, the expanded learning program, will run June 12th through the 27th. We are not starting on the 10th. PVFT asked us to be mindful of how quickly we were starting our program, and so we were able to push it back, and we start actually the day before to give teachers some training time and some professional development. In the mornings for 4 hours, we'll be focusing on academics with our PVFT teachers. I'd like to share that last year we had about 90% of our 250 staff members that we hired of certificated teachers were actually PVFT full-time credentialed teachers for our school district. So we're really lucky here that our students actually get to keep working with their school day teachers. We'll be using Sown to Grow, Bridges, Just Right Reading. So that will be focused on academic time and really core instruction with our certificated teachers. And that's what we heard our certificated teachers tell us, was that they wanted to teach just in the morning and they really wanted to focus on academics. In the afternoons, our program is a 6-hour program, so it's not going to be a typical like before school and then after school program. We're bridging those together because really that's our goal that we're going to be able to have here at one day, is that it's not regular school and after school, it's that it's school and we're here to support you no matter what time of day it is. And so during the afternoons, we will have IAs, classified staff, enrichment specialists, student helpers, and community partners coming in and doing enriching activities. And so our instructional aides and our enrichment specialists will get to use Kiwi kits. These are a couple examples. I think that one of them, this one is like the domino little machine that you do. It's like a Mark Rohlberg, like little one that the kids have loved in the past. This year we'll be diving into summer, and so it's a water focus. So we'll have some water activities. I think there's an oil kit that the students will get to engage in. In addition, we will have our community partners. And so we really are just focusing in on a couple community partners that are going to be coming into our schools. And then the rest of our partnerships I'll explain in a little bit. And so we will have the Arts Council coming in, El Sistema, GUP, America Scores, Science My Way, and Watsonville Wetlands Watch. And we just learned about student engagement and working. And I just have to share that Science My Way, which is one of our brand new providers, that nonprofit was created by PVUSD former students that taught with us in science workshop as high school students for many, many years. And they went on to college and they came back and they saw a need in our community. And so if you ever see that crazy physics bus that's all around, those are former PVUSD staff students who worked in after-school program and then got educated and came back to their community and now are launching these science classes. They make scooters and they do all these fun things. And so it's just a great way to see that our students are coming back and giving back to our students. So I just explained a little bit about special education ESY. So students to do ESY, you have to qualify. That's part of your IEP program. And so we work alongside with special services, expanded learning, orders all the materials so that those students are getting the same access to curriculum and supplies. But their IEP is, allows them to have these services. And those classes look a little bit different. They're often a little bit smaller, or they might have some behavior aids. The migrant program will be running a program as well. And so what they're going to be doing this year is they're changing things up a little bit. They're going to be part of the enrichment program in the afternoon. And so if you're a migrant student, you're going to be able to access the migrant program in the afternoon. So core day, they will be with the expanded learning team, and then they'll transition into the migrant program. They'll also still have access to a lot of the enrichment activities as well. In addition to the school migrant program, there are also other programs that Migrant will offer this summer. They offer the Study Home program, a Cabrillo program, and a home-based TK program as well. And for Migrant, they use both migrant funds, and then they also are utilizing some expanded learning funds because they do not get as much migrant funds as they used to get. Our high school program, we typically are known for a credit recovery program. And in addition, last year we actually had 5 graduates who attended our credit recovery program for summer school. And at the end of the program, and I invite all of you now, in June, we do a graduation. And it's so beautiful. It's very, very intimate and very, very small. But these are students who didn't graduate with their class, but who are committed to graduating in that same school year. And so they take 2 classes over summer and they graduate. And so they graduate with the same diploma and they graduate with their same class. And it's so awesome to see these students who are so committed and are not giving up. In addition, this year, President Flores actually last year asked me, what kind of credit attainment do you have if your students don't need credit recovery? I'm like, there's not much. And Nancy Zuniga and I really feel like as we're looking at enrollment and decreasing enrollment and where are students going, our students deserve credit attainment. We deserve to offer those opportunities to our students. So we will have a variety of ethnic studies courses for attainment for students. We are working with Stephanie and Claudia on offering band for attainment. We are looking at all different courses so that we're able to also offer attainment for those students who might have a really packed schedule and want to be able to take additional courses. We also offer English language development. We partner with Gear Up. We partner with Digital Nest to be able to offer offsite programming on career development. We actually pay for a partnership with Food Wet, so our students are getting credits and getting paid for summer internships. We offer enrichment opportunities. Last year, the students went to the aquarium, and we offer student helper employment. And so we hire about 40 high school students every year to come work in the after school, into the summer programs. We partner with Julie and the city of Watsonville to offer the Summer in the City program for students. And so this has been a huge success. And Julie really, supports us so much in running this program and being able to offer this opportunity for our students to have access to other activities besides just credit attainment and credit recovery. Our last program, we got really famous last year really quickly, thanks to using all of our ESSER funds. And so you may know or you may not know about our summer camps program. I'm a mom of 4. And something that's important to me is that when I look in our community, as I was raising my kids, they're all really young, is there was not a lot of opportunities for our students. And I look at over the hill or in Santa Cruz, students are getting to do gymnastics classes and horseback riding. And I'm like, wait a minute, how do we get our students in Watsonville, in Pajaro, in Aptos, the same activities that affluent families get? And so when you're looking at an affluent family or community, they may not be sending their students to summer school alone. What are they doing? And that's what we thought about. What are students doing? What's sparking their interest to be able to let them be learning and excited about life? Also, what's going to help them learn the growth mindset so that when they're working on a math problem and it's really difficult, they don't give up? And so we launched our summer camps. Nancy Zuniga launched them last year for us. And so we have a variety of summer camps. This is a scaled down version. Last year, we spent about $5 million. This year, thanks to ESSER funds, this year we're looking at $1,200,000. And so this is scaled down, so it's not as much as I would love to do. And also, we have some wonderful opportunities for our students. And so Expand on Learning has a variety, diverse portfolio of partners that you can see here. And our partnerships all did a proposal to work within our school districts. What you will notice is that we have some partnerships that are large businesses. We have others that are nonprofits, and we have some that are nonprofits that we've been partnering with for 20 years. And we have some like Science My Way that I just mentioned, that's a brand new nonprofit, like a year old, and we're partnering with them. So I'm very, very excited to share that we have a very diverse portfolio of partners, both businesses and nonprofits. And by partnering with a very diverse group, we're able to offer students a variety of activities. So we offer the all-day camps. Those have 9-hour opportunities for students. So those are great for working families that really need a safe space. But there's some really, really great ones. There's White Rock Ranch, which is an equestrian class. So students are learning to horseback ride. So when we think about growth mindset, right, it doesn't have to be just about school. So we're bringing students in who may have never ridden a horse before. And after a week, they're riding a horse. They just learned that when you try and you practice, you can master a skill. And so I truly believe that if we give our students these opportunities to master skills during the summer, then they're going to come back in, and when they have a hard math problem or they're having a difficult time spelling or learning a different piece, they've learned that if they practice and keep trying when it gets rough, that they can succeed. And so I'm super excited that we're not only providing a safe atmosphere for students, we're providing opportunities and growth for them. So some of the really cool things that we're offering is farm discovery, Lightspeed is karate classes, Camp Wow, Close Up. We're going to be offering a couple spaces to going to Washington, D.C. That was a huge success last year. We sent 480 parents and students to Washington, D.C. over 2 weeks last year. It was one of the most, for me, one of the best pieces of my administrative experience. And I kind of summed it up like being a parent. It was also some of the hardest times of being an administrator as well. We had a couple spaces of families that, students that weren't able to go last year, and Close Up were able to give us those spaces back so that we can send some students with our extra spaces. So we're really excited. We also have the same opportunities with Springboard, which offer 1 week middle school placements at colleges or 2-week placements for high school students. So we have those opportunities. We also have some physical fitness and emotional. We have America Scores, Food What, G-Up, Pacific Arts Complex for dance. We have Quicksilver swimming classes, yoga classes for drop-in with Watsonville Yoga. Wave Warriors is similar to like a water safety class, and they're at the beach. So it's great because we don't really have those opportunities for our students. And so Wave Warriors is able to give our students beach access and teaching them to swim in the ocean. We have for science, math, and technology, we have Digital Nest, Science My Way, Watsonville Wetlands Watch, and X Academy offers actually a math camp as well. And then for the arts, we have a numerous number of arts partners that are all here. We have such a rich, diverse group of artists in arts programs. The great thing with our summer programming is we have a huge number of students, right? And so we're able to partner with almost every organization that reaches out to us and who does a proposal because we have students to fill those spaces. And so you'll see that we have a number of arts, both drama, art, visual, and theater arts. And that's our summer program.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item? We do not. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Flynn?
I was just curious, how do families access
Yes.
programs?
Yes, of course. And I just want to I forgot to say something that's really important before I answer your question. We are funded by ACES, 21st Century, ELOP, and assets. So we do not use any district funds. And these programs are all what are required of us and within compliance of our programs. I'm sorry for not answering that, but I saw my notes and forgot to do that. So how do you sign up? That is a great question. So we are working on a catalog right now so that families will be able to have a catalog that will be both printed and on our website. And so then we are figuring out the actual how to sign up. Last year was insanity. We offered over 300 different options for families. And so we signed up over 4,000 people. My office is a very small office. So if you ever talk to Nancy, Karina, or Jackie, please be very kind to them. That is 3 people that are supporting 4,000 students in over 300 different camp options of signups. So what we hope to do this year is use Parent Square to be able to offer signups. We are still trying to decide how to best use Parent Square to be able to make it as user-friendly as possible. This is a discussion in our office every day, throwing back and forth. Well, what about this? What about this? But what will happen is that we will announce this on Parent Square. We'll also have a couple videos that we will announce so that parents can see the different activities that their students are doing. And then there will be flyers that will be sent home. We offer online signups. And then at our school sites, we actually have after-school offices, expanded learning offices, where families can come in and do signups. We're currently doing that with summer school already. And then in addition, one thing that we notice is our main office is at the district office on the 3rd floor. And what we heard from families was that was kind of hard for them to manage. And so we actually have a hub, we call it the Expanded Learning Hub at Watsonville High. We're right across from the tennis courts. And so twice a week, we open up the hub. And it's this great open space with computers. And we have families who come in. And so on all of our flyers and information, it shows our hub hours. And so we will have families come in and we walk them through the process. So we want to make sure that we are online, but you can register over the phone, in person, or on your own.
That's fantastic because, you just making it really accessible and making sure that nobody's left behind and that everybody has access. And that's what I like to see in most aspects of what we do. And this is the first one that it sounds like you've really thought out, how do we reach the far corners? Because I know that, in your area, PV middle school, parents will actually come to the site to have a conversation. They're not getting information online. They're not using Parent Square in the way that I think that people assume. So I really want to commend you for making sure that that's happening with your team of 4.
Yeah.
It's
happening because of our team of 50. And so at the school sites, we have 2 staff members and they really just hold so much. They signed up thousands of parents on Parent Square in August and September. And then they've been signing up parents for Parent View now. And so they are an open, safe place for our families. And so families come in and they sit and they sign up with their families. The other thing that I want to share with you is that our students, all of our programs, we prioritize our unduplicated students. And so those are our English language learners, free and reduced lunch, foster, and homeless youth. And so when we're signing these programs up, it doesn't matter if you can learn to sign up really quickly or if you're affluent and you can use the technology. We pull every student's information, and the first students who are offered these spaces are our unduplicated students, and then we drop down to students who have parents that work for PVUSD, because we know that those families might still be working, especially our classified staff members, and they need a safe space for their students so they can keep working for the district, so we want to be able to support them as well.
Yes. Jennifer does an amazing job with our extended learning. Last year, I thought signups were great from the parent side. I'm sorry that it was so chaotic on your end, but I mean, we had the Google Doc and then we got to sign up, this was our first choice of camp, second, third. So that was great. This year, so like I appreciate how you said, there is some priority given. Is it going to be a limit again this year for some students that they can pick one camp?
We hope, I'm running our numbers right now, we believe that we'll be able to offer every student 2 camps is our goal. But what we'll do, just like last year, and we ran those same numbers. So last year, all of our unduplicated students, and that took us a little bit of time. And so families got a little bit frustrated that they weren't told right away. But it was because we really wanted to make sure that we provided access for who this funding is for. And so we plan on doing the same thing, is that we will run all the things and then be able to offer everybody 1 and then offer everybody 2 as our hope. Last year, we had some families that were able to sign up for 6 to 8 classes. If they're flexible on what activities they want their students to do, we were able to really work with them. And so we were really fortunate. Our numbers are looking like we should be able to offer at least 2 per family.
That's amazing.
Per student, not per family.
That's great. I'm just so thankful that our students have these opportunities, and I'm thankful to you and your staff for bringing these opportunities. The horseback riding sounds amazing. I talked to several students last year who got to go to DC, and yeah, highlight of their student career so far. Trustee Medina.
Yes, so I had the opportunity to teach one summer. Great. Fall, not so much. So in terms, programming for our students is great, but I know a big worry that I have, because I experienced it personally through expanded learning, is communication with our stakeholders. There was a huge gap that happened last time between our stakeholders, what was going on. You all went on vacation, kind of left us out in the dry for like 2 weeks, I think, and we had to kind of troubleshoot a lot of things. So what systems are put in place to kind of avoid that? And also communication, because I think that's something that really needed a lot of work.
Yeah, and I think right now, are you speaking as a trustee or as a?
I'm up on the dais, so I am a trustee.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So I want to say that we did not go on vacation. We were in DC with families, so we were working around the clock. So I'm sorry if it felt that way. But what we did was we ran a new piece. It was the RFP, right? So request for proposals. So we had 40 applicants apply, and we ran that program. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit uncomfortable right now with how you're asking me questions that you did as a business person.
This is generalized because I've talked to a lot of people who also ran the program as well.
So I'm going to just interject.
Sorry, Jennifer. Yes, thank you, Jenny.
So I just want to interject and say, just with the Political Reform Act, I just want to make sure that we're protecting the district. So I know, Trustee Medina, you had a contract with us through your business. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear that when you're on the dais, representing your experience as a business owner, contracting with the district, I believe that would be a conflict of interest.
Yeah, so I could list off other organizations too that contacted me about this, because I'm generalizing it at this point.
I'll take over, Jenny. I'm sorry, I just felt a little bit uncomfortable. I want to make sure that we're all covered under Brown's Act. So this year, some things that this board may or may not know is that Expanded Learning, myself and Nancy Zuniga, we were, and this is not excuses, but to make sure that we're really clear, we had 4 openings. And so we had a program director opening because we lost Joseph Smith so that Renaissance could have a high school principal. And so that was a priority to us. By saying, yes, he should go there and he should be with students, I took on 4 other jobs this year. And so we had 4 program directors, 2 program director positions and 2 assistant director positions open. So I would totally agree with you that we had some communication, and it's because I was juggling and Nancy and I were juggling 4 other jobs beyond our jobs. Our job duties did not change. Those job duties did not change. As I shared with many of our partnerships, including you, we had Georgia, who is now our liaison. So she is working with our community partners. We've since added a community partnership meet and greet, a community partnership handbook, and numerous other things. And so I agree that was really hard, but it was also hard to juggle 4 jobs. And so I'm glad that you could share your concerns, which you have done in the past as well. And I shared the reasonings behind that before as well, that we were running 4 people short. So.
Yeah. And that's what it's coming down to, right? So do you feel like you're more staffed and prepared now this time around? Yeah, because
We are definitely, well, we are still short and we are really prepared. What that means is that most of the time, myself and my team are working around the clock, 12 to 14 hours a day. And because we're not going to let it drop. And so, yes, we may have lost some communication, but the other piece that we never lost was the safety of students and the programming of students. And so in my mind, what my main job is to make sure that I provide a safe program. And so if I'm going to answer an email or I'm going to be running a site, I'm going to go do that. And I feel horrible for our partnerships, but my job is to make sure that I have safe programs and that my grants are going. Because if I drop any of these pieces, we are losing millions of dollars or students' safety is at stake. And so I agree that, we would love to have communication at all times, and sometimes that got dropped. Since then, we've now made a community newsletter. So we've already launched it. It will be once per quarter. We had a huge meet and greet with over 50 community partners at the district office. It was great. And there's weekly, not weekly, but monthly check-ins with Georgia.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, no, I just want you guys to be staffed well so you could continue this great work and that, you guys were picking it up, trying to figure it out, got it, get it. But I just want these to be successful because the programs were fun. I loved working with the students, going around, seeing what they were doing with Arte de Corazon. So that's what it's like. And then also just really fostering those relationships with our community stakeholders as well. And, the final thing is just, is there a process in which you, so let's say somebody like those students that came back, did you help them out with their application or do we help out anybody with their application who does have that passion?
If they reach out to us.
Yeah.
So that group of students who are much older now, but we're our students, they actually reached out to me and I set hours with them to go over what they needed, how they could get different things, what liability insurance looks like. We're very invested with our partnerships, and we've had a couple partnerships where, things did not go through, and maybe there were hiccups, but I have to tell you, we have at least 30 partners that would line up here and say that we answer the phone around the clock, that we are always there for them. We are ready to be innovative and support students. And so we have had partners that it hasn't worked for a variety of reasons. And when I am working with partnerships, what I have to look at is what's best for students. And that's my job. And so sometimes I'm going to have to say to partners, like, this may not be a good fit for us, or here's what we need. Or I'm sorry, I can't pay those fees for rent or for overhead because our programming is just for student costs, teacher costs. And these are really hard conversations. And sometimes we do have organizations that are like, but I need this. You're not giving me this. I can't do what every organization wants because I have to do what's right for a student.
Awesome. And there's a criteria for that, right? When you're figuring out?
Yeah.
Sweet.
There was focus areas, there was safety, learning, all different pieces. And that's how we were able to offer programs.
Great. Yeah, I just hope their communication keeps up very well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that if you were to reach out to some of our partners, you would hear that it's going really well.
I've heard from several that it was amazing. And I mean, last year, that was unheard of. That was unprecedented what you pulled off. And allowing our students to go to Camp Kennelin. I mean, that's in our backyard and it's so expensive, but amazing. And you gave that opportunity to our students. So thank you for that. And in addition to all the other camps, that we've never done that before in PVSD. So there's bound to be hiccups in our first year and you handled them gracefully. And I thank you for that. And Trustee Navarro?
I just want to say, Jennifer, thank you so much for this presentation and for all the work that you're doing. And I appreciate the fact that your office is understaffed, But this is really exciting, I think, for our
Yeah.
students, and thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, of course. I just want to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what our staffing is like right now or what we're doing. So we are running after school programs. We have over 6,000 students a day right now at 31 school sites. We are launching summer school and we are leading the enrollment of summer school programs. So for all of the programs, we're ordering all the curriculum right now for summer school. And then we are launching the enrichment camps as well. In addition, we are working with Heather Gorman and launching the enrollment for next school year for district-wide. We are supporting the rollout of Synergy for all students because our application is now part of the student packet. So like today, we had 300 calls alone just into our office just to support student enrollment just for next year.
Trustee Carrasco?
And then for me, I wanted to pull, no. Oh, we're not? Okay. Okay, my bad. It's late. I'm tired.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion from the board, then I say thank you.
Thank
And I
you.
can't wait to see how our summer program goes this year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 12.4, Transportation Plan 2024-2025. Report will be presented by Sarah E. Lemke, Director of Transportation. Welcome. I
you.
think this is the first time we're seeing you, some of us are seeing you, so welcome to PBSD.
Thank you very much. Normally I'd say good evening, but it looks like good morning. It's nice to meet you guys and see you in person instead of online. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting the transportation plan this year. My name is Sarah Lemke. I'm honored to serve as the new Director of Transportation. As I step into this role, I'm currently evaluating the department to identify areas of strengths as well as opportunities to grow, of course. Let's see. The history on the transportation plan. Just some highlights on it. Assembly Bill 181 was introduced in 2022, which marks a significant milestone for our school districts in California. After decades of advocacy and representatives across the state trying to get funding for our schools for transportation, we now have legislation to support that, and it's a major win for our district. Prior to the 2022 transportation funding, that was not a guaranteed allotment for the school districts. Thanks to your leadership and recognition on the central role of transportation plays in student success, we are able to provide more consistent and equitable services. As you can see, CDE, the Office of School Transportation, came up with a plan to have compliance with regulations, equitable access for transportations for students for after school learning opportunities, and to support our low income fostering and homeless students, which is our McKinney-Vento program, of course. Let's see. With those, it's important to note that the federal level, the district's mandated to transport students with individual education plans or IEPs when transportation is related to services as well as students qualified under the McKinney-Vento program. So those are ones we're regulated on. We have to cover those, right? So this plan helps us. The 60% of that reimbursement is more than covers all of what that would cost, right? So here's the breakdown. You can see last year's expenditures were over $12 million. Obviously, I wasn't here, so I can't really tell you how or what everything, but here's the breakdown of what we pulled. The state reimbursement is going to be over $7 million. We're anticipated to get back. So again, that revenue of the $4 million, it would cost us more than that for our students with IEPs to cover that. So with that in mind, the support of the home to school transportation funding, oh my goodness, it is late. I don't know how you guys stay up this late. this is a huge positive for school districts. Obviously, before 2022, school districts didn't see this money. It was 12 million we were out that came out of the general fund, right? Now we're getting those reimbursements. So that's when we can start looking at driver retention and recruitment, fleet upgrades, sustaining safe and reliable student transportation. This funding not only offsets existing expenses, but also places the district well ahead of where we were prior to 2022 in terms of financial stability and service capability. Thank you again for your commitment and support for recognizing how crucial transportation is in ensuring every student has access to education.
Thank you.
We do have one public speaker, Elizabeth Sanchez. Are you still here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I will tell you, we're so excited to have you in this role. I know that transportation's been a big challenge, and I'm hoping that you have some creative strategies on how to not get the daily text of routes being canceled, because as a parent, I luckily don't rely on the bus system, but you know, it's really challenging if you're relying on that as a family to make sure that you get your kids to school on time, and does affect our average daily attendance. So I'm interested to see what you do going forward to kind of work on that.
I'm a parent as well, and the district I came from, we went out of our way. Our drivers drove a lot of hours to make sure that we didn't have that when we were short. But so becoming creative is one of my expertise. And I've never seen a district that just sends out we can't pick them up. And so as a parent, that breaks my heart, right? Right? And that's every parent, because I've talked to several parents, they work 2 hours away because, you know, they have to live here. You got to travel a little bit more to be able to afford to live here. And so they go, how do I get my kid home? I didn't find out till last minute. And so it is a big eye-opening for me. We definitely are working on some strategies. I'm still evaluating because I've only been here a couple weeks. But I do plan on finding some solutions and finding ways to get more drivers in, because I know we're 19 short. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate you taking on this big task.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Really excited, especially in Hall Elementary, and hopefully the communication's really good there. But I wanted to send this, I told my constituents I would read this out, so that way everybody just kind of knows what's kind of going on in my district. So February 20th, PM, no Route 27. February 24th, PM, no Route 27. February 27th, PM, no Route 27. March 3rd, PM, no Route 27. March 10th, PM, no Route 27. March 11th, AM, no Route 21. March 12th, AM, no Route 27. March 12th, PM, no Route 27. March 13th, AM, no Route 27. March 13th, PM, no Route 27. March 14th, AM, no Route 27. March 14th, PM, no Route 26, 27, and 32. March 17th, PM, no Route 27. March 21st, PM, no Route 27, and March 24th, PM, no Route 27. That's a lot of routes. That is a lot of routes. So I don't know if it was passed on to you, but I know I requested to just kind of see like how many students are we not picking up when we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 days in my district alone that we're not picking up students. And I know declining enrollment's the phrase in this district right now. So I'm just very curious when I could get those numbers, I think from the superintendent's office, how many students are we not picking up because of these 15 days with multiple routes not picking up students, especially in my area. So I just wanted to flag that. I hope you can fix it. Please fix it.
No, that is my heart and soul.
Okay,
Think
awesome.
about our kids. My number one priority is always our kids and my drivers, because my drivers and the kids are the only ones that give me a job, right?
Yeah.
Without them, I don't have one.
Yeah,
So-
and I know the routes in front of my grandma's house where I'm at. So I know we're looking into putting a bench and stuff like that, because when it rains, there's like, and I don't think this is you, this is more the county, but I know when it rains, like students don't have anything to cover them. We're trying to put a tarp over for the meantime. Also, the routes that they're dropped off and picked up at too. On Hall Road, it's super busy in the morning time. And I know there's a bus stop right at the top of the hill. My worry is somebody's gonna off-road one day and hit those students. So it'd probably be better if we could refigure out that route that could best work for our students. So, and I'm happy to have more of a discussion because I got so many emails about it that I could totally pass on to you.
Definitely. I love any insight on the routes because obviously I got to learn all of those. I have requested to start getting some counts to get actual what's riding our bus or who's riding our buses. And so hopefully I have those by next week.
Well, yeah, please let me know how I could help you do a great job. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esqueda.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I think today was the first day that Apt House didn't get an email that we, didn't have any bus routes. So I can see that, it's already starting to work. And I hope that your amazing work only continues on. So I wish you the best of luck. And thank you for everything that you're doing for our district and our students. Yeah, I know. I can tell. Yeah, I know.
I know if you guys are still here at this time of night to support her, I mean, that says a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Pleasant, delightful, and I know she's working a lot because all the presentations, we never had all this education in 2 or 3 years. I mean, I know, I hope that you stay with us for a while.
Awesome.
I will
Yeah.
say, when you have something that needs improvement, it's easier to look better, right?
I just want to say hello. We had a onboarding together, so it's nice to see you again. So going to what Trustee Medina was saying about the routes, you may run into some, history where residents have not wanted a particular bus stop in a certain spot. I just want to recommend, my address is one of those, but it was the previous person who lived there. I'm fine with a bus stop coming there because it's
Can
like
you-
the safest place. And so I say that only because if you run into that other places, just inquire further because there might be a new resident there that is okay with it. So that's just what I want to, so don't just take no, because especially if it's if it's a safer spot. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we're sorry it had to be so late tonight or this morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now move us on to item 12.5, Maintenance and Operations and Facilities Department Reorganization Plan. This report will be presented by Herlindo Fernandez, Director of Maintenance and Operations and Facilities, and Sergio Ambris, Assistant Director of Maintenance and Operations.
Good morning. Good morning, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, Dr. Contreras, and board members, cabinet. My name is Arlindo Fernandez, and I'm the Director of Maintenance and Operations. I'm pleased to bring forward this M&O and Facility Reorganization Plan. Our vision and our mission Okay. Our mission and our vision and our mission. Strategic goals that it aligns with. Goal number 3, climate and culture and community, physical responsibility. Also and creative solutions. How can the district sustainability address the 1 billion in facility needs in our district with minimal impact to the general fund? How can the district build capacity successfully implementing the new 315 million Measure M bond? With the Measure M bond, there's great opportunities for the district. As you can see here, this is the 33 plus sites that the district services. Approximately 60 to 70% of our school sites were built before 2000 and require modernization to meet current education and safety standards, including the updates to infrastructure, technology, and compliance with ADA requirements. By addressing these needs, we can ensure that all students have access to safe and modern learning environments. Overview of reorganization plan. School site night custodians will be 10 to 25% funded from ongoing expanded learning opportunities program, ELOP, to fund additional M&O classified full-time positions. Restructuring the assistant director of M&O and facilities into director of facilities and construction. Utilizing Measure M's administrative cost allocation to fund new bond manager, planning specialist, and administrative secretary 2 positions. This is our current facility structure. As you can see here, starts with the director of M&O and facilities, and then assistant director of M&O. Groundskeeping staffing ratio. We did an assessment of with the COSBO recommendations. It is recommended that 1 full-time position for every 20 acres. The district-wide is over 553 acres, which is approximately 444 acres requiring groundskeeping. Recommended full-time position based on this assessment we did for the 444 acres is 22, the difference of 3 positions. Actual full-time positions that we currently have right now is 19. Keep in mind that we are not able to use Roundup and our sites are in desperate need everywhere. And the groundskeepers really are struggling to keep up with their sites. M&O trades and staffing ratios. Same assessment was done. The COSBO, 1 full-time position for every 55 square foot of building space. Total footage district-wide approximately 2.3 billion square feet building space. Recommended full-time position is 41.8 full-time position. Difference is 16.8. Actual positions, 25. That's what we have right now.
All right, my name is Sergio Ambriz. So this is the proposed facility for construction. So this is new positions that we want to add. We want to add director of facility and construction. We want to add a bond manager, planning specialist, and a secretary, right? The ones in green are existing positions. We have the assistant director, secretary, and then planning specialist, and 2 positions of planning specialists. So we have a cost analysis. So bond manager range 33, classified management schedule at 148,000. And then we have our estimate cost of 1 position FTE planning specialist for 107. Estimate cost of 1 position FTE administrative secretary, 80,000, a total of 335,000. We learned through Measure L to expedite the need for the position, and as well, right, we want to go ahead and start the pre-design phase before we get to our architects. That way we could speed the process. Then when it gets to the architects, we could throw it into design. So this is our proposed for maintenance and operations department. We have the director, and under the director, we have supervisor of maintenance, supervisor of grounds, our supervisor of custodial AM and supervisor of custodial PM, and then 2 secretaries and the buyer. We have a proposed maintenance and operations department, right, under the supervisor of maintenance. So 2 positions we are requesting are 2 maintenance specialist positions, which those will help our trades all 360, right? They could help our in HVAC, plumbing, carpentry, with the mason, with the welder. So those are 360 positions that we're asking 2 positions. And everything in green is existing positions that we already have. In our next slide is proposed maintenance positions. We're definitely in need of another painter. As you guys could see, and you guys walk the sites, there's a huge need, exterior and interior of our buildings, of the high demand for paint, for another painter. So we have here in blue our new position that we want to add for the painters. Just like Hurley was talking about earlier in the previous slide, for our grounds departments, there's a huge need, right? And not counting like Aptos High School that has a lot of Purcell, Renaissance, different other schools. And without being able to use Roundup, we definitely have the need of 3 more groundskeepers. And this is our custodial, and this is gonna be under maintenance and operations. And we have our supervisors of custodial AM and PM, our rowing crew, and then we have our morning custodians, and then they do fire inspections and field inspections for us. So this is a cost of a restructure to general funds. So estimate savings to the unrestricted general funds by funding 10 to 25% through ELOP, 500,000. And then it says cost to restructure, Director of Facilities and Construction range, 42 salary, and it's 34,000 of a difference. And then estimate cost of 3 positions, FD for maintenance specialist is 240,000. Estimate cost for 3 positions for high school groundskeepers is 225,000. So the total cost of FT is 499,000. So next steps, the district.
So next steps, the district facility construction position will be brought to the board on April 16, 2025 for approval to be placed on the classified management salaries schedule range 42. The bond manager position will be brought back to the board on April 16, 2025 for approval for place on classified management salary schedule range 33. Public comment.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item? We are on 12.5.
Yes, we have
Yes, we do.
Lupe Cortez, Angel Alejandro Avia, Augustina Costa, and Marilyn Garrett. Did she go home?
Good morning. This is the first time that I am here, present, and I learned a lot from all of you, and I appreciate what you're doing. So I came here to support them and to ask you to consider their proposal because they are such a good team of workers. And then every time we need them, we work with children from birth to 5. They are there to help us, to keep them safe. And then I'm worried that they will leave if they don't get support. Because I can imagine 2 painters for how many schools, like 30? Or the groundskeepers or custodians. So I came here, I waited all this long for you to consider, and I know I hear Jenny saying all the budget issues that we're having, but this is also very important to keep our children safe and our teachers and all the stuff. And good night or good morning.
Hello. There's no one in here, but it's still kind of nerve-wracking. Yeah, so everybody just take a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Joy, Daniel, the other Daniel's gone, Dr. Contreras, Gabriel, Carol, Jessica, Dr. Navarro, and Olivia. Thank you for, I kind of memorized for like a couple hours your guys' names. But thank you for the opportunity, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to be up here and speaking. I am advocating for the separation of M&O. I'm gonna not necessarily read this verbatim just because I don't want to have to be looking down and look at your faces. But I am here to advocate for the separation of M&O and planning and construction within our organization. Maintenance and operations, they require a dedicated team with specialized skills, and they do have that. As you guys did see, we do need some work in that area. They do want to hire some people. By establishing maintenance and operations as a separate department, we just streamline the process of them working independently. And on the other hand, with planning and construction, as you can see, it's not that big of a department. We do run 33 sites, 33 schools, 60 sites, more or less, including special projects like, Lupe left. Okay, so like hers, child development, CTE, career and technical education. Did we meet with her today? Was that today? That was today. Okay, that was yesterday. But by allowing this department to operate independently, our department, we can foster innovation, expedite decision-making processes, which sometimes it's really crucial to make decisions from one day to the other, quickly. Separating M&O and planning and construction will not only improve operational efficiency, sorry, I didn't know I had time, but also promote a cohesive and collaborative work environment. It will enable each department to concentrate on their core functions and leading to an enhanced performance, cost effectiveness, and an overall organizational success. So I thank you, because I'm an optimistic kind of guy, and I always have hope in things. And I thank you for considering these benefits, and we will see you again April 16th. Good night and good morning.
Good job, guy. Okay, let the time begin. Dang, that thing runs fast. All right, everyone, my name is Agustin Acosta. I am the Senior Planning Specialist for Pajaro Valley Unified School District. With over a decade of experience in construction and facilities development, spanning both public and private sector, I am a licensed contractor. I've had the privilege of managing critical projects that not only impact our students, but shape their environments to learn and thrive. Over the past several years, I worked closely with our maintenance and operation team to help deliver bond-funded projects, ESSER state-funded projects, and all the above projects with everything else. As we look ahead to the ambitious scope of the new Measure M bond, it's clear that we have a very exciting new phase of the school district, one that will require more structured coordination, efficiency, and accountability. This is why I strongly support the proposed reorganization of our maintenance and operations department. A well-aligned planning department is not just a personnel shift. It is a strategic move that allows us to safeguard taxpayer dollars, streamline communication, and enhance the delivery of critical projects. With an updated organizational chart that Sergio had provided, clearer roles are dedicated to support the district's evolving needs. From a fiscal perspective, this change promotes proactive planning over reactive spending, an essential shift when stewarding $315 million worth of bond funds. It also builds internal capacity, which I look forward to leading potentially, and also reduces our reliance on outsourced services and allows us to reinvest those savings back into our schools. I'm a father of 3 children, and hopefully, as my wife's watching, 3 more. So I'm working out the Amazon order. We'll figure out how that comes. Our kids are important. This decision will impact our kids. My children come to these schools, and one of which goes to Minty White. If you guys do not know, those portables are old. very old. We are willing to change that. Let us be that solution. Thank you.
Marketing department first.
Thank you. So that's it for public speakers. So now I'll bring it back for a discussion from the board. Trustee Esqueda.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So I know it was mentioned that should these positions be approved on April 16th, they would go through the layoff process, correct? If for the 5 years that they would be. Oh, later, yeah. Okay, so my question for that would be, so should they be approved on April 16th when the positions open, would they be advertised as temporary positions? Because I know that was one of the questions for when the whole layoffs happened, a lot of due to previous district leadership that the people weren't notified that they were temporary positions.
Yes, the major M positions will be advertised as temporary positions.
Okay.
Well, as long as the funding's there and projects are there, we'll keep them going. But when that runs out, then positions.
No, yeah. I just wanted to make sure so then the people that do apply for them know what they're in store for and they won't be.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So this is huge. I mean, we're creating a whole new department, correct? Because currently it's all one department. So we're now going to be separating. And so when it comes to like that line of like authority, so on one end we have M&O, so we have our painters, our electricians. So they'll answer to ultimately you, Herlindo, correct?
Correct.
And then over on the planning side, I saw your org chart. So that's who would be answering to planning and, because currently, like I know both of you kind of facilitate you know, all of it, but there would be that clear separation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I saw, so I know if we're going to say we're going to have ELOP fund 500,000, that our due diligence has already been done and we know that that's okay, you know, but I was surprised to see that. And so same kind of question as far as, because I was hearing concerns. So because it's being funded by ELOP, there's still that line of, you know, if there's an issue presented with anything, they would still answer to Herlindo. If there's an issue, then that chain of command would still remain that they'd answer to their director, correct?
Correct. So despite where the funding comes from, these positions would still be part of either M&O or the new facilities construction department. And we are really trying to think creatively of using ongoing restricted funding to support these ongoing costs. Because when you really think about it, because we have now such an expansive expanded learning program, they really are utilizing a lot of our ongoing operational staffing and costs. So Jen Littleton Bruno was able to work her magic at CDE, and we got that approval. We got approval through our independent auditors. So this is good to go.
Yeah.
And we're going to continue looking at creatively using our ongoing restricted funding to be able to really build up our capacity where there's need in the district.
Great. I love the creative thinking and seeing that. Now, I know we have, you know, M&Os running, you know, with quite a few vacancies. And so like on like specifically, like let's say the groundskeeper chart, you have the green positions that are current positions and then adding potentially 3 more. But are those all currently filled or do we have vacancies? Specifically, just like, for example, in groundskeeping.
Groundskeeping, everything's currently filled.
Everything's
right
currently filled. Okay. And so my question is, you know, right now we're going to head into this next year of reorganization, possibly closing down campuses. So what happens then? I'm sorry. Oh, what happens then when, you know, will we reassess and right size again at that point?
I think just based on still how understaffed we'll be, even after bringing on these new positions, even if there is any sort of reorganization, we will likely not be overstaffed, especially with the attrition that happens in M&O. So if we looked at the the trade slide, when we looked at the industry standards for staffing and the ratios that are used, even bringing on these additional positions, we will still be understaffed pretty significantly. So that is something we'll have to continue evaluating as a district.
Okay, great, thank you. And then lastly, I know, we're not allowed to use Roundup, which I agree with. I don't let my husband use it at our house either. But there are other alternatives to Roundup. Are we utilizing any of those other alternatives, or I'm just curious?
Yes, we're using utilizing whatever is recommended from the board. Weed sap, it's called. I think it's we get a lot of complaints about it because it smells. It's got a really cinnamon strong smell to it, and people they don't like it. So it's very hard to spray. Even the only time we get to spray is probably during spring break, and unfortunately, that's when some of the grounds people do tend to take some time off too. So it is kind of hard to kind of keep up with that, especially they try spraying and then they get complaints and then we got to stop. So it's one of those things we've been fighting. I mean, we tried other solutions before where, boiling the plants, burning the plants, and it just seems not too effective. I think they die for a little bit and then they just come back with a vengeance. So it's other than going and renting some goats or something like that, that probably will help us, in the future with big acreage. Maybe that's a big.
I'd love to see goats all over our
step.
campuses.
I think we tried, and I think there was too much liability and this and that. So we could start looking into it again for these open areas that they could come and bring them and hopefully take care of that, because they'll be good for poison oak. They take care of everything. They'll shoot through poison oak, through everything. They don't care what's in front of them. Oh, really? Awesome, huh?
Okay, well, that's it for my questions. Trustee Turley.
You listed some employee costs. Are those wage only or are those fully burdened?
Fully burdened. So those include all statutories and estimated health and welfare.
Thank you. And we're certain that with in-house employees, it's costing less than if we used contract employees?
So on that end, right? So one of the biggest things that we started when me and Erlindo started this position is we looked at contracting it out and using even our guys on overtime is way cheaper than contracting it out, right? So it could go through paint, even siding, ramps. Our biggest problems that we have on a daily basis.
Mhm.
It's easier to give overtime to our guys than actually contract it out.
Right.
And it's cheaper.
But it sounds like we're adding new positions. So with the new positions, is that still more cost effective than contracting? I'm just thinking about the cost of healthcare and benefits, but the numbers are still running that that's the right thing to
Yes,
do.
I believe so. So one thing that we looked at, and one thing that we kind of evaluated this whole year is understanding the impact that not having a comprehensive preventative and deferred maintenance plan has on the district. So what we're seeing is something starts out small. It might be a leak in the roof. We don't have the capacity to take care of it, or we don't have a set plan in place. That leak turns into mold in the walls, damage to the floors, damage to the windowsill, damage to the window. So what we're seeing is kind of an escalation in price and severity. So what we also are dealing with is we have an M&O department that has been historically under-resourced. We can kind of see it. I went back through the budget many, many years to see what were they getting funded at, because I wanted to understand, why do our facilities look the way that they do? So in order to build capacity, in order to be able to implement the new comprehensive preventative and deferred maintenance plan that we'll be bringing forward to you next, in order to have the capacity to take on the new Measure M work, we first need to start right-sizing our staffing. And when we say right-sizing for M&O, it's actually the opposite of kind of what we're doing for other areas. We're right-sizing up to meet the need in the district. We have $1.25 billion of facility needs district-wide. The district needs to be able to come alongside Measure M in looking at the preventative and deferred maintenance work to start whittling that 1.25 billion down, because as we all know, instructional spaces do have a high impact on student outcomes and student engagement and learning. So we're starting to really address that.
Thank you. What is a roving crew?
Rowing crew is custodians that go out pretty much throughout the school district. Whenever a night custodian is out, they take their place. Like they're subbing pretty much, but they're permanent on a permanent basis. They roam around. They were slated to do bigger projects like deep cleaning, restrooms, locker rooms, whatever the need may be when they're not covering other custodians. So summertime, they have a lot of big projects, deep cleaning carpets. Whenever we get an emergency, say we get a flood or a sewage leakage or whatever, they come and help. The roving crew comes and helps and cleans up and COVID disinfecting and all that's required right now. They're helping with that. Whenever we get a breakout, we're sending the roving crew out there to spray the rooms and cover that as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina.
Yeah, so what was I gonna go with this? So much already. I was wondering, because I know I want you all to be caught up so that way we could get to these other projects. So I'm curious, and this is something that I think would actually help community-wide, and I talked to this about Jenny, but I haven't really heard anything back from it since, is spring cleaning. Getting the parents involved at the campus so that way they could feel a sense of the campus as well. So they want to take care of it themselves. So maybe one day during spring break, we're having the community come over and, I don't know, do little tasks while the bigger ones could be done by you guys or even carpenters. I know all my tios in Las Lomas are like, give us the cue and we will be there. So we have volunteers. I'm wondering if we could tap into those to help with some of the things that you guys need assistance with so you could focus on the bigger projects.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we do have some, when we do that, what do they call that, day or whatever, weekend work day, parent work day or whatever, then we send one of our roving crew guy or our groundskeepers out or whatever to assist them. They're there while the parents are doing the work so they could do the project. So yeah, have done that in the past, so it's a possibility to continue doing that.
Yeah,
I wanna
sorry,
go ahead.
if I could finish real quick. Yeah, and I was just gonna say too, the way that I like thinking about this is when you have ownership of something or when you actually do something with it, you're gonna take care of it more, right? Disposable cameras, I remember the old school pictures, still have those because those are the only copies I have, right? Compared to our phone cameras where we're taking multiple photos and we barely even look at them. So if we could even get the students involved with being able to take care of the facilities as well, I think that would also increase, making sure it's clean, nothing around it and all that good stuff. So just throwing ideas out there to help you guys catch up if we can.
Trustee Navarro.
I want to echo that sentiment because I've had several parents who own, construction businesses, painting businesses, what have you, offer to volunteer their services for community work days. And I think it would be a good way, Dr. Contreras and fellow trustees, to build community and have parents have more of a sense of community to get to know other parents. I think it would also be a great way to clear some tardies. But I think involving the community more in this and taking some of that lower level stuff off your plates would be a great idea. The other thing I wanted to ask about, Jenny, is that maybe before April 16th, you can provide us with a little bit of information about the cost of outsourcing some of this as opposed to keeping it within the district and having to pay benefits on top of it. I do think that we also need a backup plan for when we don't have the capacity to actually, with our own staff, to do the projects that need to be done. Like, for example, the HVAC system at Aptos High that didn't have heat for 90 days. So I would like to see, what the actual costs are of outsourcing some of this. So if maybe you can bring that next time.
Sure. What we could do is maybe we could pick some common types of projects, and we can cost out what it would be for our team to finish it through versus when we contract it out. So when you talk about having kind of additional support or a backup plan, we'll touch on that in a later presentation when we talk about the update to Measure M. We can talk about the current RFQP that we have in place for bond management services to come alongside our facilities and construction department, especially around the large marquee projects where we really need to utilize every single day, every single month, because the escalation price cost of even a short delay is astronomical. So we'll definitely be talking about what that plan is.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn.
So going on what you were saying, with gathering that, Jenny, for next time, the other thing that I'd be curious about is the time frame in which those projects get started and finished. Because as you mentioned, something that gets left for long term causes a larger overall cost. So sometimes outsourcing might be faster and might save money in the long term. Can't believe I said that at this time of night, and I actually think I made sense. And then, it sounds like an initiative to have community be involved to create a community and a pride of ownership of the space. I know that when I was Home and School Club president at Bradley, we wanted to do those things, but then it was very hard to schedule someone to come be with us on the day that we wanted it scheduled. So one of the things I'd like to see with the plan, I don't know if that's something that you do or that's something that you do, but have an initiative in place where something like that is happening, because I think you bring up a really good point around all of it, getting the stuff done, keeping hands free to, and then also saving money, right? So going to the money aspect and the salaries, I'm curious about, are these fair wages? Are they current? And then also, given what somebody said earlier about the, closing sites potentially, we're right sizing up, but then are we going to get stuck with having to right size down? Do we hire part-time or 75%? So where there were 3, do we do 2.5? Or do we do 2.75? So those are some questions that I can't believe that I'm actually thinking about right now. So I'd like maybe, and I'm glad this is recorded because I'm not going to remember.
So I can try to answer. I took notes because you asked really good questions. So I think the first part of kind of the financial impact of bringing on the additional positions, and then kind of Trustee Navarro, you kind of spoke on this too, versus in-house versus contracting out. And it's a balance because what we have been seeing is in M&O. So the function of M&O is really in the name, maintenance and operations. So their function is to really keep up with the routine daily maintenance of keeping our schools up and running. Facilities and construction, they are really charged with new construction, major modernization projects, and really major projects that may not be within the purview of our maintenance and operation. Not that they're not talented, but it may have greater risk, it might be a greater job, and it really may fall outside of their normal job description. So we have to analyze a type of project, and then we have to look at where does it fall under the type of contract it would be. So smaller informal projects, for example, that could easily be absorbed into maintenance and operations, because a lot of those projects may be, fixing plumbing, maybe bringing somebody in to look at HVAC or electrical. But then we have the larger projects that start to fall under what we call informal or formal bidding processes. So these are projects that fall under special regulations, special law, and they might require kind of greater knowledge, such as being able to read drawings. In M&O, I learned this just from our amazing team there, but there's a term for that. So it's a new build versus just maintaining. So there's a lot of complexity in terms of how do you classify a type of project, and then how do you make that decision in trying to keep it in-house and then contracting it out. So by having the two separate departments, we will be able to have greater workflow and efficiency and greater analysis of how we're able to do that. And it will ultimately take some of those larger projects off of M&O side, so they can focus on the routine maintenance. In terms of utilizing special funding, so we have lots of departments that have budget left over that they use for capital improvements. Recently, we had all of the ESSER funding. We have RDA funds. We have developer fees coming in. We have the new Measure M. So those larger projects really should be bid out. And we're developing really clear processes around how do you evaluate those projects. And then in terms of the community effort, I think that's a really, really great idea. My mind's immediately going to our community school specialists to see if that could be an initiative that maybe they can start looking into. So I can definitely work with Cabinet to see is there a capacity that could be something that we roll into some of the work we're doing around the Measure M engagement. So we can look at that and then definitely bring that forward with more information. And then for the salaries that we're estimating, are they fair wages or current? I did utilize a current salary schedule to estimate that out. And what I did was I looked at each position to see how hard has it been to fill that position. Hard to fill positions, I estimated out at a higher step. Positions that seem like we would be able to find somebody pretty easily, I estimated it at probably step 1 or step 2. We have 2 positions, the 2 management positions, where the job description went through Personnel Commission because they're classified. So we have approved job descriptions, but we would have to bring it forward at the next board meeting as an action item to be placed on a current salary range. So hopefully that answered all the different pieces.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing this in April.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to item 12.6, update on the district's comprehensive facility plan for deferred and preventative maintenance. Report will be presented by Herlindo Fernandez, Director of Maintenance and Operations and Facilities, and Sergio Amariz, Assistant Director of Maintenance and Operations.
Good morning again. President Olivia Flores, Dr. Contreras, Vice President Navarro, Dr. Navarro, Board of Trustees, Cabinet. My name is Herlindo Fernandez, and I'm going to be presenting this power preventative maintenance deferred maintenance. Our vision, our mission. A strategic goal that it aligns with is number 3, climate and culture and community, physical responsibility. Maintenance and operations staffing organization chart. As you can see here, this is just the chart as it is right now. Preventative maintenance. Preventative maintenance is a proactive approach to maintain school facilities by regulating, inspecting, servicing, and repairing systems before they fail. This strategy helps extend the lifespan of assets, reduce unexpected breakdowns, and lower long-term costs. Examples in our district: regular HVAC servicing to ensure efficiency and prevent system failures. Benefits of preventative maintenance: reduces the risk of cost energy repairs. Preventative maintenance. This is a proactive maintenance guide designed to help us stay ahead of our needs and ensure ongoing efficiency. Deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance refers to necessary repairs, upgrades, and replacements that have been postponed due to budget constraints, resources, or limitations, or shifting priorities. These delays can lead and increase cost over time, safety hazards, and decline in the overall quality of the school facility. Examples of our district: postponing roof repairs leading to leaks and water damage, mold. Delaying HVAC systems, causing inefficient heating and cooling. And just to note on that HVAC systems, a HVAC system really lifespans on an HVAC system is about 10 to 15 years. This district, we're running HVAC systems that are 50 plus years, and we're still trying to keep them going. Aptos High School, that's the original boiler that the school was built with, and we're still keeping it running. So it's things that our maintenance department encounters when they get to these sites. Not only that, they encounter a lot of asbestos that they have to work around with. Risk. These are some of the risk pictures of the maintenance deferred too long. So this is what happens when we don't have the proper money to take care of projects immediately when problems arise. As you can see here in these pictures, we have walkways that are falling apart, dry rot, roofs that are in desperate need of re-roofing, HVAC systems that are in desperate need.
Perfect. So we got the purpose of maintenance, of a maintenance plan, right? To enhance learning environment, supporting productive work environment, equity-based project prioritizations, proactive maintenance planning, right? And we have the full list. So this is a picture of Hall District, right? Hall District, we improve our parking lot to enhance traffic flow and safety for parents and students. To the project, including ADA compliance, safety values, reduce risk, and obviously it's a better environment for our students, right? Definitely, this is one of the projects, as Jenny was saying, right? This is one of the projects that we need more extensive knowledge going into DSA, zoning, right? And then just working with our geotechs, right? To make sure that we have the right ground in order for us to build there. So this is one of the nicest projects that we did with Metro. So a strong maintenance plan, right, is essential. It increases enrollment by attracting families with well-maintained schools, save millions in long-term repairs and replacement costs, demonstrate fiscal responsibility to gain public trust for future bond measures. It ensures students and staff to learn and work in safe, high-quality environments. And this is one of the big ones. I think this is one of the biggest tasks that we have as a district, right? Is implement a preventive maintenance plan. It's a great choice for our district. It will help us stay organized, prioritize important tasks, and keep track of maintenance needs for effectively. And we want to have a study for all these items that we have here, right? We're gonna start with a study, and then from there, we're gonna see the need of each area and all of our schools as well. So daily emergencies and maintenance, right? One of the district's biggest challenges is our portable buildings, many of which have exceeded their 20-year lifespan, leading into significant issues with roofs, siding, ramps, water leaks, and exterior repairs, right? So this is a perfect example when we don't do preventive maintenance, right? We get into getting our studs, our insulation, our subfloors, our carpets, our ramps, right? And then we have a huge problem now that it's not just the metal roof that we could have replaced 5 years ago. Now we have to replace most of the whole portable. So our team brings extensive knowledge to the table and work hard to manage the daily emergencies repairs. However, the high demand due to the conditions of our older schools significantly impact our ability to focus on preventive maintenance. We are currently playing catch up, right? With a clear need for more personnel to address both daily emergencies and the long-term maintenance need. So this is on a daily basis, right? We get gas leaks, HVAC, flooding, electrical outages, sewer backups, unable to secure sites, fallen trees, no water at sites, sewer pumps, right, and our wells. So this is just in the past 9 months, we have received 2,329 work orders, new work orders, with 405 currently assigned to the trades and waiting completion. We are currently closing about 40 work orders per week, but this does not include the numerous daily emergencies that arise, which are additional strains to our resources. So our next steps. The district will continue on analyzing and studies to evaluate which sites will need to be addressed in 2025-2026 as part of the comprehensive facility master plan. A rotation schedule for the maintenance projects categories will be implemented in 2025-2026 through a combination of funds sources such as Measure M, the general funds, and deferred maintenance, right? One of the big impacts that we had for 2023-2024, we were dealing with 138 projects in maintenance and operations and facilities, right? And that's including Pajaro Middle at the same time. That was a huge impact into our department, into maintenance department, into the planning department, right? With not dealing just that, FEMA projects, ESSER projects, right? Finishing Measure L, migrant seasonal Head Start projects, child development projects, and all our floods through all our school district. That was a big impact, you know? I really want to appreciate today in the moment for our cabinet, Jenny, Dr. Contreras, for all your support, and everybody that's here tonight, our community, right, our board members, because this was a huge impact to our district, right? That was an extensive days of work, not just for Orlando and me. We worked hours extensively, 18-hour shifts, just to make sure that our sites were open for the next day, right? Making sure that our routes were safe going through all the streets, right? Pajaro Middle, one of the biggest things that we had for Pajaro Middle, we got approved DSA plans, right? In February, we did 6 months of construction at Pajaro Middle to get it back up and running. 6 months of construction to do a whole school modernization, it's insane, right? We've gone to, got all these awards, and me being a student at Pajaro Middle and seeing the difference is a big impact, right? And going to all the schools, definitely, you guys see how dedicated we are into our schools, that we definitely want to make things happen. And we want to make sure that everything that comes to the table is transparent, but at the same time, we need the support from the community, our board members, and communicate with us more of the preventive maintenance and the needs of every school.
Okay. Time for public comment. Do we have any speakers to this item? 12.6. Jesus Ortega.
Your perseverance is to be lauded.
It's nice to be alive one more day. President Olivia Flores, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, and Cabinet. My name is Jesus Ortega. I'd like to present a thought for your consideration. Regarding the structure of our school facility management specialties, I believe it would be highly beneficial for our schools to separate the maintenance, operations, and construction departments into a district entities. Each of these areas plays a critical role in our long-term success of our facilities, and having dedicated teams with their own specialized plans, this will ensure that we're adequately prepared for our both current and future needs. By establishing separate plans for maintenance, operations, and construction, we can better address the unique demands of each. A focused approach to maintenance will allow for more effective strategies, preventive strategies, ultimately reducing the risk of ultimately, the risk of unexpected disruptions and costly repairs. Operations with its own strategic directions will have the insurance needed to support day-to-day functions efficiency, while construction will be better positioned to execute long-term infrastructure improvements in line with future growth. Furthermore, this separation provides a valuable opportunity to create more through and forward-thinking plans for each area, ensuring that we are proactive, addressing potential changes, and fostering an environment of continuous improvement. This strategy's approach not only ensures the sustainability of our facilities, but also contributes to the overall success of our education environment. I kindly request that we explore the possibility of restructuring these departments in a way that aligns with our long-term vision for our school. I'm confident that this will not only enhance our options efficiently, but also improve the quality of education we offer by creating a more reliable, well-maintained learning environment for our students and staff. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I will now bring this back to the board for discussion.
I have a,
Trustee Flynn?
yes, just with the departments separating, I mean, they're still going to be connected. You're still going to be in communication. I just want to ensure that there's no breakdown in communication and that there's clear lines of communication, especially when things have timelines and you're having to, collaborate. I guess that would be my biggest concern because it's you guys it's a thankless job what you guys do. People don't see it, but I know that you work hard, but it's people get frustrated because of the timelines and, whatever documents have to be signed to show up on liability and all that. And so I guess, how do you streamline? And that would be my only concern.
So I think one of the big factors, right, is, for example, when we have a construction project, it has to go through different hoops, right? It has to go through DSA approvals, have to go through architects. And one of the biggest things that we have is, a lot of the time is, me and Nerlindo are so catch up with a lot of projects going at the same time, which is maintenance and operations projects, and at the same time, construction projects, right? So in order for us to get an approval, just to make sure that we get a signed approval, it has to go through Nerlindo, right? So then, for example, now both are gonna have the authority to sign any of the contracts, but not just that, but at the same time, is have a very bigger expansion, right? Not just in construction, but in preventive maintenance. So that we're gonna obviously, from here going on, always keep working together for the best of our district, which means me and him are gonna have daily meetings, right, as we have now. Like every time, whoever's the director is gonna do the same thing on that position that gets filled. But as of now, it's me and Nerlindo have extensive meetings with what is the problem, what is the need, what are we gonna be encountering, right? And what are the future projects? The only thing is we wanna get ahead of the game, right? What projects do you have for maintenance that we can actually do now that's gonna prevent us for spending, if we're gonna be spending now $10,000, and if we deferred it, then we're gonna be spending $40,000, then that's gonna be a big difference, right? So let's tackle it now, right? And then, for example, it's like an expansions or just bigger projects, like Watsamo High School. That's one of the biggest ones, right? Me and Nerlindo are extensively, either he goes to the meetings, I go to the meetings. It's working together as a district to just combine his knowledge, my knowledge, but try to get a bigger focus on the 360 of the whole district. Because if you see it, right, sometimes it's, for example, I don't have a time to go to one of the schools probably in a week. Why? Because I'm dealing with other projects, and then Erlindo has the ability to go to those schools, and he's able to see and oversee the projects that we have. So we're gonna be able to expand our knowledge in a 360 degree. As of now, it's a little harder just because of the decision-making, and the bigger projects have to be approved.
Another thing I want to add, coming with this Measure M bond, it'll be better, for this restructure, just because Sergio will have more time to focus on the projects and assure that they are met, the timelines are met, and assure that, he's really looking over all the details and everything before they go out to bid, so that we can assure that we don't get any potential change orders that we've been getting lately. So hopefully with the separation like that, he'll be able to concentrate more on, that side of construction, so that he could, help out in that area to eliminate a lot of these change orders that we're getting now, and really save the district some money, because we need to be focused in that area and have our guys really concentrate on that. Right now, we're jumping from left to right, and it's we're missing some things because it's him or me or this and that. But if we do the separation, then yeah, it'll be better all the way around.
I agree, and I like the way you said that, because I like this plan. I think we need, having a plan going forward is the best thing. But again, I think there needs to be that clear separation, and Herlindo's gonna be maintenance and operation. And those items, when you do when you start investigating and finding those items, okay, this is gonna be maintenance and operation. And if it's been deferred too long and now it's beyond that scope, okay, here you go, Sergio, now this is now in your department. And so I think like right now, what you were explaining is how things are functioning now, where you guys tag team. But I think if we're separating these departments, then there is going to be that clear separation where, okay, if it's maintenance and operation, it's Herlindo. If it's been deferred too long and now it's to where we need to go to bid, we need to, involve contractors, then that's going to fall under facility and planning. And then also, like he said, with Measure M coming and all these new plans, you're going to have your hands full and dealing with all of that as well.
Yeah, and that's correct, right? Just to add a little bit on that is, for example, now we're a CUPCA district, so all the CUPCA under 75 would go to Herlindo, and then everything that has to be informal and formal bids will go through construction. And that's the other separation that we're gonna have.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on?
Yeah, but I'm tired, so we can move on.
Okay, well then, thank you very much for that presentation, and I look forward to utilizing Measure M and this time to get ahead and, not pushing the can down the road over and over. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I will now move us on to item 12.7, update on Measure M, planning and implementations, timelines and tools for community engagement. Report will be presented by our CBO, Jenny M.
Good evening. I will try to move us along as quickly as possible. So I'm here to present an update on Measure M, where we are with planning and implementation timelines, as well as what we have coming up in terms of wrapping up our community engagement piece. Our vision and mission, and this aligns with goal 3, 4, and 5. So tonight we'll be going over the measures we took to get Measure M passed, upcoming planning and implementation timelines, community engagement, as well as what does the bond Citizens Oversight Committee look like, and what are the plans in terms of getting that together. So an overview of Measure M. So on May 22nd of last year, the board authorized a $315 million facility and technology bond to be placed on the November 5th. I'm sorry, that should be a 2024 general election ballot. And big show of gratitude to our community for passing Measure M. So in Santa Cruz County, it passed by almost 58%, and Monterey County by almost 64%. We needed 55% to pass. So prior to Measure M getting placed on the ballot, we had, as a district, engaged with the architect firm 196 in a multi-year study to assess the needs of our facilities to update our facility master plan. So as part of that work, and this started really pre-pandemic, 196 came out and they did a whole host of community engagement pieces, meeting with site administrators. They attended school site council meetings, met with district office administrators, and started putting together a comprehensive facility master plan. We are now in the final stages of finalizing that plan so that we can hit the ground running when we bring our bond management firm on board, hopefully in April. So again, I'm just going to touch on, right now we have a $1.25 billion need across the district. We are right now ready to hit the ground running with our marquee project, which is the PV High School Performing Arts Center. And we are hoping to finish up. We had to revisit the CEQA process, but we have the drawings ready that we can use as bridging documents. So we feel like we're in a really good place to get this up and running. So the next piece is coming up. So for community engagement, so when 196 was doing their site admin meetings and engaging with the school communities, there's been a lot of change since then. We have new principals at a lot of our sites. We have new school site council presidents, and it's been several years. So we want to make sure that we're wrapping back around to really assess the needs in present day. So Andrea and Julie Edwards have done an amazing job working with Peggy Pugh of coming up with the Measure M toolkit that is going to be rolled out through site administrators and our community school specialists to finish up this crucial piece. And we'll go over that in a little bit more detail in the next slide. We have also in the process of an RFQP process to bring on a bond management firm to really focus on our largest projects. So these are the projects where we really need a specialized expertise. So we're talking about the PAC PV High School, Educator Workforce Housing, and some of the bigger projects for modernization and new construction across the district. And we're hoping to bring our selection and recommendation to the next board meeting for board approval. In April, we will also be bringing a resolution to authorize the bond issuance so that we can get our first disbursement, as well as a resolution to certify the election results. We will also need to form a Measure M Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. And then the final piece is to finalize site allocations for board approval. The timeline for this is still to be decided because as a district, we know that there may be some school reorganization coming up. We saw one today for Mar Vista. They're turning into TK8, which means that their facility needs have also changed. We saw that with VA as well. So we want to make sure that we're going to be engaging in the school reorganization committee before we finalize those site allocations, but we already know the important projects that we're going to be keeping up with in the meantime, such as the PAC. So for the Measure M toolkit, this is going to be a toolkit for site administrators and community school specialists to lead work to engage their school communities through surveys, school site council meetings, staff meetings, and ELAC meetings. So one thing that we really want to make very clear this time around, because we received feedback from the implementation of Measure L, is to be very clear on how the site prioritization will work and what does that mean. So I believe what happened with Measure L is there may have been maybe a misperception that the sites got to prioritize every single project. But we want to be very clear that because there is so much need district-wide, and some of these needs are very crucial, they affect infrastructure, things like roofing, the safety concerns. We have to bring certain projects up to current ADA compliance. So those things, there are certain projects that may be non-negotiable in terms of we really have to get to this. So those projects will be set by experts such as our M&O leadership team, and then based on the facility master plan from 1906, and then the bond management firm as well. And then after those priority require projects are set, that's when the community prioritization list will come in, and that will help inform how to use the rest of the site discretionary allocation and how to then prioritize what projects come next. And with the new bond, we will have to form a new Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. The purpose of COC, it's enacted by California law, and it's really to ensure that bond funds have been spent in accordance with state law. So they, the COC meets, right now we have one to wrap up our Measure L projects. Currently, because we're at the tail end of Measure L, I believe the last couple of years, the COC has just met annually just to review the bond financial and performance independent audit and to really review all the projects that have been completed. I imagine with the new Measure M, especially in the first few years when we have a lot going on, I would recommend probably meeting at least twice a year, probably quarterly is my recommendation. And their purpose is really to make sure that as a public entity, we are spending public funds in a responsible and legal manner. I just wanted to note that the COC does not determine policy, projects, or site allocations. That is really up to the board, district administration, and then also the school site communities as well. Committee is consisting of at least 7 members. There are 2-year terms without compensation. So these members are volunteers doing this out of the goodness of their heart and for a passion for the school district. Members may serve no more than 3 consecutive years, and the board must adopt a resolution to establish the COC and approve its bylaws. So who can serve on the COC? Essentially, this tries to cover many different community members. So a person active in a business organization who represents the business community located within the district, a person active in a senior citizens organization, a person active in a bona fide taxpayers organization, a parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district, or a parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district and active in a parent-teacher organization, and who may not serve on the COC, any employee or official of the district, or a vendor, contractor, or consultant to the district. How are COC members appointed? And this is where we will be seeking some input and guidance from the board and some discussion. So there are 2 general ways that COC members can be appointed in a school district. One, applications are sought from qualifying community members. All of the applications are brought forward to the board, and the board makes a final decision as to whom to appoint. Or administration can go through the screening process and makes the recommendations to the board. So those are the 2 different ways. And then at the end, I would love to get some input. Next steps. So we are going to seek your input on the process on how to appoint members. And then in April, the following items will be brought for approval. The resolutions to authorize our first bond issuance and certification of the election results, bylaws to establish the COC, which will be drafted by our bond counsel, and district's recommendation for bond management services through the request for proposal qualifications process. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a public comment to this item. Brandon?
Still hanging in there. I got my shoes off, got my hat off. Reminder, it's opening day today, so let's go Dodgers. I had to sneak that in there. So we had asked to ensure that partner labor agreements were in place to guide the work that would be done under Measure M, and that's something that I didn't hear mentioned. Partner labor agreement is a pre-hire agreement between a project owner and labor unions where you set the terms and conditions of employment for a specific project, including wages, work hours, safety protocols, and dispute resolution processes. I think the dispute resolution processes would be particularly relevant. And I know that the situation at Pajaro Middle School with ServPro was, there was very time sensitive. You had to get it done. But I'm wondering if we had the opportunity to put a PLA in place that spelled out a dispute resolution process, would we still be dealing with this? I don't know. So I also just wanted to share that I'm really hoping that we're not just looking at Measure M as a silver bullet type solution that's going to meet all of our needs when we have schools like Aptos High School that is falling apart. Our cooking class at that site is regularly over 85 degrees, and the teacher's been monitoring that and tracking that. It's due to them not having the appropriate ventilation to bring the temperatures down when the ovens are running in that classroom. I think that there's been over 100 days that their D building has been without heat, and it's been as low as 50 degrees. And we just heard, I believe, Sergio or Lindo say that that boiler is the original boiler. So it seems like we're trying to fix something that's just too old to function. So I'm wondering, why can't we just rip it out and put a new one in? It seems like it would be more efficient at this point. But I'm just hoping that PLAs are involved, the PVFTs involved, and we can really improve what we can with this money, but it can't solve all our problems.
Thank you. And now I will bring it back to the board for discussion. Okay, so we do have to at least discuss the committee.
I did want to Thank you for your comments. And yes, I agree that it's unacceptable and they need a new boiler and to stop looking for parts on the internet to fix something that's 50 years old. So no, not the Dodgers.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you for coming back to this. So you'd like, as a board, for us to discuss, which option we like? Okay. I like a combination of the two. I
so
like
do
the
I.
administrator goes through the screening process and then, makes a recommendation to the board, but then the board would make the final decision. But trustee Navarro?
I would like them to kind of screen out, but I like being provided with options.
I was gonna say, I like the first option. I think that one's good for me. Administration goes through the screening process. I don't know. Friends hiring friends, I just don't want that happening, since we do seem to have, that type of problem in the district. So I'd feel a lot more comfortable with one.
I agree with
I
you.
would
My
have
only point was screening out people that clearly aren't qualified to do the job and then giving us the options so we don't have to waste time.
Trustee Flynn?
When you say screening out people who aren't qualified, I don't know what that means. I guess
So-
there's if on the other slide, there's, I guess.
Similar to like when we when we appointed a trustee, we had a smaller committee that really just looked at all the candidates and made sure they checked all the boxes.
Right, but I don't want anybody to feel like they have to meet a particular standard, like they don't need to have a college degree.
No,
like
that's not one of the
like,
boxes to check.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I like that it's number one with the applicants are sought from qualifying community members, so it can't be a PVUSD employee or contracted somebody, but maybe they know somebody that they could recommend. So I kind of like that.
I just want to clarify that qualifying community member, it just means fitting
Meets
into one of
those.
those
Okay.
categories, yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're all in agreement with number one or a version of that, so. Is there anything more needed from us? Oh, trustee Esqueda?
I just wanted to address your comment. I'm in that culinary class, fourth period, so I know how hot it is in there. And just so the board is aware, I think yesterday a student did pass out just from the heat because we only have fans and certain windows, but it does get hot in there. And our teacher has done her best to try to cool it down with her limited resources.
Okay. So I believe we're done with that item. And so now we are on to consent agenda. So we are going back to.
Can I make a motion other than whatever Jessica or others want to pull out, if we can just approve all the other things?
So yes, so.
Well, Jessica wanted to pull something out.
Oh, okay. So are there any items besides trustee Carrasco's? Which item is that?
9.8.
9.8, okay. So we can make a motion to approve all except that and then approve that one separately.
That's what
Are all the trustees in agreement with that?
That's what I'd like to do.
For Digital Nest. Have
You
to
need to
pull
pull
and abstain. Yeah.
and abstain, okay. And that is item 9.10. Okay, so if I can have a motion to approve all items, removing 9.8 and 9.10, that would be great.
I'll make that.
Move
I'll make the
approval.
motion.
I'm sorry, Brandon, it's late, you did. It was the 9.11, please.
No, but that Dodgers thing, I don't know.
You know what? At least
Want him up there.
At least I'm consistent. I am still here. What I wanted to ask to be pulled was 9.25. I believe it is a director position. So I know that we did some restructuring at one of the last meetings to eliminate a director position. So I just had questions to ask. Is this an addition of a new position? Is it a rewriting of a job description that we already have? Because the starting salary for this job would be $111,000, and the farthest cell on the salary schedule for a teacher is $109,000. So I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. Specifically, is it a new position or is it a restructuring and we already have someone in that role? Thank you for allowing me to speak, and let's go Dodgers.
So, yeah. Okay, so he brought up item 9.25. So if a board member would like to pull that, you know, yeah, we would need a motion for that. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion.
I move approval of all of the consent items except for the Arte de Corazon and Digital Nest.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, that passes 6-0. I'm sorry, I can't think, 0-1? 0-1, okay. So now, we don't need to have a discussion about these other two items. Well, I'm just going to ask for a motion and a vote, correct? Because you just have to abstain. Okay, so for item 9.8, Arte de Corazon Inc., can I have a motion to approve?
I move approval.
I second.
I have a first and a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstaining or any opposed? Any abstaining? I mean, I think I'm gonna have to technically count her as not here, but she's abstained. I know, but she's not here. Can I still consider it that? Okay. So that motion passes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 1. Okay. And now I will bring up item 9.10, Digital Nest Summer Contract. Can I have a motion to approve? Move to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
And a second. Okay, all those in favor? So, yes.
I don't feel like I have a conflict, but I do a little bit of fundraising for them and my Rotary Club has given money to them. But even regardless of that, it's still an
Yeah,
organization I
that's okay.
support. Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor? Aye. So right now that's 4. Opposed, 0. Abstaining, 1, and then 1, not here, well, 2 not here. Okay, because I don't know how she would vote. I don't know how. Do we want to?
Oh, do we not?
3 of us who just voted. No, 4 of us.
5 of us did, but it passes. It still
passes,
passes. It's 4.
No, I abstain.
Yeah, so it's only 4 of us that voted for it, but that's okay. That's all we needed.
Oh, I'm over here thinking everyone's voting too. My fault. Go for it.
Eva gets a vote now.
Okay, I'm going to redo that vote because we have a trustee who just joined. So I have a motion on the floor to approve item 9.10 Digital Nest Summer Contract, and I have a second. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, so that passes 5-0-1-1. Thank you. And so now that completes deferred consent agenda items. We will now reconvene to close session. And we will be back to report out. Thank you.
I did. I called it. I wanted to pull all the consent agenda items, so.
Thank you. We are back from closed session and now we will finish action Item 6.1, action report on closed session.
Closed session item 2.6, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on, it says March 5th, but March 26th, 2025, with 12 and 12 additional items.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That passes 6001.
Closed session item 2.10, recommendation for sabbatical leave request for certificated employees. Under closed session agenda item 2.10, the board voted to approve or deny the recommendation for sabbatical leave. They voted 6001 to approve the recommendation for sabbatical leave request for certificated employees. And finally, on item 2.4, the board voted 4-2-0-1 on a suspended expulsion for a student.
Thank you. And with that, our next board meeting will be a special board meeting study session on ethnic studies this Friday, March 28th, 2025, here at the city chambers, and it will begin at 5 o'clock. And with that, I adjourn our meeting at 2:30.
New record for us.